Hey guys, welcome back to our channel, as you seen in title and thumbnail. In this video we are going to see, what if Deku awakened the Sharingan eyes? This is movie. And for more comment down your thoughts and like share, also check out my Patreon to support me. All details in description. The sirens were the first sign that this wasn't a normal training patrol. They weren't the shrill, pre-recorded alarms of a UA simulation. They were real, the raw, uneven blare of city emergency systems, overlapping with the crackling voices of police through open comms. Evacuation of Blocks C through F in progress. All available heroes converge on the intersection of Aoyama Avenue and 3rd. Midoriya Izuku, Deku, stood at the edge of a shattered rooftop, wind whipping at his hero costume. His breath fogging in the cold evening air. The city below them was chaos. Cars abandoned at odd angles, glass glittering like ice across the asphalt, crowds being funneled into side streets by pros and police. Beside him, Aizawa-sensei adjusted his yellow goggles, dark scarf fluttering, hair lifting in that eerie way it always did when his quirk was active. "Focus," Eraserhead said quietly. "This isn't training. We're support, but if the pro line breaks, you step in. You understand?" "Yes, sir," Izuku said automatically, but his pulse was already racing. He could see the rising plume of dust several blocks away, like a storm cloud that decided to set itself down in the middle of the city. All Might stood behind them, thin, gaunt, jacket flapping loosely over his frame. Toshinori Yagi, not the symbol of peace. He shouldn't have been this close to the front, but he'd insisted on observing, for teaching purposes, he'd said, with that weary grin. Aizawa hadn't liked it, Izuku could tell. But he hadn't argued too hard. "Midoriya." Izuku turned. Even with the sun behind him, Toshinori's eyes were sharp. "You're cleared for what now?" 40%. "Yes." Izuku nodded, fists clenching reflexively. "Sustained, I can hold 30. In bursts, 40. I've been working on." "This isn't the time to list your notes," Aizawa cut in dryly. "Just remember, you are not the only hero here. You're a piece of the response, not the entire solution. Don't try to carry everything." Izuku swallowed and nodded again, but the old instinct, the one that had been drilled in to him ever since that day when All Might's time ran out, coiled tight in his chest. "If I don't push myself, someone gets hurt." A burst of light flared from the street ahead, bright, jagged, like a camera flash stretched into a spear. A pro hero's quirk, clashing against something, and losing. "Tsukuyo's down." A voice crackled over the nearby hero's earpiece. He read her move before she even swung. "We need backup, now." Aizawa's jaw tightened. "That's our cue. Move." They leapt. Izuku jumped with 40% in his legs and body, air exploding beneath his boots as he cleared the alley in a single bound. On his right, Iida rocketed forward along the neighboring rooftop with his mufflers roaring, acting as mobile support, ready to ferry injured to safety. Below, Uraraka and Asui were already on the ground, working with a pair of pros to guide civilians away from the center of the conflict. Todoroki, flames and ice both at the ready, kept pace on an elevated pedestrian bridge, eyes narrowed on the dust cloud. The villain came into view as Izuku landed on a tall traffic signal and perched there, just for a second, to take everything in. He wasn't massive or monstrous. In fact, he looked almost normal. Black athletic suit. Slim build, short hair, slicked back. No obvious mutations, but the space around him was wrong. Traffic cones, rocks, shards of glass, everything in a radius of 10 meters seemed to float for a heartbeat and then snap into new places, as if rewinding a few seconds and replaying some unseen path. A pro hero with a hardened body quirk lunged in, swinging a concrete reinforced arm. The villain tilted his head a fraction, feet gliding back not in reaction, but almost in preemptive boredom. The punch missed by centimeters. The villain's hand brushed the hero's wrist and redirected him perfectly into an incoming blast from another pro's energy attack. "Quirk analysis, now," Izuku muttered under his breath, eyes wide, notebook mind rushing even without a pen. He's not just fast. He's moving as if he sees every attack before it happens. Predictive movement. No, more than that. Path correction. He's reading trajectories in advance. Aizawa landed on a lamppost closer to the ground. Scarf already unfurling. "Midoriya. I'll erase his quirk and create an opening. You and Todoroki back up the pros." Minimize collateral damage. No solo heroics. Right. Understood. Todoroki's cool voice answered over the comm. Izuku reached for one for all, feeling that familiar storm surge under his skin. Green lightning crackled faintly at his fingertips. 30%, 35, no. The situation is critical, they already have multiple pros down. 40%. The power filled him, circuits of energy tracing up his legs, across his spine, into his arms. His muscles tensed, bones humming with barely restrained force. The villain's gaze flicked up. For the first time, Izuku saw his eyes clearly. They weren't glowing or monstrous. Just sharp. Too sharp. Irises a pale, washed-out gray. Pupils narrowing not with emotion, but with calculation. He smirked. More students. This school really likes throwing kids at problems. Izuku pushed down the anger bubbling up. We're here to protect people. Adorable. Then Aizawa's hair lifted fully, the air around him shifting. The villain's smirk faltered. There. Aizawa's quirk took hold, and the floating fragments around the villain clattered to the ground. The strange, rewind-like distortions in the air stuttered and faded. Now. Aizawa snapped. Izuku sprang. He launched from the signal like a bullet, the city blurring past. The villain's eyes widened in real surprise for the first time as Izuku closed the distance, fist pulled back, one for all crackling. Smash. The villain twisted. He shouldn't have been able to. With his quirk erased, his reaction speed should have dropped to normal. But muscle memory, a lifetime of moving along invisible lines, must have still been there. He pivoted, just outside the range of Izuku's punch and grabbed his forearm. Izuku felt the grip, small, but like iron, redirect his momentum. He slammed shoulder first into the hood of a car instead of the villain's jaw, metal folding under the impact. Pain flared through his arm and ribs. Gah! Midoriya! Uraraka's worried cry echoed from somewhere behind. Before Izuku could recover, the villain blurred to the side, still fast. Even without the predictive quirk fully active. He ducked low, sliding between two pros, and vaulted onto a lamppost with almost acrobatic ease. Aizawa hissed under his breath, eyes straining to keep contact. But debris, smoke, and the hectic movement of heroes and civilians made it hard. His quirk flickered for a moment, and in that tiny gap, the world changed. The floating fragments returned. The villain, Vector. Izuku decided to call him in his head, because of course he'd already started naming him, grinned. You're the erasure hero, right? Sorry. Once I've seen the pattern of your gaze. It's not hard to avoid it. He dropped from the lamppost, but instead of landing in a simple straight line, his body seemed to follow a weird, backward curving route, like he was slid along an invisible rail that no one else could see. He passed through the line of heroes like a ghost. Izuku forced himself free from the crumpled hood, teeth gritted. His left arm throbbed, but it wasn't broken, just bruised. One for all flickered as he redistributed power, rebalancing. Analyze, he muttered to himself. His quirktimal movement paths, no, it's more like he can see every posy. BLE path and choose the one with the least risk. He's using terrain, momentum, even our own attacks. Vector spun midair, lightly tapping a pro's shoulder. The tiny nudge altered the hero's footing just enough that they stumbled into another hero's line of fire. The energy blast went wide, obliterating the front of a closed cafe instead of hitting the villain. Screams echoed as glass rained down. Civilians still in that cafe. Iida shouted, already blasting his way toward the rubble. All help! Uraraka cried, rushing after him, fingers already glowing as she prepared to zero out the weight of collapsed materials. Todoroki's ice shot forward to create a barricade, isolating Vector from the civilians. But even that didn't fully work. As the ice surged, Vector lightly tapped the ground and redirected his run along the forming wall, using it like a ramp, racing up and over. He's turning everything into part of his route, Izuku whispered, mind racing, diagrams forming in his thoughts even as his heart pounded. He's predicting where obstacles will be and using them. Another pro lunged from the side, aiming a binding quirk to immobilize Vector. The villain smiled, bare centimeters ahead of the grasping hand. He twisted just enough that the binding cables instead wrapped around a light post, yanking it down. The falling pole scythed through the air toward the sidewalk. Right toward a cluster of late evacuating civilians. They froze, eyes wide. Move! Izuku roared, legs already firing. 40%, then 45, just for a heartbeat. Power exploded beneath his feet as he launched forward, pavement cracking. The world smudged as air screamed in his ears. He leapt, arms outstretched. I can make it. He collided with the civilians just in time, shoving them out of the way. The lamppost crashed down where they'd just been, sparks shooting as wires snapped. Pain shot up his leg as he landed awkwardly, ankle protesting the rough impact even through OFA's reinforcement. Are you okay? One of the civilians gasped. I'm fine. Izuku lied, forcing a smile. Please, run that way. The heroes will guide you. They stumbled away, still shaking. Midoriya, Aizawa shouted. Stay on the villain. We can handle the civilians. Izuku nodded and turned, and the world slowed. Vector wasn't looking at him. Not directly. His pale eyes were scanning, flitting from hero to hero, from building to building. Calculating. Izuku saw his gaze pass briefly over a figure on the edge of the chaos. Toshinori. All Might stood beside a police cordon, too far from the main clash, lungs already struggling from the smoke and dust. He wasn't in hero form. He wasn't meant to fight. He was just there to watch, to guide, too. Vector's lips twitched. Izuku's heart lurched. No. The villain shifted routes with the tiniest adjustment. What looked like a lazy step to the side, a casual dodge, actually recalculated his entire path. He slipped between two pros, danced past a flying kick, and ran straight toward the cordon. Toward All Might. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku screamed. I see him. Aizawa jerked his head, eyes narrowing, but Vector had already used the chaos to break line of sight. A stray burst of quirk-generated mist filled the gap, and Aizawa's quirk faltered just for a moment. Vector crossed the last few meters like they were nothing. Toshinori's eyes widened as the villain appeared in front of him. You're not a fighter anymore, right? Vector said almost conversationally, head tilting. But they still look at you like you are. That's dangerous. Symbols that can't back themselves up, people die believing in them. Izuku's lungs burned as he sprinted, legs pumping with one for all. The distance between them still felt enormous, like a bad dream where you run and run but never get closer. Stop! Izuku roared. All Might. Toshinori threw his thin arms up, trying to shield the closest police officer. Young man, get back. Vector's hand flicked. He didn't punch. He didn't need to. Just a palm strike, precisely placed, riding along the exact angle where Toshinori's already damaged ribs were weakest. It wasn't even a particularly flashy move. But Toshinori's body folded. He flew backward, crashing through the windshield of an empty police van. Glass exploded outward. Blood sprayed from his mouth in a bright arc. The world narrowed to that image. Toshinori, All Might. The man who'd smiled at him, who'd entrusted him with everything, who'd believed in him when no one else had, lay crumpled in broken glass, coughing, blood staining his lips. Izuku's breath caught. His heart stuttered. Something in his chest cracked. He heard himself screaming, but the sound felt distant, muffled by a roaring in his ears. All the memories hit at once, being quirkless, the mocking laughs of his classmates. The way his mother had cried when he asked if he could still be a hero. The sludge villain, All Might's hand pulling him from the muck, the words that changed his life, you can become a hero. The USJ. Kamino. The shattered, skeletal form of All Might standing tall regardless, declaring to the world that it was their turn next. And now he was bleeding because Izuku hadn't been fast enough. Because he hadn't stopped the villain sooner. Because even with one for all, even at 40%, he was still not enough. I can't lose him. I can't. I won't. Not again, not like this. The roaring in his ears sharpened into a piercing, ringing tone, like a glass being scraped by a metal fork. His vision, blurred with tears, suddenly burned. It wasn't like the burn of exhaustion or the sting of smoke. It was deeper, as if something inside his eyes was being gouged out and rewritten. Izuku staggered mid-run, clutching at his face with one hand. What? The city seemed to flicker. For a heartbeat, he saw both the world as it was, and something else layered over it. Lines. Threads. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of faint paths traced in the air, a ghostly web of potential movement. The way Vector could step, turn, twist. The paths Iida might take if he dashed in. The angle of Todoroki's next ice wave. The trajectory of falling glass shards. Every possible motion was sketched in translucent lines of light, some sharp and bright, some dim and unlikely. His vision pulsed. His irises, naturally green, darkened, not to black, but to a deep, wine-red crimson. In each eye, an inky black ring formed around his pupil, and from that ring, a single tomo, like a comma or a teardrop, spiraled into existence, rotating slowly in the crimson pool. The pain reached a crescendo. And then clarity slammed into him. The world snapped into focus with such intensity that it almost stole his breath. Every detail, the quiver in Vector's muscles, the flick of his gaze toward the next hero. The microscopic shifts in his footing became crystal clear. Izuku could see the path Vector was about to take. Not just guess. See. He saw Vector feint left, then actually dash right. Using a chunk of broken curb as a springboard. He saw Aizawa pivot to intercept, but arrive half a second too late. He saw a pro hero throw a punch slightly off timing, and Vector twist around it. He saw all of it an instant before it happened. What is this? Izuku whispered, but there was no time to question it. His body moved. One for all surged. But this time, instead of blindly powering through, the energy flowed with purpose, guided by the lines he saw. He didn't just charge at Vector. He stepped along a path. Vector's eyes flicked toward him. For the first time, there was genuine surprise there. He shifted, trying to recalculate, but Izuku was already adjusting his own route, matching every micro-movement. It was like watching someone play a game of chess 3 moves ahead. And being able to see their whole strategy laid OCs. All the time, Izuku's mind raced even as he fought. He ducked under a wild swing from a panicked hero, twisted around a flying chunk of debris, and slid into the space Vector thought he'd occupy a heartbeat later. Their eyes met. Vector's pupils dilated. Izuku's fist flashed. He didn't have room for a full Detroit smash. But he didn't need one. He used what he'd copied in that split instant, emotion. The twisting pivot Vector had used earlier to redirect a hero's attack, perfectly learned, perfectly replicated. Izuku stepped in, foot landing precisely where Vector's had when he'd redirected the hardened hero. He rotated his hips in the same sharp arc, not wasting a millimeter of motion. But instead of merely nudging, he combined it with the focused power of a Delaware smash. Delaware, smash. The air detonated around his finger as he flicked it, but the motion wasn't wild as usual. It was tight, controlled. The shockwave compressed into a devastating cone that hit Vector dead in the chest at point-blank range. Vector didn't redirect it. He couldn't. His predictive paths had assumed a slower, sloppier act pattern from Izuku, what he'd shown earlier. They hadn't accounted for this sudden, surgically precise adaptation. The blast tore him off his feet and hurled him backward. He crashed into the side of a delivery truck. Metal crumpling inward like paper. The truck rocked, then settled with a groan. Silence fell. For a heartbeat, nobody moved. Then the truck door sagged open, and Vector slumped out, unconscious. Costume scorched and chest heaving shallowly. His predictive lines, those ghostly trails only Izuku seemed to see now, faded into nothing. Target down. A pro-hero shouted, half in disbelief. Restrain him. Another barked, racing forward with reinforced cuffs. Izuku staggered, the adrenaline that had buoyed him starting to slip. The burning in his eyes flared again as the crimson hue lingered. His vision, once so razor-sharp, started to shimmer at the edges. Midoriya. Uraraka skidded to a stop beside him, eyes wide. Your eyes, what happened to your eyes? He blinked at her. Her face was so clear. He could see every strand of hair that had come loose from her helmet. The tiny scratch on her cheek from flying glass, the way her pupils constricted in worry. What did they look like? He managed, throat dry. Red, Asui said bluntly, hopping over, tongue flicking nervously. Kiro. And weird. Like circular patterns. So it wasn't just in his head. Aizawa landed nearby, expression unreadable behind his goggles as he quickly checked Vector's restraints, then Toshinori's crumpled form. Recovery heroes were already rushing to the fallen symbol's side, carefully lifting him onto a stretcher. Toshinori coughed weakly, eyes finding Izuku even through the haze of pain. Young, Midoriya, he tried to smile. It came out wobbly. Good job. Relief slammed into Izuku hard enough to make his knees buckle. I'm sorry, he blurted, guilt crashing over him. I should have been faster, I should have predicted his route, if I'd just. Enough, Aizawa said sharply, stepping in. He gripped Izuku's shoulder, steadying him. There'll be time for self-blame later. Right now, you. Izuku's vision blurred. The lines in the air, those beautiful, terrifying threads of motion, fractured like shattered glass. The crimson glow in his eyes pulsed, then began to dim, the single tomo spinning slowly before slowing to a halt. Pain flooded back in, his bruised arm, his twisted ankle, the strain of pushing one for all past his usual comfort zone. Sensei, my eyes, he mumbled. I can see that, Aizawa said dryly, but there was a tightness around his mouth that betrayed his concern. You're going to the infirmary. Now, I can walk, I'll just. His legs gave out. He didn't even feel himself hitting the ground. One moment, Uraraka's hands were reaching for him, everything too bright, too loud. The next, the world faded to gray, then black, like someone slowly dimming a screen. The last thing Izuku saw before he lost consciousness entirely was the faint reflection in a shattered piece of glass near his hand. His own face, eyes open, irises still a dim, haunting crimson with a single black tomo spinning lazily in each. Then nothing. When he woke, it was to the faint, familiar smell of antiseptic and the soft rustle of curtains. The Ua infirmary. His eyes felt heavy. Not like they were swollen shut, but like they'd been worked far beyond their usual limits, like muscles after intense training. He blinked slowly, surprised and relieved when the world came into focus without agony. The ceiling tiles came first. Then the curtain. Then, you're awake. Recovery girl's small, wrinkled face leaned into his field of vision, lips pursed around her ever-present candy. Her eyes were sharp in a way that reminded him of Aizawa. Our recovery girl. Izuku tried to sit up, but she pressed a gentle hand to his chest. Don't move too quickly. You drained yourself quite badly, young man. Again, she sighed. It's getting to be a habit. Memories rushed back like a flood. The villain, the civilians, All Might being struck, the pain in his eyes, the crimson reflection in the glass. My eyes, he blurted. What happened to my eyes? Are they okay? Did I damage them? Am I? Calm down. Recovery girl said firmly. They're still in your head, aren't they? He froze, then let out a shaky laugh. All right, sorry. She studied him for a moment longer, then stepped back, jotting something down on a clipboard. I've examined you, she said slowly. Your muscular injuries are within the usual range for your explosive style. Bruising, mild strain, nothing serious. But your optical nerves. She tapped the clipboard. There are changes. Structural changes. Nothing I've seen before in a UA student. Izuku's heart skipped. Changes. You've always had some unusual scarring in your body because of past overuse of your quirk. That I'm used to. But your eyes were perfectly normal before. She glanced over the rim of her glasses at him. Now, they aren't. Izuku swallowed hard. Is that bad? Not necessarily, recovery girl said. Your vision is, if anything, sharper than before. Your pupils respond normally to light. No sign of permanent damage, yet. She paused. But the pattern is worrying. Your eyes shouldn't be able to do that. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. 1,000 questions battled to get out at once, tripping over each other. The curtain rustled. Is he awake? All Might's voice, thin, but recognizable, drifted in. Toshinori stepped into view, bandages wrapped around his torso under a clean hospital gown. He was back in his gaunt form, but his eyes were bright. All Might. Izuku tried to sit up again, panic and guilt resurfacing. I'm so sorry, Easy, young Midoriya, Toshinori chuckled weakly, hand raised. If you apologize one more time for saving my life, I may have to add, chronic apologizer, to your medical chart. But if I'd stopped Vector faster. If you hadn't intervened, I might not be standing here at all, Toshinori said quietly. The lightness fading from his voice. You saw something none of us did. And then you moved in a way I didn't know you could. Izuku hesitated. My eyes. Yes. A new voice joined them. Aizawa stepped in, his capture weapon resting loosely around his shoulders, hair tied back. His gaze was fixed on Izuku, expression unreadable. We saw the footage, he said simply. ROM the city cameras and from your support gear. Your eyes changed mid-engagement, and your fighting style shifted completely. You moved like someone who had trained for years in predictive combat, hide the villain's movement. It just happened. Recovery Girl and All Might exchanged a look. Just happened is rarely something I like to hear from you, Aizawa muttered. You push things until they break, including yourself. I didn't mean to, I swear, Izuku said quickly. I didn't want anyone else to get hurt. When Vector hit All Might, Aizawa's gaze softened almost imperceptibly. We know. Toshinori smiled faintly. Emotional stress can trigger new facets of a quirk. That much we understand. But in your case, young Midoriya. He trailed off, hesitating. Izuku's chest tightened. Is this part of One for All? He asked quietly. Or something else? A long silence settled over the infirmary bed. Recovery Girl clicked her tongue. That is the question, isn't it? Aizawa stepped closer, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a tablet. He tapped it a few times, then turned the screen toward Izuku. On it was a still frame from the battle footage. Izuku, mid-charge. One for All crackling around him like green lightning. And his eyes, impossibly crimson, a ring of black encircling the pupil, a single tomo marking spinning within the red iris. That, Aizawa said quietly, is not something we can classify as simply, your quirk evolved. Toshinori's lips pressed into a thin line. There are old records, he murmured. Quirks that manifested in eyes, granting perception, copying, prediction. Rare, feared. There was one, long ago, they used to call the Sharingan. Izuku's breath caught. Sharingan, he repeated, the unfamiliar word tasting strange on his tongue. Aizawa slipped the tablet back into his pocket. Whatever this is, he said, staring directly into Izuku's still green eyes, it appeared when you were already pushing One for All to dangerous levels. Combined, they almost fried your nervous system. For now, this doesn't leave this room. Understood. Izuku nodded, throat dry. Toshinori's gaze was full of worry and something else, pride, and fear, twisted together. You awakened something today, young Midoriya, he said softly. Something powerful. Something that allowed you to stand against an enemy who had turned the battlefield into his own personal game. He placed a hand gently on Izuku's shoulder. But power without control is dangerous. For others, and for you. Izuku swallowed, the weight of their words settling over him like a new, heavier costume. Sharingan. Eyes that could see too much. He stared down at his hands, flexing his fingers slowly. I awakened a new power. But at what cost? The faint echo of the earlier burning in his eyes lingered in his memory. For the first time since inheriting One for All, Izuku felt a different kind of fear. Not just of failing to save others, but of what he might become if he let this new sight consume him. Outside, somewhere beyond the infirmary walls, the press was already buzzing with blurry images and speculation about the crimson-eyed student hero. Inside, in the quiet room, 3 adults watched one boy who now carried not just the weight of One for All, but the first bloom of a new, cursed legacy in his eyes. And Izuku Midoriya, eyes still ordinary green for the moment, silently promised himself. I'll control this power. I'll use it to save people. No matter what these eyes show me, I'll decide what kind of hero I become. Even if the path ahead looked more complicated, more dangerous than ever before. The world looked painfully normal the next morning. Sunlight poured across the dorm common room, catching dust motes in gentle, golden beams. Kaminari and Kirishima were arguing over a video game. Sato was mixing something in the kitchen. Jiro sat with her headphones in, foot tapping to a beat only she could hear. It felt wrong. Izuku sat on one of the couches, hands wrapped around a mug of tea that had long since stopped steaming. The TV played a news broadcast with the sound turned low. A smiling anchor gestured at the screen behind her, where blurry, zoomed-in images from yesterday's attack looped over and over. Even from here, he could recognize key frames like they were etched into his bones. Vector weaving through heroes. The lamppost falling. All Might flying backward. Blood in the air. And, just a flash, the still where the city camera had caught Izuku mid-charge, his eyes bright crimson. The footage is so grainy, Kaminari said, leaning forward to squint. You can barely see anything, dude. That could be anyone. The The media is going to make it into something, regardless, Iida said, adjusting his glasses as he watched from beside the couch. They already have a tagline, mysterious-eyed student hero. Yeah, but UA hasn't made an official statement yet, Kirishima pointed out. So until they do, it's all just speculation, right? Still kind of spooky. Mineta muttered from the floor. Red glowing eyes. That's like, villain core design right there. Izuku's grip tightened around the mug. Red eyes. His eyes. Uraraka glanced at him from her seat on the opposite couch, worry plain on her face. She'd been doing that since he came back from the infirmary, checking, glancing, opening her mouth like she wanted to ask something, then closing it again. He couldn't blame her. He was doing something similar to himself, mentally. Recovery Girl had given him the all-clear to leave the infirmary after a battery of tests. His vision, at least in the normal green-eyed state, was fine. Better than fine. When he looked at the clock on the far wall, he could read the tiny manufacturer's stamp beneath the numbers without squinting. Enhanced perception, she had called it. And then, in a lower voice. And there's something in your optic nerves now that wasn't there before. Like a secondary wiring, braided around the original. It's not natural. Midoriya-kun. Iida's voice cut through his thoughts. How are you feeling? Recovery Girl said you were discharged, but you've been very quiet. Izuku jerked. Sorry, Iida-kun. I'm fine. Just thinking. About All Might. Kirishima asked gently. A wave of guilt washed over him again. Why yeah, and the civilians. And, everything. All Might is stable, Iida said, tone reassuring but firm. He's still under observation, but the reports from the staff are positive. Without your intervention, however, that may not have been the case. Seriously, Kaminari nodded. You were crazy fast out there. Like, whoosh, he made a wild hand gesture. And then the villain was down. Izuku laughed weakly. I just got lucky. Not luck, a small, analytical part of his brain argued. You saw his roots. You saw his weight distribution, his foot angles, his center of gravity. You matched his timing down to fractions of a second. That was not luck, that was something else. He swallowed. How much do you remember? Uraraka asked quietly. Izuku blinked. About, what? About your eyes, she said, voice dropping. They were, really different. Just before you knocked that guy out. Mineta's head popped up. Wait, you saw it up close. Well, yeah, she said. I was right next to him when he collapsed. They were red and had those little weird shapes inside. Like comma things. She traced a rough circle in the air. Jiro pulled out one earbud. Seriously. That's actually kind of cool. It could also be a sign of a dangerous, unstable quirk mutation, Iida said, ever the rule arbiter. We should trust the faculty's assessment before we glorify it. Whoa, hold up, Kaminari said. It's Midoriya. He wouldn't suddenly go rogue cause his eyes got fancy. Izuku felt his face heat. I'm not going rogue. I don't really understand it either. Recovery Girl said it's complicated. And classified, Aizawa-sensei had added, later. The memory of that conversation tugged it from the noisy dorm and back into the sterile calm of the teacher's lounge after he'd been released. It had been just him, All Might, and Aizawa in the small room. The blinds were half closed, casting striped shadows across the table. Aizawa stood with his hands in his pockets, leaning against the wall. All Might, Toshinori, sat across from Izuku, posture slightly hunched from his still healing ribs. So, Aizawa had said. Tone clipped, explain it again. From your perspective. Izuku had taken a deep breath. When Vector hit All Might, he began, carefully, I felt like everything inside me just snapped. I was already at about 40% of One for All and pushing. I thought he might die. And then my vision changed. He described the burning, the ringing, the sud. An appearance of those ghostly lines in the air. The way the world had seemed to slow not because time changed, but because his perception had exploded outward. How he'd seen Vector's roots before he took them. And how copying his movement had felt as natural as breathing. All Might had listened intently, brows knit. And since you woke up, Toshinori had asked, have you been able to summon this change at will? Izuku had hesitated. I haven't tried yet. I was scared if I forced it, I might hurt my eyes. Or worse. Good, Aizawa said. For once, you didn't immediately try to break yourself more. Izuku winced. Sorry. Aizawa sighed softly. I'm not asking you to apologize, problem child. I'm telling you we're going to do this step by step. Controlled. Under supervision. He pushed off the wall. Here's the situation. The media has grainy footage. They think they saw something. But they don't have enough to confirm what. Right now, only a handful of staff know exactly what your eyes did. And we'd like to keep it that way for the time being, All Might added. The world can barely handle one for all being in a new host. Adding a mysterious ocular quirk on top of that would complicate matters. Ocular quirk, Izuku repeated softly. Aizawa nodded. We don't know yet whether this is a mutation of your original quirkless biology reacting to one for all, or a dormant family quirk that woke up under stress. Either way, it changes your combat profile. So we need data. He gestured toward Izuku's face. You said you haven't tried to activate it. We're going to change that. But not here. We're moving this to a secure training room. All Might glanced at him, concern still evident. Are you sure you're up for it, young Midoriya? Izuku had swallowed the knot of fear in his throat and nodded. If this is a power I have now, I need to understand it. So I can make sure it doesn't hurt anyone. Even if that, anyone, is me, he'd added silently. Midoriya-kun, Ura. Raka's voice tugged him back to the present again. Izuku blinked and realized he'd been staring at the table without saying anything. Sorry, he said. I was just thinking about training. Training, Iida repeated. But you just got out of the infirmary. They want to run some tests, Izuku admitted. Nothing too intense. Just observation. Bakugo walked into the common room at that exact moment, hands in his pockets. Expression defaulting to irritated. TCH. Of course problem nerd gets special tests. Everyone stiffened slightly. Bakugo's temper had cooled over the months, but his barbs still hit hard. Bakugo-kun. That's not fair, Iida began, chopping the air in disapproval. Midoriya-kun risked his life too. I know what he did, Bakugo snapped, eyes flicking to the muted TV where the blurred image of crimson eyes froze mid-frame. Everyone won't shut up about it. His gaze landed on Izuku, sharp and piercing. You unlocked something new, didn't you? Izuku's stomach flipped. I don't know exactly what it is yet, he said honestly. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. For a moment, annoyance flickered into something else, curiosity. Determination. Then he scoffed, shoving his hands deeper into his pockets. Figures. You're never satisfied with just one power, huh? Don't fall behind while you're playing science experiment, Deku. I'm still getting stronger, too. He turned away toward the kitchen, ignoring the tension he left in his wake. Uraraka frowned. He could at least say, I'm glad you're okay. Izuku smiled faintly. For Kachan, that was almost encouragement. Iida adjusted his glasses. That is a uniquely optimistic interpretation, but not entirely inaccurate. The dorm intercom crackled. Midoriya Izuku, came Aizawa's voice. Report to training room Gamma in 15 minutes. Wear your hero costume. That is all. The line cut. Everyone looked at Izuku. He took a breath. Well, he said, setting the cold mug down. I guess, that's my cue. Training room Gamma felt different when it was empty. Normally, it echoed with the shouts and crashes of class exercises, the roar of Todoroki's flames or the thunder of Siro's tape slapping across walls. Today, there were no neon-colored costumes or loud banter. Just the cool, quiet hum of the support systems and the faint smell of metal and polish. Izuku stood at the center of the arena, costume on, gloves snug around his hands. The faint comfort of the fabric helped steady him. Aizawa stood on the observation platform above, clipboard in hand, capture weapon loosely coiled. Beside him, All Might, in his thin form, leaned against the railing. Power Loader's helmet peeked up from behind a console, monitoring readouts. All right, Aizawa's voice echoed through the speakers. First test is simple. No one for all. No movement. Just focus. Try to activate whatever your eyes did, without pushing your quirk. Why yes, sir. Izuku closed his eyes, heart pounding. How had it felt before? Like burning. Like something tearing and rewriting behind his eyes. Like the world had been made of fog before and someone suddenly turned a fan on. But that had happened in a moment of raw fear and grief. Could he reach it now, deliberately, in the calm? He thought of All Might flying backward. Of the blood. Of the civilians trapped under the falling lamppost. Of the feeling of being too slow, too weak, again. His hands trembled. Izuku. All Might's voice cut through the rising anxiety, firm but gentle. Don't force yourself into that state emotionally, he said. Think of it like flexing a new muscle. When you saw those lines. When your eyes changed, do you remember how your focus felt? Focus. Izuku latched onto that. Yes, he said slowly. Everything got sharper. I wasn't thinking about myself, or my fear. I was just looking at him, at the paths, at where I needed to be to stop him. Then think of that, Toshinori said. Not the pain, the purpose. Purpose. Right. Izuku took a deeper breath, forcing the images of blood and fear to slide aside. Instead, he imagined the web of light he'd seen. The lines of movement that had made the chaos make sense. He focused on the sound of his own breathing. On the heartbeat in his ears. Then, slowly, he opened his eyes. For a moment, everything looked the same. Then the edges of his vision sharpened, like someone had quietly adjusted a lens. The faint SC ratches on the training room floor snapped into crystal clarity. The subtle shift of All Might's posture above, the tiny twitch of Aizawa's fingers around his pen, power loader tapping a control rhythmically, all of it stood out. His eyes burned, not the overwhelming agony from before, but a dull, insistent ache, like a muscle being stretched. Midoriya, Aizawa's voice sounded different now, slightly slower. More separated from the background. Can you describe what you're seeing? Izuku licked his lips. You're tapping your pen against the clipboard, about once every 2 seconds. Allah on his left leg than his right. Power loader just turned up the sensitivity on the motion sensors by 10%. There was a pause. He's right on all counts, power loader muttered from above. I only moved the slider a notch. All Might leaned forward. And the lines. Do you see them? Izuku blinked hard, searching. At first, the world was just sharp. Then, if he let his gaze soften slightly, like Liu King just passed something instead of directly at it. Yes. Faint, pale lines shimmered in the air, swirling lazily. They weren't as dense as during battle, but they were there. Curves tracing possible routes Aizawa could take if he walked down the stairs, arcs showing where a heavy ball might roll if dropped from the balcony. I see, not as much as before, he said. But it's there. Paths. Potential movement trajectories. In your eyes? Aizawa asked. Did they feel different? They burn a little, Izuku admitted. But it's manageable. All Might's voice softened. Can you look at your reflection? A section of the training room wall shimmered, sliding away to reveal a polished metal panel. Izuku turned toward it. The boy who stared back had his wild green hair, his freckles, his costume. And crimson eyes. Not as bright as they had been in the heat of combat, but unmistakable. A deep red iris encircling a black pupil, with a single tomo shape resting on the ring like a small ink droplet. It's really there, he whispered. Sharingan, Toshinori said quietly, more to himself than anyone. So it wasn't just a remnant of those old reports. Aizawa snapped his clipboard shut. Okay. Step 1. You can activate it without killing yourself. Good. Step 2. Let's see what it does when you move. He flipped a switch. Panels slid open in the walls, revealing a series of small, ICAL training bots, fast-moving targets designed to simulate projectiles. First, no one for all, Aizawa instructed. Just the eyes. We'll send low-speed projectiles. Dodge and observe. Izuku nodded, forcing himself to focus. The first drone fired a rubber pellet. To his normal eyes, it would have been a blur. Now, he could see the exact arc of its path, the faint line tracing where it would be half a second, 1 second from now. He leaned slightly to the right. The pellet whizzed past his cheek by a comfortable margin. More pellets fired, from different angles. Izuku moved between them, not with the wild, frantic dodging he was used to, but with minimal, efficient shifts, a step here, a tilt there. The pellets sliced through empty air around him. Heart rate is elevated but stable, power loader reported. Brain activity is high. A lot of processing happening. But no critical spikes. Aizawa ramped up the speed. The pellets grew faster, closer to real combat velocities. The lines in Izuku's vision multiplied, crisscrossing like spiderwebs. For a moment, the sheer amount of information threatened to overwhelm him. Too much, too many trajectories. He forced himself to breathe. One at a time. He didn't need to track all of them consciously, his body seemed to want to move along the simplest safe path. The Sharingan didn't just show him the routes, it highlighted the best one. In a way he couldn't quite describe. His feet shifted. His shoulders dipped. He spun, allowing the pellets to pass within centimeters. From the observation deck, All Might watched, eyes wide. He's reading them, Toshinori whispered. Like you used to, in your prime, Power Loader said. But with magic eyes, apparently. Sheer volume of data, Aizawa muttered, gaze locked on Izuku. If this keeps ramping up, his brain might fry. We're staying at this level for now. He spoke into the mic again. Midoriya, stop. Izuku froze. The last pellet brushed past his hair, clipping a strand. The drones wound down. His chest heaved. His eyes throbbed. But he was still on his feet. How does it feel? All Might asked. Like I'm watching 6 videos at once, Izuku said after a moment. They're all the same scene from different angles. It's a lot, but I think I can handle it. For a while. Good. Let's add another variable, Aizawa said. Copying. He reached into his scarf and pulled out a piece of chalk. With a flick of his wrist, he threw it at a target on the far wall. The chalk spun end over end, hitting the small red dot in the center with a soft talk before falling. Izuku had seen Aizawa throw chalk before. He'd always been precise. But this time, with the Sharingan active, he saw everything. The exact way Aizawa's fingers released the chalk. The micro twist in his wrist. The subtle shift of his weight from heel to toe. The path of the chalk through the air, the rotation, the angle. He knew, deeply, instinctively, that he could replicate it. Your turn, Aizawa said. Izuku caught the next piece of chalk tossed down to him. It felt heavier than it should have, as if the weight of expectation had attached itself. He took a breath. In his vision, Aizawa's earlier throw replayed in ghostly echo. The Sharingan overlaying the memory with perfect clarity. His fingers positioned themselves exactly as Aizawa's had. His stance matched. His wrist loosened just enough. He threw. The chalk flew in the same arc, spinning at the same speed. It hit the red dot dead center and bounced off. A slight murmur came from above. Identical trajectory, Power Loader muttered. Within measurement error. That's not just good aim. That's replication. All Might's eyes shone. So it can copy. Izuku stared at his hand, throat dry. I didn't just imitate you, he said slowly. It felt like my body already knew how to do it. Completely. Like I drilled that throw 1,000 times. Aizawa considered him for a long moment. We'll test the limits later. For now, he glanced at All Might. It's time to see what happens when you mix it with One for All. Izuku's heart did a somersault. All right. An instinctive part of him flinched. The last time he'd used both together. He'd almost passed out from the overload. But they needed to know. If this was going to be part of his power set, he couldn't avoid it forever. Start at 5%, All Might said. Just enough to get the circuits going. We'll watch the readings carefully. If anything spikes, we stop immediately. No arguments. Yes, sir. Izuku flexed his fingers, focusing inward. He'd gotten better at Ling One for All up in controlled amounts over the months. The power responded, a familiar buzz under his skin, as if a great engine were idling low in his muscles. Green lightning flickered faintly along his arms. At the same time, he held the Sharingan active. The world, already sharp, seemed to vibrate, every detail humming with extra energy. The lines of potential movement brightened slightly. Their intersections glowing like tiny stars. Vitals? Aizawa asked. Heart rate up. Brain activity increasing, Power Loader replied. Nothing on fire, yet. Good enough, Aizawa said. Midoriya, walk forward. Slowly. Tell us what it feels like. Izuku took a step. His foot landed precise, perfectly balanced. The Sharingan highlighted the exact center of gravity shift One for All created in his frame. And his body adjusted accordingly. It was like having his own movements shown to him in real time, along with every tiny correction he needed to make. Another step. Another. He swallowed. It's like tuning 2 radios at once. One is static and one is clear, and I'm trying to sync them. One for All is loud. The Sharingan is detailed. They're clashing. He pushed a little more. 7%. Lines flared brighter, outlining where his foot could slip if he stepped wrong, where his ankle might twist, where a knee could hyperextend. It was useful, if he had time to process it all. But he could feel his BRS firing so rapidly they felt like they might burn out. His head pounded, a sharp throb behind his eyes. Pain level. All Might called. 6 out of 10, Izuku gritted. Manageable. We'll stop at 10%. Aizawa said. No higher today. Izuku nodded, jaw tight. He let One for All climb to 10%. The familiar strength surged. Muscles tightened. The air around him crackled faintly. At this level, he could normally move comfortably now. But with the Sharingan active, every twitch of muscle fiber was magnified. He saw his own foot lifting, trailing a ghostly afterimage. He saw how his shoulders rotated when he shifted weight, how his arms compensated. It was incredible. It was too much. The lines in his vision started to stutter, doubling, then tripling. As his brain tried to keep pace with both his own enhanced speed and the predictive overlays. The pounding behind his eyes spiked into a sharp, stabbing pain. GHH. His hand flew up to his temple. Vitals spiking. Power loader barked. Brain activity off the charts. Shut it down. Midoriya. Stop. Aizawa's voice cut through the haze. Izuku didn't argue. He released One for All immediately, letting the power drain from his limbs. The green lightning faded. The lines shivered, then dimmed. The crimson in his eyes flickered like a candle in the wind. He sagged to his knees, panting harshly. Sweat beaded on his forehead. And a faint sting in his sinuses warned him that if he pushed any further, he might end up with a nosebleed. Sharingan off, All Might said, urgency in his tone. Now. Izuku exhaled and willed the strange focus away. Like a switch being flipped, the extra clarity vanished. The world softened back to normal definition, manageable but suddenly almost muted compared to the overload from seconds before. He blinked. The burning in his eyes faded to a dull ache. Midoriya. Aizawa called. Status. I'm okay, Izuku said, still catching his breath. Headache. But no lasting pain, I think. All Might and Aizawa rushed down from the observation deck. Power loader joined them, tablet in hand, graphs still scrolling. That was like watching a computer try to rend. A game on max settings with an old processor, Power loader muttered. Your brain was redlining. Another 10 seconds and I'd have hit the emergency shutdown. Aizawa crouched in front of Izuku, studying his face closely. His eyes, now green again, showed faint redness around the edges. How bad was it? He asked quietly. Izuku considered. Like, when I first tried full cowling and my bones couldn't handle it, he said. But in my head instead of my arms or legs. The Sharingan is too detailed. And One for All makes everything happen faster. My brain can't keep up with both at high levels. All Might nodded slowly. So it's not just a new quirk. It's a new lens on top of a power amplifier. And the two aren't aligned yet. Best case, Power Loader said, with enough training, his brain adapts. Builds new pathways to process the extra data. Worst case, he cooks himself from the inside if he's reckless. Aizawa gave Izuku a look that said without words, you will not be reckless. Izuku gulped. We'll set some ground rules. Aizawa said. For now, you can use the Sharingan at low or no One for All to observe, analyze, and copy basic movement. Or you can use One for All without the Sharingan, like you've been doing. Combining them is restricted to emergencies, and only in short bursts until we know more. Izuku opened his mouth to protest. What if someone needs saving, what if he has to push? Aizawa's gaze sharpened. And before you say it, yes, there will be emergencies where you'll ignore that rule. I know you. But until then, you will train within the limits I set. Do you understand, Midoriya? Izuku hesitated, then bowed his head. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. All Might rested a hand gently on his shoulder. Young Midoriya, he said softly, you're carrying a lot. One for All. Now this Sharingan. It's a conflicting inheritance of sorts. Two legacies, two sets of expectations. But don't forget, he squeezed. Neither of them define you. They're tools. Powers entrusted to you. And it's your choices that make you a hero, not the color of your eyes or how hard you can punch. Izuku felt his chest tighten, and then loosen, just a bit. Why yes, he whispered. I want to use both to save people. But I don't want to lose myself. Or hurt anyone because I couldn't control them. Good, Aizawa said, standing. Hold on to that. Now I'm going to put you through the most boring, slow, infuriating training regimen of your life. Izuku blinked. Aizawa smirked faintly. If your eyes want to see everything, we'll teach them to focus on what matters. Chalk throws, simple dodges, low percent one for all steps. Over and over. Until your brain stops screaming every time. Izuku straightened, despite the lingering headache. Okay, he said. I'm ready. The next few days settled into a strange rhythm. Classes continued, math, literature, hero law. Some lessons felt painfully mundane after fighting a predictive villain with mysterious eyes, but in a way, they grounded him. He still had homework. He still had to worry about essay deadlines and pop quizzes. Most of Class 1A seemed content to treat the incident as just another crazy UA adventure. There were whispered theories, of course. Kaminari was convinced Izuku had awakened some secret all-might vision quirk. Shiro suggested laser eyes. Sato thought maybe it was just an adrenaline illusion. Only Uraraka and Iida seemed to look at him with slightly deeper questions in their eyes. But they didn't push. At night, after dinner, while the others trained in the main gym or played games in the common room, Izuku slipped to a smaller, reserved training hall with Aizawa. No one for all at first. He stood in the center as Aizawa circled, occasionally flicking bits of chalk, eraser chunks, even coins from his pocket. Eyes, Aizawa would say. On my shoulders. Tell me what I'm about to throw before I do it. Izuku would activate the Sharingan, the now familiar burn flaring behind his eyes, and watch. The NES of potential movement around Aizawa's hands and arms were thinner than in full combat, but they were there. Chalk, Izuku would mutter. Right hand, sidearm throw, slight arc to the left. Aizawa would do exactly that. Sometimes he changed it mid-motion, just to see. Coin, flick from thumb, high speed, straight line. Izuku learned to absorb the tiny differences, to narrow his focus to only the most relevant lines instead of trying to track everything. His brain still tired quickly, but the headaches came a little later each session. Then they added low-level 1 for all. 5%. He'd maintain it while keeping the Sharingan active, walking through slow-motion combat drills. Aizawa would lash out with his scarf, and Izuku would see the path of the cloth in ghostly afterimage and step just so to avoid it. Occasionally, Aizawa would deliberately let the scarf wrap around him anyway. Don't trust the eyes completely, he'd say, tugging Izuku off balance. They show you possibilities, not certainties. Your instincts matter too. Between drills, Izuku kept meticulous notes in his ever-present notebook. He diagrammed what he saw, how the lines moved, how long he could maintain the Sharingan without 1 for all before the pain became too much. Baseline Sharingan, no OFA, 7 to 8 minutes stable. Headache mild. Sharingan plus 5% OFA, 2 to 3 minutes before moderate pain. Recovery time approximately 10 minutes. Combining Sharingan plus 10% OFA, not recommended unless absolutely necessary. Brain feels like it's boiling. He doodled the image of his own eye in the margins, circle, pupil, single tomo. Conflicting inheritance. One night, after another exhausting session, he sank down on the training room floor, sweat drips. Aizawa tossed him a water bottle. You're improving. Izuku took a grateful gulp. I still get headaches. You will, Aizawa said. You're forcing your brain to run at higher clock speeds than it evolved for. But it's adapting. The human body is stubborn like that. He sat beside Izuku, gaze drifting to the ceiling for a moment. You know, he said quietly, there was a kid I expelled once who had a vision-based quirk. Not like yours, but powerful. He could see a few seconds ahead when under stress. Everyone thought he'd coast. Let the quirk do the work. What happened to him? Izuku asked. He never learned to think for himself, Aizawa said simply. Relied so much on what he saw that he never built strategy. When his eyes got tired, he was helpless. I stamped that out early. Harshly. Izuku swallowed. And now, I recommended him for a different track, Aizawa replied. Support analysis. Vision can be useful off the field too. He glanced at Izuku, eyes narrowing. You're different. You were analyzing villains before you even had a quirk. These eyes will amplify that. But they could also tempt you to stop thinking. Don't let them. Izuku nodded slowly. I won't. I want them to be part of what I do. Not the thing that decides it. Aizawa grunted approvingly and stood. Good. Same time tomorrow. Don't stay up too late muttering to yourself. Izuku smiled sheepishly. No promises. A few days later, he found himself on the Ua roof with All Might again. The evening sky was painted in shades of orange and pink, the city stretching out beyond the walls. The breeze was cool, tugging lightly at All Might's thin hair and Izuku's messy curls. This is starting to feel like our designated serious talk spot, Toshinori joked, leaning against the rail. Izuku joined him, hands gripping the cool metal. How are the eyes? All Might asked. Better, Izuku said honestly. I can activate them without panicking now. And I'm getting used to the extra detail. Low one for all still makes my head hurt, but not as fast. Good, good, All Might nodded. Aizawa filled me in. He glanced upward, expression thoughtful. When I first inherited One for All, he said softly, I thought that was it. My quirk, my destiny. But even then, I had to reconcile it with what I was already, Toshinori Yagi. A quirkless boy who wanted to save people. The power added to that. It didn't erase it. He looked at Izuku. You were Midoriya Izuku. You were quirkless. Then you became the ninth holder of One for All. And now, for reasons we don't yet fully understand, you've awakened another power, this Sharingan. That's a lot of threads to weave together. Izuku stared out at the horizon. It feels like I've been handed two different scripts and told to play both roles at once, he admitted. The successor to the symbol of peace, and the wielder of some old, feared-eye power. What if I mess up both? What if I can't live up to either? All Might was quiet for a moment. Do you remember, he said eventually, what you told me right after Kamino? Izuku blinked. I said I'd live. That I'd keep smiling. That I'd become a hero who saves people, even without your power there to back me up. Exactly, Toshinori said, eyes warm. You made a promise. Not to One for All. Not to the world. To yourself. He straightened, placing a hand over his own chest. These inheritances, mine, whatever the Sharingan is, they're like different colors of paint, he continued. They can change the way your picture looks, yes. But you are still the one holding the brush. Izuku let that sink in. Colors of paint. One for All. Blazing green lightning. Raw power. Connection to the past. Sharingan. Crimson clarity. Cursed sight. The burden of seeing too much. Both swirled inside him now, vibrant and clashing. I don't want the Sharingan to turn me into someone who stops seeing people as people. He said quietly. If I can predict their moves, copy their styles, it would be easy to start thinking of everything as patterns and data. Toshinori's gaze softened. That's why you have us, he said. To smack you upside the head if you start sounding like that, he added with a faint grin. Metaphorically, of course. I'd prefer Aizawa handle any literal smacking. Izuku laughed, a little startled. But grateful for the levity. We've discussed it with Nezu and a few other trusted staff, All Might continued. For now, the Sharingan stays classified. Only a small circle knows the full extent. You won't be asked to demonstrate it publicly. Not yet. What about the Hero Commission? Izuku asked. Toshinori's smile dimmed. They're curious. They've seen the blurry footage like everyone else. Officially, UA's statement is that any irregularities were the result of camera distortion and adrenaline. Privately, I've asked for time to help you master this before politics get involved. Izuku's chest tightened with gratitude. Thank you, he said. I don't want to be treated like a weapon. You won't be, All Might said firmly. Not while I'm still around to shout at people about it. They fell into a comfortable silence for a while, watching the sky darken. Somewhere down below, laughter drifted up from the dorms as his classmates argued about something trivial and wonderful. Kaminari probably lost another game. Kirishima probably called someone manly. Bakugo probably yelled at everyone for being too loud. Life continued. Izuku took a slow breath. One for All in Sharingan. He murmured. Two legacies. Two paths. But he tightened his grip on the rail. I'll make them one. My own way. One path where both powers help me save people. Not control me. All Might's smile was proud and a little sad. That's my boy, he said. Later that night, alone in his dorm room, Izuku sat at his desk with his notebook open. He'd drawn a new diagram. On one side, a rough sketch of his green lightning form, annotated with percentages and notes about joint stress and muscle reinforcement. On the other, a detailed drawing of his eye, crimson iris, single tomo. Between them, a question mark. He stared at the page for a long time. Then, slowly, he picked up his pen and wrote in neat, determined letters between the two images. OFA times Sharingan, synergy, not conflict. He underlined it, closed the notebook. Then, in the dark quiet of his room, Izuku sat on his bed, stared at his reflection in his window, and softly, carefully, activated the Sharingan. His eyes burned. Crimson bloomed. He watched the faint lines trace where the moonlight could fall if the curtains moved, where a bug on the outside of the glass might crawl. Too much detail, a part of him grumbled. Too much to carry. He smiled anyway. I'll carry it, he whispered to the empty room. All of it. One for all. Sharingan. My own heart. I'll make all of them work together. He blinked. The Sharingan off before the headache could build, lay back on his bed, and closed his eyes. Tomorrow, Aizawa would throw more chalk. The day after, he'd probably get hit in the face by a scarf again. Eventually, there would be another real battle, another villain, another test. But for now, in the small space between heartbeats before sleep, Izuku allowed himself one simple, quiet thought. I'm still me. Red eyes or not. UA's morning bell chimed like it always did. Students shuffled into 1A's classroom, half awake, half buzzing, uniforms slightly wrinkled from rushed mornings. Someone's phone. He played an anime opening too loudly before getting smacked off. Zero yawned so hard his eyes watered. Mina hummed some catchy tune as she slid into her seat. It all looked normal. For Midoriya Izuku, nothing felt normal anymore. He sat at his desk, notebook open, pen poised. Note-taking had always been his comfort zone, his anchor. The pages we quirk breakdowns, combat notes, little stick figures labeled with classmates' names. But now, the most recent pages were different. On one, he'd drawn Vector, the predictive movement villain, with arrows indicating the angles of his steps and the curvature of his dodges. On another, there was a detailed sketch of an eye, his eye, crimson with a single black tomo. Below it, in small but determined handwriting, Sharingan, current capabilities 1 tomo. Enhanced visual perception, micro movements, tiny muscle shifts. Prediction of movement trajectories, lines of potential routes. Copying physical motion with near-perfect accuracy, throwing, stepping, dodging. Combined with OFA equals overload risk. He tapped his pen against the margin, thinking. The classroom door slid open. Aizawa shuffled in with his usual bedraggled energy, cap to. Re-weapon trailing like an exhausted scarf. The murmuring quieted automatically. Even when he looked half asleep, something about him commanded attention. Morning, he said simply, dropping his sleeping bag and stepping up to the podium. Good morning. The class replied in varying degrees of enthusiasm. Aizawa scanned them briefly, then flicked a file onto the desk. Today, we have an adjustment to the standard schedule. Excited whispers rippled through the room. Does this adjustment include explosions? Bakugo asked from his seat, already looking mildly annoyed that they'd spent the morning in normal classes instead of fighting something. Aizawa ignored him. You've all been progressing. Your written performance is passable. Your individual combat training is ongoing. But heroes don't work alone. They work in teams. Opposing teams. He clicked a remote. The wall behind him lit up with a simple title. Practical Midterm. Team Battle Exam. Ojiro straightened. Like the test against villains in training centers. Similar. Aizawa said. But this time, the focus isn't just on beating opponents, or fleeing. It's on reading your opponents. Adapting. Midoriya felt his stomach tighten. As Aizawa's eyes flicked to him for the briefest moment before moving on. Each match will pit a smaller team or solo student against a balanced opposing team, Aizawa continued. You'll be evaluated on tactical decision-making, quirk synergy, and the ability to respond to changing conditions. He clicked again. A list of matchups appeared. Tokiyami and Tsuyu vs Kaminari, Shiro and Mineta. Yaoyorozu and Jiro vs Ishido and Sato. Iida and Uraraka vs Ojiro and Koda. And then, Midoriya squinted as his name appeared at the bottom. Midoriya, solo. Opponents, Bakugo and Todoroki. He choked on nothing. The class collectively leaned forward. No freaking way, Kaminari muttered. Midoriya solo. Against those two. That's intense, Iida said, eyes wide behind his glasses. Aizawa-sensei, is that fair? I concur, Yaoyorozu added. Their combined offensive potential is immense. Bakugo, however, grinned, a sharp, feral smile. About time, he said. I was getting bored. Todoroki just glanced at the screen. Expression calm but eyes faintly curious. Aizawa held up a hand. Calm down. This is not about fair, it's about pushing boundaries. Midoriya's combat style has changed recently. We want to evolve his ability to handle multiple high-level threats and theirs to adapt to a flexible, fast-reading opponent. Midoriya sunk a little into his seat. You mean, we want to see how you handle using your eyes against two of the strongest people in the room, he thought. Matches will take place this afternoon in Gamma Training Field, Aizawa said. Rules: incapacitation, restraint, or 10-minute time limit. If the time runs out and neither side is clearly victorious, the teachers will call it based on tactical performance. Everyone clear? A chorus of nods and scattered, yes, sir. Answered. Good. Until then, we'll continue with heroics theory. Groans answered that. Midoriya tried to focus on the lesson, but his pen kept drifting to the matchup list. Bakugo and Todoroki. Explosions and half-cold, half-hot. Aggression and calculated power. And him. He swallowed. This would be the first time he used the Sharingan in a full-blown class battle. By the time the afternoon sun slanted across Gamma Training Field, Midoriya's palms were already sweating inside his gloves. The field was a sprawling mess of mock buildings, stacked cargo containers, and open concrete areas. Pro-hero observers and teachers clustered around the control tower, watching the live feeds. Present Mike's excited commentary echoed faintly from the speakers, though Aizawa had clearly told him to keep it to a minimum. The rest of Class 1A sat behind reinforced glass in the viewing gallery, buzzing with energy. Next up, Present Mike said, voice dipped just below his usual decibel limit, we've got a spicy one, folks. Solo hero in training Midoriya Izuku versus the explosive duo, quite literally, of Bakugo Katsuki and Todoroki Shoto. Why are you narrating like it's a pay-per-view? Aizawa muttered next to him. Because it's fun. Present Mike answered, grinning. All Might stood on the other side of Aizawa, thin arms folded, eyes glued to the monitors. Midoriya stepped into his designated starting zone behind a cluster of half-collapsed concrete slabs. He bounced lightly on his toes, rolling his shoulders. Okay. Breathe. This isn't about winning at all costs. It's about testing the Sharingan in a controlled way. I can't overdo it. No Mangekyo, no, he stopped himself. That was ridiculous. He wasn't anywhere near that level. Right now, he only had a single tomo in each eye. That was enough of a problem. He exhaled slowly. His heart rate dropped a little. Across the field, in their starting zone, Bakugo and Todoroki stood side by side. Bakugo flexed his hands, tiny pops of sweat explosions cracking at his palms. His eyes were already locked on Midoriya's last known position, jaw clenched, excitement radiating off him. This is gonna be good, he muttered. Todoroki adjusted his jacket slightly, checking the terrain. We should coordinate, he said calmly. If we clash with each other's attacks, we'll waste energy. I know that, Bakugo snapped. I'm not an idiot. Todoroki glanced at him, unconvinced. The signal light above the field flashed from red to yellow. In the control room, Aizawa spoke into his mic. Remember, this is not a free-for-all. Use your heads. Bakugo, you are absolutely not allowed to blow up the entire field. TCH, Bakugo's voice crackled over the speakers. No promises. Bakugo, Aizawa repeated, a hint of warning in his tone. Fine, came the reluctant reply. Midoriya took one last breath. His fingers twitched, wanting to grip his notebook, even though he hadn't brought it onto the field. Red to yellow. Yellow to green. The buzzer blared. Begin. Midoriya did not activate One for All immediately. Instead, he sank low behind the slab and let his breathing steady. He closed his eyes for a heartbeat and opened them again. The world sharpened. The faint burning behind his eyes returned as his irises shifted from green to crimson, single tomo in each spinning once before stabilizing. Sharingan, on. Lines etched themselves into the air. Some TRACED possible routes he could take across the broken field. Others highlighted the most likely paths Bakugo and Todoroki would choose based on their known habits. Bakugo. Aggressive vector. High, direct arcs. Using explosions to propel himself. Likely to seek high ground early for dive bomb-style attacks. Todoroki. Mid to long range. Preference for creating distance with ice, controlling the battlefield. He'd probably build a wall first. Then fire barrages from behind cover. Midoriya's lips moved as he muttered under his breath. Bakugo will probably go vertical first. Todoroki will aim to control central lanes with ice. If I move Hair to narrow alley between two mock buildings, I can force them to crisscross paths. Make them react to each other as much as to me. He let One for All spark to life at 5%. Just in his legs. Green lightning flickered faintly around his boots as he dashed off. From the gallery, Kaminari leaned forward, nose nearly pressed to the glass. He's not going straight in, he said. That's new. Midoriya's always thinking, Uraraka replied softly, eyes shining. But now, he's thinking faster. Out on the field, Bakugo and Todoroki had split up. Todoroki raised his right hand. Icy steam curling from his palm. With a smooth sweep, he sent a massive wave of ice surging forward, crawling across the concrete, erecting frozen walls that carved the field into separate channels. Blocking his options, Todoroki muttered. If we cut down where he can move, we can predict where he'll appear. Bakugo blasted upward with a roar, palm explosions propelling him high above the field. From there, he could see most of the terrain, and search for a green-haired target. He spotted a blur ducking between two newly formed ice walls. There, he grinned. Deku thinks he's sneaky. He aimed a series of concussive blasts in Midoriya's general direction, not to hit, but to flush him out. The explosions crashed against the ground, sending up plumes of dust and debris. Inside that chaos, Midoriya moved along glowing lines only he could see. He wasn't running randomly. The Sharingan showed him how each explosion would expand, how shockwaves would travel. He stepped into the empty spaces between them, shoulders turning just so to let the concussive force slide past him with minimal impact. This is insane, he thought, even as he did it. I couldn't have done this before. I would have just dodged and hoped. Now I know where to go. Another explosion, closer this time. Bakugo was adjusting. Midoriya darted to the side, planting his foot against an ice wall. He kicked off. One for All flaring slightly to boost him. As he sailed through the air, he glanced up. Bakugo's body was a mesh of lines in his vision, arcing trajectories mapped by the Sharingan. Right now, he was following a standard pattern Midoriya knew well, a spiral descent, using blasts to correct and accelerate. The Sharingan didn't just predict where Bakugo could go. It highlighted where he would go. Based on countless little tells, muscle tension, gaze direction, even the angle of his shoulders. He's going to swing left, then dive with a full-force straight-line blast. Depressingly predictable, the analytical part of his brain noted. Midoriya's body moved before his thoughts caught up. He dashed along a glowing line, timing his run to intersect Bakugo's arc. From above, Bakugo grinned, smoke trailing from his hands. Caught you. He fired a powerful explosion behind him, rocketing forward. And found Midoriya already there, cutting into his path. Bakugo's eyes widened for a fraction of a second. What? Midoriya planted his foot, twisted his torso, and launched himself upward with a precise kick, using the shockwave of Bakugo's own explosion as a boost. For a heartbeat, their faces were inches apart. Midoriya's eyes, crimson and spinning, reflected in Bakugo's pupils. Bakugo's grin faltered. The hell? Midoriya twisted his body midair. He had watched Bakugo's aerial maneuvers dozens of times. He'd studied them, diagrammed them, replayed them in his head. Now, with the Sharingan, he could see exactly how Bakugo shifted his weight, how he angled his hands for maximum propulsion. Copying that motion with One for All instead of nitroglycerin sweat felt natural. He angled his right arm backward, fingers splayed. He didn't create an explosion, but he channeled a focused burst of One for All from his shoulder through his arm, forcing air backward violently. The result was a green-tinted shock burst that mimicked Bakugo's microblasts in function if not appearance. He jolted sideways in midair. following almost the exact arc Bakugo had used moments earlier to dodge a pro-hero's attack in a different battle. What? Bakugo shouted, stunned, his own path round off as Midoriya intersected him from an unexpected angle. Midoriya extended his leg as he spun, catching Bakugo in the side with a controlled, 10% powered kick. Bakugo went flying, carrying into an ice wall shoulder first with a grunt. He recovered quickly, flipping and blasting off the impact, but the initial surprise was undeniable. In the observation room, present Mike actually cackled. Did you see that replay? Midoriya just used Bakugo's own aerial drift technique, without having his quirk. All Might's eyes glowed with pride and worry. So the Sharingan can adapt others' movement styles to his own power. Aizawa's jaw tightened. And do it fast. That's dangerous. For our enemies. And for his sanity. Down below, Todoroki took advantage of the brief confusion. He raised his right hand again. Ice crystals forming around his fingers. Midoriya, he said softly, more to himself than anyone. How will you read this? He slammed his foot into the ground. A massive wave of ice erupted from beneath him, surging forward like a frozen tsunami. It wasn't aimed directly at Midoriya, but at the structures surrounding him, creating choke points, raising jagged spires, narrowing escape routes. Midoriya's Sharingan flared. More lines. Hundreds of them. Every path the ice could take branched like a fractal pattern in his vision. For a dizzying second, it was too much. He forced himself to zoom in. Not all lines matter. Only the ones that intersect me. He focused on the trajectories that overlapped with his current position. Those glowed brighter, the others dimming in the background. He dashed forward, then to the right, slipping through a gap an instant before a towering ice pillar slammed down where he'd been. He slid under another frozen ridge, feeling the cold brush his hair. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. He adjusted, sending a sudden horizontal sheet of ice across the ground, slick and treacherous. Midoriya's Sharingan caught it. He saw where his foot would slide if he stepped carelessly. Where he'd lose balance, where his ankle might twist. He changed his stride mid-step, placing his foot at a safer angle and using the slide intentionally, turning what would have been a slip into a controlled glide. He coasted along the ice, leaning into the motion. This is, actually fun, a tiny, startled voice in his head admitted. He veered around another ice pillar, and Todoroki finally caught a clear glimpse of his face. Crimson eyes spun, Tomo tracking his movements not with malice, but with intense, almost desperate focus. Todoroki's breath hitched. So it wasn't just rumors. Midoriya pushed off the ice with a burst of one for all, closing the distance between them faster than Todoroki anticipated. He swung his arm in a familiar pattern, one he'd cooked up during internships with Gran Torino, using the air resistance and OFA to redirect his momentum. But then he did something new. He copied one of Todoroki's own dodging maneuvers from their sports festival match, a sharp low slide combined with an upward pivot that set up a counterattack. He'd watched that move dozens of times on replay. The Sharingan now highlighted the exact points of weight transfer. Todoroki tried to adjust, raising his left hand for a blast of fire to create distance. Midoriya saw that too. He dove under the flame, feeling the heat lick his costume, and skidded to a stop just outside close quarters range. He didn't punch. Instead, he reached down and tapped the ice with his fingertips, channeling a quick, precise pulse of one for all into it. The ice cracked in a circular paw. TTERN, in the exact same spread radius he'd seen one of Todoroki's own controlled shatters create during training. Todoroki wobbled as the floor shifted under him. He caught himself instantly with a pillar of ice, sharp and fully engaged. "You're copying me," he said calmly, almost impressed. Midoriya panted slightly, Sharingan spinning. "Not your quirk," he said. "Just how you move. How you use it. Is there a difference?" Todoroki asked. Bakugo's voice cut through from above, where he'd regained altitude. "Stop chatting and fight, icy hot." More explosions rained down. The battle became a blur. Midoriya danced between Bakugo's dive bombs and Todoroki's ice walls, Sharingan tracking every motion. He used Bakugo's own aerial feints against him, baiting blasts and then redirecting them with redirected OFA bursts. He used Todoroki's ice ramps to launch himself into unexpected angles, turning the battlefield Todoroki tried to control into his own playground. From the gallery, classmates watched, eyes huge. He's fighting like all three of them, Jiro said quietly. His base style, plus bits of Bakugo and Todoroki's movements mixed in. It's like he downloaded their patch notes, Kaminari whispered. I didn't know he could do that. He's always watched and analyzed, Yaoyorozu said. Now his body can follow his brain. The time ticked down. 5 minutes. 6. 7. Despite the intense back and forth, no one had landed a decisive blow. Bakugo was covered in scuffs and had a bruised rib from a surprise counter. Todoroki's uniform was ripped at the sleeve and smudged with soot from Bakugo's stray blasts. Midoriya's costume was torn at the knee, and he had a shallow cut on his cheek from a flying ice shard, but he was still moving, Sharingan glowing steadily. Finally, Aizawa's voice came over the speakers. Time. A loud buzzer echoed across the field. Bakugo skidded to a frustrated stop mid-arc, teeth gritted. Todoroki lowered his hands, steam curling off his left side. Midoriya dropped his stance, panting. The match is over, Aizawa said. No clear incapacitation or restraint from either side. However, he paused. In terms of tactical adaptation, prediction, and equalization against a numerically superior force, Midoriya earns a narrow edge. The result is called a stalemate in his favor. The gallery erupted in chatter. Midoriya blinked. Stalemate, in his favor. Bakugo landed roughly. Fists clenched so tight his knuckles creaked. You've gotta be kidding me. Todoroki tilted his head, considering. It was closer than I expected. Midoriya's Sharingan flickered off as he let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. The crimson faded, his eyes returning to their usual green. A dull ache throbbed behind them, but nothing like the earlier overloads. He bowed slightly toward his opponents. That was a really good fight, he said, voice still breathy. Bakugo stalked toward him. For a second, Midoriya braced for a shouted rant. Instead, Bakugo stopped just short. Eyes narrowed. What did you do? He said quietly. Up there. In the air. Midoriya swallowed. I saw your movements. And I used one for all to copy the way you moved. Not the explosions. Just the trajectories. The angles. Bakugo stared at him. You moved like me, he said. There was no humor in his voice. You used your stupid green light to do what I do. The way I do it. Midoriya flinched. Kachan. Bakugo's jaw flexed. Then, slowly, his lips curled into a dangerous grin. Good, he said. Midoriya blinked. You think I'm gonna let you outdo me with my own moves? Bakugo snorted. Hell no. If you're gonna copy me, I'll just get so far ahead you can't keep up. He jabbed a finger into Midoriya's chest. You're not getting ahead of me, Deku. Eyes are no eyes. He stomped away before Midoriya could respond. Todoroki stepped up next, expression unreadable. Your new power is impressive, he said. And unsettling. Sorry, Midoriya said automatically. I didn't mean to. I didn't say it was bad, Todoroki interrupted. Just that it forces us to get better, too. If you can read our habits and copy our movement, we'll have to become less linear. A faint, almost amused smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. Thank you for the push, he added, then turned away. Midoriya stood there for a moment, stunned. We have a weird class, he muttered to himself. From the viewing room, All Might watched him with a mix of pride and concern. He's starting to use the Sharingan consciously in battle, he said. And not breaking himself as much. Good progress. He also just scared 2 of our top students into leveling up, Aizawa replied dryly. Which is useful. But we have to keep an eye on his mental load. You saw the readings, Toshinori. His brain was burning calories like crazy during that match. All Might nodded, eyes serious. We'll adjust his training. Give him rest days. I'll talk to him tonight. The talk that night didn't happen on the roof. It happened in something even more stressful, real patrol. As part of their work-study progression, Class 1A students had begun rotating through supervised patrols with pro heroes again. That evening, it was Midoriya's turn to accompany All Might, strictly as Yagi Toshinori, retired hero and instructor, and a mid-level pro called Sonic Shield. Sonic Shield's costume was sleek and blue, with a visor that wrapped around his ears. His quirk produced concussive sound barriers, perfect for crowd control and defense. Nice to finally meet you properly, he said, shaking Midoriya's hand as they walked through a quieter part of the city. I heard about what you did with that predictive movement villain. Good work, kid. Thank you, Midoriya said, bowing slightly. I didn't do it alone, we had. Toshinori chuckled. He's always like this, he told Sonic Shield. Humility for days. Just accept the thanks, young Midoriya. Midoriya flushed. Alright. The patrol was calm for the first hour. They walked, observed, occasionally helped an old lady cross the street or directed someone to a train station. Sonic Shield chatted amiably with Toshinori about the difficulty of transitioning from active heroics to teaching. Midoriya listened more than he spoke, taking mental notes. He let his eyes remain normal green, saving his Sharingan stamina. Then the call came over Sonic Shield's earpiece. Disturbance at Harumi Shopping Arcade, a dispatcher's voice crackled. Minor villain with a sound-based offensive quirk. Property damage, no serious injuries reported yet. Pro heroes requested for suppression and evacuation control. Sonic Shield's expression sharpened. Copy that. Sonic Shield responding. ETA 3 minutes. I have Professor Yagi and a UA student with me, Midoriya Izuku. Affirmative. Proceed with caution. They ran. Midoriya felt his heart kick up as they raced through backstreets. Sound-based quirk. Property damage. Civilians. He glanced at Toshinori. The older man couldn't transform anymore, but his posture straightened, eyes alert. Even without his muscle form, he radiated a kind of calm urgency. They arrived at the arcade entrance to find chaos in motion. Glass storefronts were cracked or shattered. People huddled behind overturned vendor carts, hands over their ears. The air thrummed with lingering vibrations, like being too close to a concert speaker. At the center of it all, near a fountain, stood a man in a jagged black and yellow jacket, hair spiked upward as if charged with static. He clapped his hands together. A.V. Iceable ripple of compressed air and sound burst outward, slamming into a row of vending machines and knocking them over with a crash. Back off, the villain yelled. No one comes closer, or I crank it up. Sonic Shield grimaced. Great. Copycat type. His quirk's called Sonic Clap. Produces focused sound shockwaves. He's amped it up beyond legal usage. Are there still civilians in the blast radius? Toshinori asked. Yield said. We'll handle evacuation. Midoriya, stay low and don't engage unless you have to. This kind of quirk can cause serious inner ear damage. Midoriya nodded, but his fists clenched. People were still too close. A little girl clutched her mother near a toy store, both of them trembling. A shop owner tried to shield a display of fragile items with his body. A delivery driver covered his ears, dazed. Crouched behind his fallen cart. The villain, Sonic Clap, took a breath, hands spreading. He's going to do a bigger blast, Midoriya realized. That ripple wasn't his full output. The Sharingan pulsed faintly in his memory. Without fully thinking it through, Midoriya closed his eyes for a second and opened them again. Crimson returned. The world sharpened. The sound waves from the previous clap still echoed in the air in his vision, not literally, but as fading lines of pressure. More importantly, he saw the villain's shoulders, the way his palms angled, the subtle tension in his diaphragm. His Sharingan traced ghostly outlines of the next shockwave's cone of effect. Midoriya's breath caught. If he claps like that, the wave will travel along there. He watched the Lin's intersect with the cluster of civilians still crouched behind a kiosk. They'll be exposed. They'll take the full hit. He couldn't let that happen. Professor, he shouted. He's about to. Shield up. Sonic Shield barked, slamming his hands together. A translucent barrier of rippling air formed in front of a group of civilians as Sonic Clap clapped again. The villain's shockwave blasted outward, slamming into Sonic Shield's barrier. The sound echoed through the arcade, glass vibrating, but behind the shield, people were protected. Others weren't. Midoriya's Sharingan flared, showing him the path of the wave that curved around the edge of Sonic Shield's barrier. Stands rattled. A stack of boxes toppled. A kid lost his footing and slid toward the open, closer to Sonic Clap. Midoriya moved 10%, just to get there in time. Green lightning flared around his legs as he dashed, scooping up the kid and pivoting behind a stone pillar. The shockwave grazed the pillar, cracking it, but the boy stayed shielded. Thank you. The child gasped. It's okay, Midoriya said, voice shaking but firm. Stay behind cover. Sonic Clap snarled. You heroes are so annoying. Just let me make my point. What point? Sonic Shield shouted back. You're endangering civilians. They don't listen to peaceful protests. The villain yelled. You gotta shake things up so they. He cut himself off mid-rant, jaw clenching. Midoriya's eyes, dropped low to avoid direct focus, traced the position of his hands, the way he rolled his shoulders. He's going for a directional blast. Narrower. Stronger. Midoriya's Sharingan predicted the cone. It pointed straight at Sonic Shield, who had dropped his barrier to relocate others. If that hits him full force, he'll be temporarily out. Then no one will be able to shield the rest. Midoriya's brain made a leap. He watched Sonic clap's stance, the angle of his palms, the timing of his claps. The Sharingan broke it down into pure data, how much his wrists rotated. How his fingers curled to shape the air. In his mind, he saw a ghostly overlay, an afterimage of the shockwave's formation. He didn't just understand the result. For a terrifying moment, he understood the technique. No, that's his quirk. I can't. Another part of him, the part that had copied Bakugo's aerial drift and Todoroki's ice shatters, spoke up sharply. You're not copying his genes. You're copying how he uses sound and air. You have your own energy source. One for all. You can shape OFA output to mimic the vibration pattern. But is that right? Is it okay too? Sonic Clap's hands came together. The lines flared. The cone of damage shot forward in his vision. He didn't have time to argue with himself. Midoriya drew in a breath, planting his feet. He raised his own hands, fingers splayed, not to clap, but to slam his palms forward. One for all, he whispered. He imagined the vibration pattern he'd just seen. The way the villain's shockwave had spread. The compression, then release. He told One for All not to just strengthen his muscles, but to oscillate the air in front of his palms in the same way. His Sharingan tracked the invisible frequency. Full cowling focus, Sonic, push. He thrust his hands forward. The green electricity around his arms flared, then condensed. Air crashed outward in a focused, rippling wave, not as strong as Sonic Clap's, but tuned to the same rough frequency. Sonic Clap laughed. You can't outdo my. The two waves collided. For a heartbeat, the arcade was filled with a horrible, shuddering buzz as overlapping frequencies clashed. Then, unbelievably, Midoriya's smaller wave disrupted Sonic Clap's larger one, fracturing it, scattering its energy in less concentrated patterns. The blast that reached Sonic Shield was greatly diminished, more of a harsh shove than a bone-rattling slam. Sonic Shield staggered, but stayed upright. He stared at Midoriya, eyes wide. Did you just? Midoriya's arms trembled, palms stinging. The thrill of having pulled that off battled with a cold, creeping guilt. You just used a villain's technique. Sonic Clap was staring too. His pupils were dilated. No way, he whispered. That's my move. Without my quirk. How did you? He looked shaken. Angry. You thieving hero brat. He roared. You think you can just steal my power and use it against me? Midoriya flinched. Sonic Shield seized the opening. No more talking, he snapped. Slamming his hands together. A massive barrier sprang up, this time enclosing Sonic Clap alone. The villain's next clap reverberated uselessly inside the bubble, shaking the tiles but going nowhere. Within seconds, law enforcement support arrived to assist with restraint and arrest. Midoriya stood there, breathing hard, staring at his own hands. He could still feel the pattern in them, the way he'd shaped the air, the ghost of a frequency that didn't belong to him. Toshinori stepped up beside him, visible in the corner of his eye. Are you hurt? All Might asked quietly. No, Midoriya said. My hands just tingle. Sonic Shield jogged over. That was some move, kid, he said. You neutralized his blast by phase interfering it. I didn't know you had a sound-based quirk aspect. I don't, Midoriya said weakly. Sonic Shield blinked. Then how did you? Toshinori cut in smoothly. Young Midoriya has a very adaptive fighting style, he said. We'll debrief back at UA. For now, you should handle the handover. Sonic Shield frowned, but nodded and went to report to the police. Midoriya stared at the cracked tiles. I copied him, he said softly. Not just his movement, his technique. All Might, is that okay? Toshinori's eyes were serious. He put a hand on Midoriya's shoulder and guided him toward a quieter corner. Let's talk, he said. E-sun had fully set by the time they returned to UA. In a small faculty room, under warm fluorescent lights, Midoriya sat across from All Might and Aizawa. A cup of tea cooled in front of him, untouched. He told them everything. The way the Sharingan had shown him Sonic Clap's technique in layered detail. How he'd understood not only the impact of the quirk, but the timing, the posture, the compression. How he'd used One for All's energy to mimic the effect, creating a Sonic-like wave to interfere. And when he called me a thieving hero brat, Midoriya finished, voice small, I realized, from his perspective, that's exactly what I did. I stole his move. Toshinori steepled his fingers, contemplating. Aizawa leaned back in his chair, expression tight. This is what I was afraid of, he muttered. The Sharingan isn't just a combat enhancer. It's a Kawasa sonic wave. Tomorrow, it could be a knife trajectory or a bone-breaking strike meant to maim. Midoriya's stomach twisted. I would never. I know, Aizawa cut in quickly. I know you. That's not who you are. But the power doesn't care who you are. It just shows you things. Tempts you with efficiency. Silence settled for a moment. Toshinori broke it. Is it wrong to use a villain's technique to save lives? He asked quietly. Midoriya blinked. I don't know. Let's dissect it, All Might continued. Today, you saw that Sun IC Clap was about to hit Sonic Shield full force. You recognized that without intervention, the barrier hero would be injured and the civilians behind him exposed. You had seconds. Less, perhaps. He gestured with his hand. You had 3 options. 1. Do nothing, hoping Sonic Shield could withstand it. Risky. 2. Try to physically tackle Sonic Clap before he clapped. Unlikely, distance was too great. 3. Use the only tool you had in that instant that could meaningfully disrupt the wave. He held Midoriya's gaze. You used that tool, he said. You shaped One for All in a way inspired by the villain's quirk to minimize harm. You didn't copy his ideology. You didn't copy his intent. You copied his technique and repurposed it to save people. Midoriya swallowed. But it still feels like crossing a line. Using villain origin moves. If people saw that and knew it came from him, they might. They might judge you, Aizawa said flatly. Brand you as dangerous, or untrustworthy. The Co-M mission might push for you to be studied. Or weaponized. Or monitored more closely. He rubbed his eyes. Which is why this stays between us in a very small circle. Again, that's not an answer to whether it's right, Midoriya said. Voice shaking slightly. Only whether it's politically safe. Toshinori sighed. Power is neutral, he said. A quirk doesn't know right or wrong. A punch doesn't know justice from cruelty. It's the user who chooses. He leaned forward. Think of Gran Torino's technique, he said. His reckless, bouncy movement. In the wrong hands, that style could be used to tear people apart. In his, and in yours. It was used to subdue villains and save victims. He gestured toward Midoriya's notebook peeking from his bag. You've studied All for One, he said softly. Why? Oh, you know he stockpiled quirks and used them to hurt people. One for All was created to oppose him. It carries remnants of others' power, but it's wielded by you now. Does that make you evil? Midoriya shook his head immediately. No. Exactly, All Might said. Taking something born in darkness and using it to protect others, that's what heroes do, in a sense. But, his voice grew more serious. We cannot ignore the moral weight. He said. Just because you can copy villain techniques doesn't mean you should, casually. You must ask yourself, every time, is this necessary? Is there another way? Am I using this in a way that aligns with who I want to be? Aizawa nodded. And we need rules, he added. Guidelines, at least, until you're older and more experienced. My suggestions. 1. Not copy lethal or overtly cruel techniques, no matter how effective. If a villain uses a move designed to maim, you let it stay theirs. 2. Utility or defensive techniques that can clearly be or posed to save lives, like what you did today, are conditionally acceptable in emergencies. Not in training. Not to show off. Not to win points. He held up a third finger. 3. You always debrief with us afterward. No secret experiments. No quietly learning how to reproduce something questionable on your own. Midoriya nodded slowly, absorbing each rule like a punch to the chest. They made sense. Boundaries. Fences to keep the power from running wild. Okay, he said. I can do that. I want that. I don't want to become someone who just steals everything I see, without thinking. He hesitated. Is this what you meant? Aizawa-sensei, he asked softly, when you said the Sharingan could tempt me to stop thinking. Aizawa's gaze softened just a fraction. Yes, he said. If the path of least resistance is just copy. Then you might stop innovating. Stop empathizing. Start seeing opponents as nothing but bundles of useful data. He leaned forward. I don't want that for you, he said. I want you to stay, ridiculously earnest. Stupidly caring. Annoyingly self-sacrificing. Midoriya laughed weakly. That's you, problem child, Aizawa added. The eyes don't get to rewrite that. Toshinori smiled. And for what it's worth, he said, if I'd had a power like yours back in my prime, something that let me understand villains' techniques and turn them against them, I would have used it. Very carefully. Very selectively. But I would have. Midoriya's chest warmed. So, you're not disappointed in me? He asked. Disappointed. Toshinori blinked. Young Midoriya, you took a dangerous situation. Read it in less than a second, and chose the option that minimized harm. You didn't enjoy copying the villain. You're sitting here agonizing over whether it was ethical. He spread his hands. That tells me your heart is still exactly where it should be. Midoriya's eyes prickled. Thank you, he whispered. Aizawa stood, stretching. All right. Emotional support session over, he said. We'll review the patrol footage tomorrow. For now, go back to the dorms. Rest your eyes. Literally. Midoriya nodded and rose to leave. Just before he reached the door, Toshinori spoke again. Oh, and young Midoriya. He turned. Yes. Toshinori's eyes twinkled just a bit. If you're going to keep copying techniques, consider copying a few nice ones from your classmates too. Preferably ones that don't involve explosions to the face. Quote. Midoriya smiled, a genuine, small smile. I will, he said. Good night, All Might. Aizawa-sensei. He left. Later that night, back in his dorm room, Midoriya sat at his desk with his notebook again. He flipped to a new page. At the top, he wrote. Sharingan copy log. Underneath, he listed. 1. Bakugo, aerial drift, explosion propulsion pattern right pointing arrow OFA burst replica. Use. Mobility, evasion. Approved. 2. 1. Todoroki, ice shatter footwork, weight transfer timing. Use. Terrain manipulation, stability. Approved. 2. He hesitated, then added. 1. Sonic clap, sun. IC push, frequency phase interference via OFA. Use. Neutralizing sound-based shockwaves to protect civilians. Conditions. Emergency use only. Requires debrief with All Might. Aizawa. Emotionally heavy. 2. He underlined, emergency use only, twice. Then, at the bottom of the page, he wrote. Guiding question. Does using this move help me save others in a way that aligns with the hero I want to be? He stared at the sentence for a long time. Then he closed the notebook, stood, and moved to the mirror above his dresser. He met his own gaze. Slowly, he activated the Sharingan. Crimson eyes stared back at him. Tomo spinning once before settling. They looked intense, a little frightening, a little sad, but inside them, he saw something else too. Determination. I'm Midoriya Izuku, he whispered to his reflection. I'm the 9th user of One for All. I've awakened the Sharingan. I can see too much. I can copy too much. He swallowed. But I'll decide what's worth copying. He blinked the Sharingan off, letting his eyes return to green. Outside, the city lights flickered like scattered stars. Somewhere out there, people slept not knowing a boy at UA was wrestling with cursed eyes and inherited power. Somewhere else, someone was already uploading shaky footage from Harumi Shopping Arcade, where a green-lit student had thrown a wave of sound that looked eerily like the villains. Tomorrow. The phrase, Crimson Eye, show up on a forum thread. For tonight, Midoriya lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling, tired but strangely at peace. The tactician edge he'd gained from the Sharingan came with sharp, dangerous sides. But he wasn't holding it alone. He had teachers, friends, and his own stubborn heart. He'd make it into a tool for justice. No matter how many Tomo spun in his eyes. The first time Izuku saw the words Crimson-Eyed Copy Hero was on Kaminari's phone. Dude, you're trending. It was lunch break. The cafeteria buzzed as usual, clattering trays, laughter, the faint smell of curry and miso. Izuku was halfway through a bowl of rice when Kaminari slid onto the bench in front of him, holding his phone like a trophy. On the screen, a shaky video from Harumi Shopping Arcade. A green-tinted blast clashed with a villain's shockwave, creating a tearing ripple in the air. The thumbnail had been freeze-framed on Izuku's silhouette, green lightning crackling, a faint crimson gleam where his eyes should be. The title below screamed in bold letters. Ooh, a student copies villain's move. Crimson-eyed copy hero stops Sonic clap. Izuku almost dropped his chopsticks. Oh no. Oh yes, Kaminari corrected. Grinning. Look at these comments. Who is this guy? New a prodigy. Those eyes though. He flicked the screen, scrolling. Jiro leaned over from the next bench. Let me see. She squinted. The resolution is awful. You can barely see his eyes. Yeah, but that's not stopping people from freaking out, Kaminari said. Look, someone did a zoom in and circled your face and wrote. Is this the red-eyed kid from that other video? Across the table, Kirishima whistled. Bro, you're becoming a mysterious internet legend. Izuku's stomach twisted. That's bad. Uraraka sat down beside him. Tray in hand. What's bad? She asked, then saw his face. Midoriya-kun. Kaminari tilted the phone toward her. Our boy Deku's famous. She watched the clip, then the replay where his green wave disrupted Sonic Clap's attack. That's really cool, she said honestly. You saved so many people. Scroll down, Jiro murmured, frowning. Kaminari did. Comment after comment flew by. He copied the villain's technique. Is that safe? Those red eyes give me bad vibes NGL. Is this another all-for-one situation? A copying quirk. Ua is playing with fire again. Izuku's insides sank. It's already on a hero gossip forum too, Siro added, holding up his own phone. They're calling you, crimson-eyed copy hero, and red-eyed Ua kid. Mineta gulped. Those are like villain epithets. You gotta admit. Iida adjusted his glasses sharply. We should not jump to conclusions based on anonymous online speculation. However, he glanced at Izuku, face softening. This may create complications. Izuku stared at the screen in Kaminari's hand. The video looped again, his own silhouette, green lightning and red eyes blurred, clashing waves. He could almost hear Sonic CL. App's voice again. You thieving hero brat. You think you can just steal my power and use it against me? His appetite evaporated. This is my fault, he muttered. Uraraka's head whipped toward him. How is this your fault? You didn't film it. You were saving people. I used his technique, Izuku said quietly. Even if I used one for all, the idea came from watching him. If you hadn't, Iida cut in firmly. Sonic's shield might have been seriously injured, and those civilians behind him would have suffered the full force of that blast. He set his chopsticks down. You made a quick decision based on your abilities and your desire to protect others. That is heroism, Midoriya-kun. The fact that some people misunderstand does not erase that. But they're scared, Izuku said. Of my eyes. Of what they think I did. It's like, all for one. Copying powers. Stealing. Kirishima rested an elbow on the table. I mean, your eyes are kind of scary cool, he admitted. But, like, in a manly way. That's not helping, Jiro said, though she smiled faintly. Bakugo dropped his tray onto the table with a loud thunk, making everyone jump. He plopped down opposite Izuku, scowl firmly in place. Quit whining, nerd, he snapped. Izuku flinched. Kachan. People talk trash online all the time, Bakugo said. If you're gonna freak out over every comment, you'll never make it as a hero. Izuku opened his mouth, then shut it. I know. But nothing, Bakugo cut him off. You used what you had to win. That's what heroes do. If some extra thinks your eyes are creepy from their couch, who cares? He stabbed a piece of meat with his chopsticks. If they're so scared, they can go punch a villain themselves. Oh wait, they can't. It was probably the closest thing to comfort Bakugo was capable of offering. Still, it helped. A little. Uraraka reached under the table and briefly squeezed Izuku's hand. We know you, she said. We've seen what you're like. That matters more than what strangers think. Izuku took a shaky breath and nodded. Right, he said. Right. I'll talk to Aizawa-sensei and All Might after class. They probably already know. They definitely already know, Kaminari muttered. Refreshing the feed. This thing's everywhere. They knew. In fact, they'd known before Izuku even sat down. In the staff lounge, a muted TV played the same arcade footage. Below it, a news ticker crawled. UA student displays mysterious eye power, Hero Commission requests clarification. Nezu sat at the table with a cup of tea, paws neatly folded. His small smile didn't quite reach his eyes. This has escalated quickly, he observed. All Might, in thin form, frowned at the screen. We expected some attention after the first incident, he said. But the combinati on of the new footage and the copy angle is troublesome. Aizawa leaned against the wall, capture weapon hanging. People hear, copying quirk, and immediately think, all for one, he said flatly. And they see eyes that change color. And they think of old tales about cursed sight. Present Mike sprawled on a couch, watching the news with a furrowed brow. They've already slapped a nickname on the kid, huh? Crimson-eyed copy hero. Could be worse. They once called me, noisy nuisance, in a tabloid. This isn't about branding, Aizawa muttered. A chime sounded from Nezu's laptop. He glanced at the screen. Ah, he said. The Hero Public Safety Commission would like a word. The conference room they used for the call felt heavier than usual. A large monitor flickered to life, showing the stern face of a Hero Commission representative, a woman with short, sleek hair, sharp eyes, and a blazer that screamed, bureaucratic authority. Her hero name popped up briefly in a corner, Regulus chair. Principal Nezu. Eraserhead. All Might, she greeted curtly. I'll get straight to the point. We assumed you would, Nezu said politely, sipping his tea. There are now 2 widely circulated videos, Regulus said, in which a UA student appears to manifest an unknown ocular quirk. In one, he takes down a high-level predictive movement villain. In the other, he replicates a sonic shockwave P. It turns similar to the villain he's confronting. Her eyes narrowed. The public is curious. Some are impressed. Others are afraid. The phrase, crimson-eyed copy hero, is already circulating. We cannot ignore this. We don't intend to. Nezu replied. Midoriya Izuku is under our supervision. We are conducting internal evaluations. Internal evaluations are not enough, Regulus said. Forgive my bluntness, Principal. But UA's track record with dangerous, high-profile students is complicated. With all for the recent war, we cannot risk another public trust crisis. All Might stiffened slightly. What exactly are you asking? He said. A controlled demonstration, Regulus replied. We'd like to observe this student's abilities in a monitored environment. No copying of villain moves, just me. Asserment of his ocular quirk's capabilities. Aizawa's jaw clenched. You want to test a teenager like a lab rat in front of the commission. Regulus's expression didn't change. We want transparency. The public will find it reassuring to hear that the commission has evaluated this power and found it manageable. Unless, she added delicately, there's something you'd like to disclose now that would change that assessment. We are still exploring the nature of his ability, Nezu said smoothly before Aizawa could reply. However, a demonstration can be arranged, under UA's terms. It will involve our faculty. And we will limit what is shown publicly. Regulus inclined her head slightly. That is acceptable. We will send a small delegation tomorrow. You may invite select media for a tightly controlled, skills showcase. That will give us both data and a positive narrative. She looked straight at All Might. And it will reassure the world that your successor is not the second coming of All for One. All Might's eyes hardened. He is nothing like All for One, he said quietly. For all our sakes, Regulus replied, let's make sure everyone sees that. The call ended. Silence lingered for a few beats. Then Aizawa exhaled slowly. They're going to poke and prod until they feel safe, he said. Or until they decide he's a threat. Nezu smiled tightly. That is why we must guide the narrative, he said. Allow them just enough to be satisfied, without handing them our student's soul on a platter. All Might looked at the dark screen, worry etched into every line of his thin face. Quote, Midoriya doesn't respond well to pressure when people's lives are on the line, he murmured. He pushes himself too hard. If we put him in front of cameras and commission agents, he'll push even harder, Aizawa finished. Nezu's eyes glinted. Then we prepare him. I have to do what? Izuku's voice cracked in the staff room later that afternoon. Aizawa crossed his arms. A controlled demonstration, he repeated. Tomorrow. Commission reps and some carefully vetted journalists will watch you perform simple exercises with your eyes. No villain copying. No combat with actual opponents. Just dodging drones, predicting trajectories. That sort of thing. Izuku's heart pounded. On camera. On many cameras, All Might said, wincing apologetically. But we'll be there. Aizawa, myself, other teachers. You won't be alone. And this is optional. Izuku asked hopefully. Nezu smiled kindly. Technically, yes. But practically, declining would only feed the worst theories. Cooperation, on our terms, gives us some control. Izuku swallowed. So, if I refuse, they'll think I'm hiding something. If I agree, they'll put me under a microscope. Welcome to being a potential symbol, Aizawa said dryly. All Might stepped closer, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Young Midoriya, he said softly, I won't pretend this is fair. It isn't. You didn't ask for any of this. But, I believe in you. Why? Oh, you can show them what you showed me, the boy who wants to use his power to save, not to dominate. Izuku looked down, fingers curling into his uniform pants. I'll do it, he said quietly. But I'll need to control the Sharingan carefully. If I overdo it with one for all, I could. We're limiting you, Aizawa said. No more than 5%. No combining with higher levels. And if your head starts pounding, you stop. Even if the commission wants one more test. Got it? Izuku nodded. Got it. Good, Aizawa said. We'll run a rehearsal tonight in Gamma Field. Get you used to moving under observation. Izuku took a deep breath. Okay, he said. Let's do it. The next day, UA's Gamma training field didn't look like a battlefield. It looked like a stage. Rows of seats had been erected. On one side for commission members and journalists. Cameras perched like metal birds on every railing. Giant screens showed multiview feeds from inside the arena. Students of Class 1A watched from behind a thick glass partition above. Buzzing with a mixture of pride and anxiety. This feels like a sports festival mini-episode, Mina whispered. But with more suits and fewer cheerleaders. Those commission people look intense. Shiro said, eyeing a cluster of officials with clipped hair and stoic faces. Midoriya's going to be fine, Iida insisted, mostly to himself. He's trained. He has teachers watching. And us. Uraraka pressed her hands to the glass, eyes glued to Izuku's small figure in the center of the arena below. He wore his hero costume, mask pushed up. He looked very small calm. Paired to the huge empty field and the gaze of dozens of adults. Bakugo, arms folded, scowled down. He better not freeze up, he muttered. If they decide he's unstable, they'll try to cage him. Todoroki glanced at him. You sound almost concerned. Shut up, Bakugo said automatically, ears slightly pink. Down in the arena, Izuku adjusted his gloves, trying not to stare at the cameras. The Sharingan itched behind his normal green eyes, like a muscle that knew it was about to be used. Aizawa and All Might stood at the entrance to the field, near a control console. Nezu sat with Regulus and other commission reps in the front row. His smile polite. Regulus tapped a pen against her clipboard. Remember, she said into her mic, voice echoing slightly over the PA, this is a skills assessment, not a show. We are not here to cheer. We are here to evaluate risk. Of course, Nezu said pleasantly. Still, I believe you'll be pleasantly surprised. All Might stepped up to the announcer mic beside Present Mike, who had been strictly instructed to keep things low-key. Ladies and gentlemen, All Might said, voice gentle but firm, today we'll be showing you a brief overview of Midoriya Izuku's visual quirk, the Sharingan. As we've taken to calling it, and how it functions in tandem with his inherited power. He glanced at Izuku, eyes full of encouragement. He is still a student. Still learning. Please keep that in mind as you watch. Regulus's gaze flicked to Izuku, measuring. Begin with something simple, she said. Static targets. Aizawa nodded to the support staff. Small drones rose from floor panels, hovering in a circle around Izuku. Each projected a holographic bullseye onto the arena walls. Midoriya, Aizawa called through his mic, activate your ocular quirk. No one for all yet. Tell us when it's on. Izuku exhaled slowly. He closed his eyes. focused on that now familiar pressure behind them. When he opened them again, the world sharpened. Crimson flooded his irises, single Tomo spun. It's active, he said, voice steady. From the viewing glass, gasps rippled through Class 1A. Whoa, Kaminari breathed. Even from here those eyes are kind of insane. So cool, Mina whispered, then, catching herself, added, I mean, totally not intimidating at all, nope. In the commission row, a few officials tensed. Regulus merely watched, expression unreadable. On the big screens, the cameras zoomed in on Izuku's face. There it is, someone whispered in the press row. The crimson eyes. Aizawa's voice came again. We'll move the drones. Call out their new positions before they get there. The drones began to drift, slowly at first, then faster. Izuku's Sharingan tracked them, glowing faintly. The lines of their potential paths etched themselves into his vision. Top left, 20 degrees up. 10 meters, he called. Eaters down. Center, staying level, moving closer. He matched them, beat by beat. Regulus scribbled notes. Enhanced perception confirmed, she murmured to an aide. Predictive tracking, similar to some known ocular quirks. Let's ramp it up, Aizawa said. The drones shot outward, more erratic now, weaving and darting. Holographic projectiles fired from them, harmless light bolts. But tracked by sensors. Dodge, Aizawa instructed. No one for all yet. Just your eyes and your base movement. The bolts fired. Izuku moved. From the outside, it looked like a dance. He stepped, turned, ducked, leaning just enough to let the bolts pass within centimeters. The Sharingan turned what should have been overwhelming into a series of geometries, angles of approach, arcs of fire. His heart pounded, but his breathing stayed even. From the viewing gallery, Sato let out a low whistle. He's reading them like textbooks. This is him without OFA, Jiro muttered. Yikes. Present mic, for once subdued, spoke softly into his own mic. We are seeing a clear demonstration of Midoriya's eye-based quirk. No explosions, no villain copying. Just clean predictive movement. Regulus raised a hand. Now with his other power, she said. 5%, as agreed. We need to see the combined effect. Izuku heard that through the speakers and swallowed. He et one for all hum to life at 5%, keeping it mostly in his legs. The world became sharper still, edges glowing with the energy moving through his muscles. The Sharingan saw not only the drones' paths now, but his own body's micro-movements, the way OFA altered his balance. The next volley came. He moved faster, smoother, weaving through the bolts with almost inhuman grace. Sensors pinged. The monitors in the control booth lit up with data. Reaction time, incredible, power loader muttered, watching. Brain activity elevated but not critical yet. He's adapting. Regulus leaned forward. Impressive, she said. But so was Lady Nagant before she turned. Raw power and precision don't guarantee alignment with the law. Nezu's smile didn't waver, but his eyes turned slightly flinty. In Midoriya's case, he said calmly. His alignment is quite clear. But I understand your caution. They ran a few more drills, throwing chalk with pinpoint accuracy, calling out movements before they happened. Deflecting rubber balls with minimal touches. Izuku felt the familiar dull ache building behind his eyes, but he could still handle it. He'd trained for this. The rules he and Aizawa had agreed on echoed in his head. Don't push the combo too long. Don't overload. Don't show anything that might scare them more. Then Regulus said, one last test. Something closer to a real scenario. Izuku tensed. We have loaded some combat routines into the drones, she continued. Simulated projectile attacks from multiple angles. No lethal force, of course. We want to see how Midoriya reacts under slightly higher pressure. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. He's already been under pressure, he said. We appreciate that, Regulus replied smoothly. But the footage that caused concern was from a real confrontation. If we end today with nothing but target practice, the public may not be convinced. Nezu glanced at Izuku. We can stop here if you are at your limit, he said gently. Izuku hesitated. His head hurt, but he could still think clearly. His lungs were working fine. His legs felt strong. This might be his only chance to convince the commission he wasn't a ticking time bomb. I can do one more, he said. I'll stop if it gets to be too much. I promise. Aizawa didn't like it. It showed in the tightness around his eyes. Fine, he said at last. But the moment you feel dizzy, you yell, "Stop. I don't care what they want." Izuku nodded. The drones hummed, rearranging themselves into a loose sphere around him. A countdown appeared on a hollow screen. 3, 2, 1. They attacked. Bolts of hard light shot from every angle. Faster than before, some curving mid-flight. The Sharingan lit up, Tomo spinning wildly as lines crisscrossed his vision. He moved, OFA in his legs, dodging and parrying with open palms. A bolt grazed his sleeve, he twisted, letting the energy skim off rather than hitting full on. The pain behind his eyes spiked. Too many trajectories. Too fast. The drones weren't simulating random mooks, they were simulating coordinated villain squads with adapted patterns. His heart hammered. Not now. Not yet. Just a little more. Up in the gallery, Uraraka leaned forward, worried. He's pushing it. Ida's jaw tightened. His posture is slipping. He's favoring his left side. Bakugo stared, hands clenched. He's not gonna quit, he muttered. Idiot. On the floor, Izuku gritted his teeth. The Sharingan's lines started to stutter, doubling, tripling, like a buffering video. His head throbbed like someone pounding on the inside of his skull. Stop, a rational part of him urged. Keep going. Another voice, this one full of fear and duty, pushed. If you stop now, they'll think you can't be trusted. That you'll panic in real fights. That you're unstable. A bolt slipped through his guard. He twisted at the last second, letting it hit his arm instead of his chest. The impact stung, sensors recording a minor injury. Midoriya, Aizawa's voice crackled. That's enough. Stop. Izuku opened his mouth to say okay. And then everything went wrong. A drone in the upper ring glitch flickered. Instead of firing a light bolt, it suddenly powered up a much larger blast, far stronger than programmed. In the control booth, alarms blared. What the? Power loader yelled, hammering at his console. That drone's firing at 200%. Kill the routine. On the floor, Izuku's Sharingan snapped toward the rogue drone. It wasn't aiming at him. It was aiming high, toward the viewing gallery window where Class 1A watched. The lines in his vision converged into a single horrifying trajectory. If that hits at that angle, the glass will shatter inward. The blast will slam into everyone in the front row. Uraraka, Iida, Koda, Jiro. Aizawa's eyes went wide. His hair began to rise as he tried to activate his quirk, but his gaze darted between the dozens of drones and the glitching one. There was too much movement, he couldn't lock on in time. No, Izuku's mind screamed. Their faces flashed through his thoughts, their laughs, their cheers, the way they'd supported him through his eye awakening. How they'd watched from the glass, trusting UA to keep them safe. His heart seized. I won't let them get hurt because of me. The burn in his eyes roared like wildfire. Time seemed to stutter. The drone's cannon flared. It fired. Uraraka. Izuku roared, legs already moving. He drew on one for a LL for all it was worth at that moment, not a careful 5%, not a safe 10, but a sharp, desperate spike. His muscles screamed as green lightning burst from every limb. At the same time, the Sharingan, with its single Tomo in each eye, struggled to keep up with the insane acceleration. The lines of trajectory blurred, twisted, warped. His brain throbbed under the strain. Too fast. Too much. Can't track. And then something cracked open inside him. The agony behind his eyes exploded into blinding white. In his vision, everything slowed. The drone's blast was no longer a blur. It crawled through the air. A spiraling cone of compressed light and force. Each particle seemed outlined. Every shard of potential broken glass glowed with a faint path. The lines that had been chaotic moments suddenly clarified, arranging themselves into distinct, orderly channels. Paths of attack, paths of defense, paths of interception. The single Tomo in each crimson iris spun so fast they became a ring. And then, with a lurch, a second Tomo bloomed into existence beside the first, like another black tear appearing as eye. Izuku didn't see that, not consciously. What he saw was options. 100 different ways this could go wrong. One way it could go right. He took it. His body moved with a fluidity he'd never felt before, every muscle guided by the Sharingan's new clarity. He planted his foot, twisted, and launched himself upward in a green blur arc, not on instinct alone, but along the exact line that would intersect the blast at the safest point. To the onlookers, he vanished and reaped paired between the rogue blast and the viewing glass. He thrust his hands forward. He knew how the shockwave would expand. He'd seen enough to guess its structure even mid-flight. The Sharingan amplified that understanding, mapping out the pressure zones. He channeled one for all into a focused barrier, an invisible wall of compressed air and shockwaves of his own making, tuned by instinct and desperate clarity. The blast hit. The impact rattled his bones. His ears rang. A wind like a hurricane slammed into him, pushing him back. For a terrifying moment, he thought he'd miscalculated. But the barrier held. The blast fractured, its energy scattering sideways toward the reinforced ceiling and floor instead of the glass. Behind him, through the window, he dimly heard his classmates scream, and then fall into stunned silence as the blast dissipated harmlessly. The drone, overcharged, sparked and exploded, falling in smoking pieces to the floor. Izuku staggered as the force dispersed. His hands shook. His arms burned. Blood tickled the corner of his right eye, a thin crimson line. He blinked. The world snapped back to normal speed. The lines faded from blinding to manageable. He realized. His heart was jackhammering like it wanted to escape his chest. Midoriya, Uraraka's voice, muffled by glass, reached him. Her palms were pressed flat to the window, eyes wide with shock and worry. Deku, Kaminari shouted. Your eyes. He turned, slowly, to look at her. Her reflection in the glass showed him his own face, faintly. His irises were still crimson. But now, in each eye, two tomo spun, sharp. Dark marks on the red ring. His breath caught. Aizawa and All Might reached him seconds later. Midoriya. Aizawa grabbed his shoulders, scanning him. Are you hurt? How many fingers? How many drones do you see? T10, I mean none, they're all down, Izuku stammered. His voice shook. I'm okay, I think. All Might stared at his eyes, shock and awe mixing on his face. Tomo, he whispered. You evolved your power. Regulus strode in, eyes flashing. What happened to that drone? That was not in the parameters. Nezu's ears flattened slightly. A glitch, it seems, he said, looking more serious than usual. One we will investigate thoroughly. But more importantly, he looked at Izuku. Our student just prevented a potentially tragic accident. The commission reps murmured among themselves. He moved faster than we'd projected, one said. Those eyes, another whispered. They changed again. Regulus studied Izuku as if he were a new kind of weapon. A power that evolves under stress. She said slowly. Just like certain other infamous quirks. Aizawa stepped between her and Izuku, gaze like sharpened steel. A student who used that power, he corrected. To protect others when your equipment malfunctioned. Regulus held his stare for a long beat. Then she nodded once. Today's event is over, she said. We have enough data for now. She turned to Nezu. We'll be in touch. As the commission members left, the tension in the room eased slightly. Present Mike let out a breath he'd been holding. Well, he said faintly into the quiet, that was, not on the program. All Might squeezed Izuku's shoulder. Are you sure you're all right? He asked. Izuku nodded, though his legs felt like jelly. Just tired, he said. In my eyes, they sting. Let's get you to Recovery Girl, Aizawa said. Now, this is getting complicated. Recovery Girl's diagnosis, after a thorough examination and a lot of sounds, was both expected and worrying. Izuku sat on the infirmary bed. A cold pack pressed lightly to his eyes. The bleeding had already stopped, the thin red trails at the corners of his eyes had been wiped away. Recovery Girl flipped through a tablet of scans, frowning. The changes in your optic nerve have accelerated, she said. Before, there was one primary bundle of, let's call them, additional channels. Now there are two distinct clusters. Your retina sensitivity has also increased. She looked at him over her glasses. In simpler terms, your eye quirk has evolved. It's stronger. Izuku swallowed. Is that bad? Not inherently, Recovery Girl said. But the strain potential is higher. You handled today remarkably well for a first evolution. However, you did push both powers beyond what was agreed. Izuku winced. I had to. The drone, it was going to. I saw, she said. I'm not scolding you for saving your classmates, young man. I'm reminding you that your body has limits. If you keep using that level of power without rest, you'll burn out. Your eyes might suffer permanent damage. He nodded, chastened. I understand. Aizawa leaned against the wall, arms crossed. We'll adjust your training again, he said. For now, limit the Sharingan to short bursts. No more full field tests for a while. And absolutely no commission demonstrations until Nezu finishes yelling at their tech department. All Might chuckled weakly. I imagine that will be quite a show. Izuku hesitated. My eyes, he said quietly. They changed because I was stressed. Because I was desperate. If evolution only happens when I'm pushed like Hat, does that mean I'll have to keep going through things like this to unlock more? Absolutely not, Aizawa said sharply. We are not going to intentionally traumatize you just to see what your eyes can do. Recovery Girl nodded. Powers that evolve through emotional extremes are double-edged swords, she said. We'll focus on stabilizing what you have now. To Tomo, she added, scribbling a note. Whatever that means exactly. All Might looked at Izuku, eyes full of a complicated mixture of pride and sorrow. Each time you push, he said softly, you carry more than just power. You carry weight, expectations, fear, your own, and others. He knelt slightly to be at eye level with Izuku. Promise me something, young Midoriya, he said. Promise me you won't chase this evolution for its own sake. Don't go looking for new eyes or new forms. If they come, let them come because you had no choice, but don't build your identity around them. Izuku thought of the blast, of the world slowing, of the lines snapping into perfect clarity. He thought of the intoxicating feeling of control in that instant. He also thought of the pounding pain, the fear in Uraraka's eyes before the blast, the way Regulus had looked at him like a tool. I promise, he said, voice steady. That night, the whispers grew louder. Not voices in his head, he didn't hear ancient Uchiha chanting or anything. Just noise. On his phone, notification bubbles from news apps, students' eyes evolved during commission test. On hero forums, threads dissecting every frame of the leaked broadcast. Some had already slowed down the footage and circled the moment his eyes shifted from one Tomo to two. He scrolled through headlines and comments, stomach knotting. Power evolving under stress, is this safe? Is Ua hiding another secret weapon? Student. Crimson-eyed copy hero's eyes change again in front of commission. Those eyes creep me out, not gonna lie. If he can copy villain moves, what stops him from turning? He dropped the phone onto his desk and buried his face in his hands. A knock came at his door. Came Ida's voice. Izuku quickly wiped his eyes. See, come in. The door slid open. Iida, Uraraka, and Todoroki stepped in. Bakugo leaned against the doorframe, as if he'd just happened to be walking by and decided not to keep going. Uraraka rushed over. Are your eyes okay? She blurted. Izuku nodded. Just tired. Recovery Girl said they're stable. For now. You were amazing, she said, eyes shining. That blast, if you hadn't moved. I just didn't want anyone to get hurt, he said quickly. It was instinct. Instinct plus insane eyes. Kaminari's voice floated in from the hall, where a small cluster of classmates had evidently gathered. Bro, those extra dots are like super ultimate anime power-up. Tomo. Todoroki corrected. Aizawa-sensei called them that. He studied Izuku for a moment. You saw more, didn't you? He asked. When that blast was fired. Izuku hesitated. The lines got clearer. He said. Before, it felt like too much information. Today, for a moment, it all made sense. Like someone turned static into a song. Iida adjusted his glasses. And, you used that clarity to choose the best path, he said. A path that protected us. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. For that, we are grateful, Midoriya-kun. No matter what the news or the commission whispers. Yeah, Uraraka said. We know who you are. Red eyes, green eyes, extra dots, whatever. You're still you. Bakugo snorted. You looked like a total anime edgelord for a second, he said. But, you didn't freeze. You moved. You protected them. That's what matters. He paused, then added grudgingly, don't get cocky, though. 2 dots or 20, I'm still blasting past you. Izuku actually laughed, tension easing from his shoulders. I'd be worried if you didn't say that. Todoroki stepped closer. The world is going to talk, he said. About your eyes, your power, your potential. Some will be scared, some will be in awe. He met Izuku's gaze, his own heterochromatic eyes steady. But when I look at you, Todoroki said, I see the guy who grabbed my hand at the sports fest. Evil and told me to use my fire because it was my power, not my father's. If anyone should be worried about inheriting dangerous things, it's me. He gave a small, rare smile. You helped me decide what kind of hero I want to be. Let us do the same for you. Izuku's throat tightened. Thank you, he whispered. One by one, his classmates drifted away, leaving him with a little more space and a lot more warmth in his chest. Later, after they'd gone, he stood in front of his mirror again. He inhaled, activated the Sharingan. Crimson eyes stared back at him. 2 tomo in each. It felt different, not just stronger, more stable. The information still flooded in, but it wasn't the same chaotic torrent. The lines in his vision grouped themselves more naturally, like sentences instead of random letters. 2 tomo, he murmured. The Sharingan evolved. Because I refused to let my friends get hurt. He thought of the whispers, online, in the commission, in the press. Dangerous. Copying. Unnatural. Possibly another all for one. He looked himself in the eye. I'm Midoriya Izuku, he said quietly. I'm the boy who wants to save people with a smile. I have one for all. I have the Sharingan. I can see more now. I can copy more now. He let the tomo spin once, then settle. But I'll listen to the right whispers, he said. Not the ones that fear me. The ones that remind me who I am. Faces flashed in his mind. All Might, Aizawa. Uraraka, Iida, Bakugo, Todoroki, everyone in 1A. Their voices overlapped in his memory. We know you. Don't let the eyes rewrite that. You're still you. He smiled, faint but real. 2 tomo, he said. 2 legacies. 1 path. He blinked, deactivating the Sharingan. His eyes returned to green. Outside, the world kept whispering about the crimson-eyed copy hero. Inside UA's walls, a boy with tired eyes and a stubborn heart lay down to sleep, unaware that soon, a new threat would force him to push his cursed gift even further. And awaken something far more terrifying. The week after the commission test felt like walking with a spotlight on his back. UA's halls were the same. The classrooms, the training fields, the dorm common room, it all looked normal. But for Midoriya Izuku, normal had shifted. Now, when he walked through the corridors, he caught whispers. Did you see the video? Those eyes. Nezu said it was under control. Still freaky, right? Most of the whispers weren't even about him directly. They were just around. Background noise. Hero news reports. Class 1B gossip. Random first years sharing theories. But they stuck. He tried to focus on the people right in front of him, the ones whose voices he trusted. Too much doomscrolling's bad for your health, Jiro said one afternoon, yanking his phone out of his hands when she caught him reading another hero forum thread about the crimson-eyed copy hero. Stop reading the comments, Kaminari added. Comments are poison, especially from people with anime avatars and no profile pics. Your heart is strong, Midoriya-kun, Iida said earnestly. That's what truly matters. Uraraka just kept smiling at him like he hadn't changed, like the tomo in his eyes were just part of him now. You saved us, she'd say whenever he started to spiral. That's what I remember. Bakugo's version of support was less gentle. Oi, he'd snap in the hallway. Eyes. Now, when Izuku blinked, confused, Bakugo would jab a thumb at him. Activate them. Here, in the hallway. Yeah. Izuku would sigh, inhale, and let the Sharingan bloom. Crimson irises, 2 tomo spinning once, then settling. Bakugo would study him for half a second, then snort. Good. You're not hiding from it. Don't start. Then he'd walk away like he hadn't just performed a weird, aggressive check-in. It helped. In its own strange, Bakugo way. Still, at night, when everyone else was asleep, Izuku would lie awake and remember the moment the drone's blast had been aimed at the viewing gallery. The wait time had snapped like a rubber band. The weight of knowing that one misstep could have cost him his friends. My eyes changed because I refused to let them get hurt, he'd told himself. That thought made the new tomo feel like something he'd earned. But it also whispered another sentence underneath. If you fail next time, what will they become then? You're overthinking again, Aizawa said one evening, watching Zuku's pen hover over blank notebook paper instead of doing the actual assignment. They were in a smaller, quiet classroom Aizawa sometimes used as an office. Papers and reports were scattered across the desk. Izuku sat at a student chair nearby, homework open, brain miles away. I'm not, I am, but. Aizawa sighed. You've had a lot happen. It's natural. But I need your head in the present. Not replaying the past or drafting 10 hypothetical future disasters. Izuku flushed. Sorry, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa rubbed the bridge of his nose. Training tomorrow will be light. Your eyes are still adapting to the second tomo. Recovery girl insists we don't push their endurance yet. Izuku nodded. Understood. Aizawa studied him for a moment longer. You did good, he said quietly. With the drone. Don't let the commission's paranoia stain that memory. Izuku blinked. Stain, he repeated. Like the hero killer. Aizawa's eye twitched. Bad word choice, he muttered. You know what I meant. Izuku smiled faintly. I get it. Thank you. He returned to his homework. For a few hours, the world shrank to assigned problems and scribbled notes. It felt almost peaceful. It didn't last. 2 days later, during heroics class, Orm appeared at the doorway, face unusually serious. Eraserhead, he called. We have a situation. Aizawa's posture shifted. Class, hold discussion questions, he said. Do not move from your seats. Yaoyorozu, you're in charge while I'm gone. He stepped into the hall with all might. The door didn't close all the way, and Izuku's ears, sharpened by too many crises, caught bits of their low conversation. Villain in Hosu vicinity, All Might murmur growled. Codename, Glorreshift. Targeting heroes specifically. Reports of severe eye injuries and sensory damage. Glorreshift. Izuku's chest tightened. Heroes? Aizawa asked. Not civilians. Primarily pros so far, All Might said. He's ideological. Rants about false sight, and heroes blinded by their own fame. Great, Aizawa muttered. Another Stain admirer. Nezu's voice came faintly from a communicator. He is highly mobile, using reflective surfaces and hard light projections. Quirk. Appears to manipulate light and sensory input. Several heroes have been temporarily blinded. All Might and I are joining the response, Aizawa said. Where? Industrial District, Nezu replied. He's likely heading toward the old high-rise construction sites. Lots of steel and glass. And, a pause. We have reason to believe he has taken an interest in our crimson-eyed student. Izuku's blood ran cold. Aizawa's next words were ice. How? Villain chatter intercepted by the commission, Nezu said. He's been watching the Harumi footage. The drone incident too. He called Midoriya a walk-ing stain on Hero Society for wielding multiple legacies at once. Izuku's hand clenched around his pen hard enough to snap it. Ink spattered his notebook. Uraraka glanced at him, worried. Aizawa's tone turned flat. 1A is staying here. Locked down. Agreed, Nezu said. We'll increase security. Midoriya is not to be in the field. All Might exhaled. Young Midoriya will not be anywhere near this fight, he said. We'll end it. They moved away. The door closed fully. The classroom buzzed softly as everyone traded uneasy glances. Izuku stared at the ink stain on his page. A walking stain, huh? On Hero Society. Because of my eyes. Because a one for all. His heart squeezed, then hardened. Uraraka leaned closer. You heard, didn't you? She whispered. Izuku nodded faintly. This villain is, after your eyes, Iida murmured. That makes you a specific target. It's logical that they would want you safe inside UA. Logical didn't make the helplessness feel any better. For most of that day, Izuku sat, studied, trained lightly. And tried not to imagine what sensory damage from Glorreshift's quirk looked like. He failed. They didn't find Glorreshift that day. Or the next. The news report. Ted's skirmishes, a pro-hero forced to retire because of partial blindness, another with crippling migraines after facing the villain's light storms. Always, footage showed fragmented glimpses, a human shape silhouetted against flaring prismatic flashes, streaks of color like weaponized auroras, sound distortion in the audio. On one broadcast, crackling audio caught a scream. You can't see the truth with those eyes. Let me tear away the lies. The anchor's voice overlaid it calmly. The villain known as Glorreshift appears to specifically target heroes' visual and sensory centers. Experts recommend avoiding direct engagement. Izuku muted the TV. Class 1A's curfew tightened. Patrols were suspended. UA's barrier protocols were doubled. "We're safe here," Iida said one evening, more to reassure himself than anyone. But Izuku's skin crawled. He remembered the way Stain had targeted Iida's brother. How villains with ideology didn't just hit random targets, they made statements. And Gloreshft had singled him out. Called him a walking stain. "You can be safe," a bitter little voice hissed. "While other heroes get hurt. Because of a villain who's angry you exist." No. That thought felt worse than fear. The attack, when it came, didn't start at Ua. It started in the city. Izuku didn't know anything was wrong until the emergency alarm blared through the dorms. A shrill siren. Then Midnight's voice over the intercom. "All students, this is not a drill. Remain in your dorms. Staff is responding. Repeat, this is not a drill." Class 1A rushed to the common room windows. Far beyond UA's walls, over the city skyline, a strange dome shimmered into view, an enormous, translucent sphere of refracted light. Colors rippled across it like oil on water. "What is that?" Kirishima breathed. "It's like a giant soap bubble," Mina said. Eyes wide. The bubble pulsed. A moment later, a delayed thud reached their ears, like distant thunder. Then another. And another. "They're fightin'," Shiro said. "Hard. Should we?" Kaminari started. "No," Iida said firmly. "We stay here. That is our current role, to not make things worse." Izuku pressed a hand to the glass, heart racing. "All Might is out there. Aizawa-sensei too. Other pros. Fighting someone who damages eyes. Someone who hates heroes with false sight. Someone who hates him." His phone buzzed. He fumbled it out. A text from an unknown number flashed on the screen. "Unsent by any contact. We see you, Crimson Eyes." Izuku's breath hitched. Another message popped up, like the sender had hacked straight into his screen. "You hide behind walls while they bleed for you. Is that the legacy you want? Hero of borrowed eyes." The text glitched slightly at the edges, as if the letters themselves were shimmering. "Midoriya." Uraraka's voice was suddenly close. "What's wrong?" He showed her the screen. Iida leaned over. That shouldn't be possible. UA's network security." The dorm lights flickered. For a heartbeat, everything went dark. Then the lights returned, and every screen in the room, from phones to the big TV, displayed the same message. "Look outside." They looked. The shimmering dome over the city pulsed again, and then, like a lens focusing, a concentrated beam of prismatic light shot from its surface. It didn't aim randomly. It arced down, straight toward Ua. Alarms screamed. Midnight's voice returned, sharper. "Students, away from windows. Barricade protocols, now." The beam hit the outer barrier. The campus shield flared, runes and energy patterns flaring across the sky. For a moment, it held. Then the light twisted, refracting, probing for weak spots. The barrier buckled inward slightly, creaking like glass under strain. Nezu's voice, crisp and calm, cut through. "Attention all students. Remain in your designated safe zones. Pro staff are intercepting. Gloreshft is attempting a long-range sensory attack. Do not look directly at the distortions. I repeat, do not look." The windows exploded inward. It was like being inside a camera when the flash goes off, except the flash never stopped. Light flooded the room from every direction. Not just brightness, but color and motion, the walls, the floor, the fur. Nature all seemed to stretch and warp under a swirl of prismatic haze. Uraraka cried out, clapping her hands over her eyes. Kaminari staggered, disoriented. Izuku's Sharingan tried to activate on reflex. No. He squeezed his eyes shut. But it was still there, like someone was shining a flashlight directly into his skull. His optic nerves screamed. His phone buzzed uselessly in his hand. "Midoriya." Iida grabbed his arm, voice strained. "Are you all right? Your eyes, this is exactly." The assault stopped as abruptly as it started. The dorm snapped back into normal solidity. Glass crunched underfoot where the windows had shattered. A few students groaned, rubbing at their eyes or temples, but no one seemed seriously hurt. "Everyone okay?" Kirishima asked, worry in his voice. "Fine." Jiro winced. "Ow. My ears hated that. It felt like Shiro muttered. Izuku slowly opened his eyes. The world wobbled slightly, then steadied. The sting faded. Two tomo in each eye hummed behind the green, for once, not activated. He'd held them back. He exhaled. That's when he heard it. A voice. Not over the intercom, not through a screen. Right outside the broken windows. Found you. They turned. There, hovering just beyond the shattered frames, standing on a platform of condensed light, was a man. His costume looked like a broken prism, plates of reflective material interspersed with all black sections. His hair was cropped short, streaked with white at the tips. His eyes were wrong. The irises seemed to spin slowly, like lenses adjusting. Behind them, faint circuits etched into the sclera glowed faintly. On his chest, a crude symbol had been spray-painted over a hero logo base, a jagged X over an eye. Glorreshift. He smiled, not the wide grin of someone enjoying chaos, but the tight, brittle smile of someone who believed he was right. So, he said, voice crackling slightly, as if layered with static. You are the crimson-eyed stain they're all talking about. The class tensed. Iida stepped in front of Izuku on reflex. Arms spread. You are trespassing on UA grounds, he declared. You will leave at once or face. Glorreshift flicked a finger. The room bent. For everyone else, it felt like a brief dizzy spell. For Izuku, it was like being shoved into a river of light. His vision blurred, then split, seeing the room from 3 different angles for a heartbeat before snapping back. His stomach flipped. He steadied himself on the table. You shouldn't be able to, Kaminari started. The barrier is made to block physical intrusions, Glorreshift said calmly. Signals are more fluid. Light, sound, vibration, all part of my domain. His gaze locked onto Izuku. You, he said, you took a quirk of legacy and eyes of myth. You stack them like trophies. And the commission smiles and calls you promising. Izuku swallowed, stepping out from behind Iida. I didn't choose how I was born, he said quietly. I didn't ask for any of this. And yet you keep it, Glorreshift said. You let your teachers assure everyone, it's under control, while your power grows. Your eyes change. Did they tell you what happens next? When people start to fear you more than the villains. He spread his arms. That's why I'm here. To stop the blind leading the blind. To cut out the infected eyes before the disease spreads. Light gathered around his hands. Leave, Iida said, voice trembling with anger. Now. Glorreshift flicked his wrist. The dorm's emergency shutters slammed down in response to an override command, cutting off the room from the outside visually, but light still seeped through, bending around edges. Writhing like living color. Stay in your cage, little heroes, Glorreshift said. I only need one of you. His image flickered, and vanished. An illusion. Nezu's voice blasted over the intercom, urgent. Class 1A, remain where you are. We have an intruder inside the barrier. Pro-heroes are in pursuit. Midoriya, do not leave your dorm. That is an order. Izuku's heart pounded. He looked at his classmates. At the glass shards on the floor. At the faint shimmer of residual light on the walls. Glorreshift was inside UA's defenses. Inside his supposed safe zone. And he'd made his target clear. Your eyes. If he stays here because he was told to, pro-heroes would fight and maybe be hurt. Maybe blinded. Because of him. He clenched his fists. Uraraka grabbed his sleeve. Don't, she whispered. Please. You heard Nezu. They'll protect us. You can't. Everyone else is already fighting because of me, Izuku said, voice shaking. All Might. Aizawa-sensei. The heroes he ambushed. I can't just sit here while he hurts more people trying to get to me. Your power is the one he wants to destroy, Iida said. This is a trap, Midoriya-kun. I know, Izuku said. But if I stay here, he'll just keep trying. He'll break more things. Hurt more people. At least if he sees me, he might focus on me instead of everyone else. Uraraka's grip tightened. And what if he destroys your eyes? You've already pushed them so much. You can't be a hero if you, she bit the rest back, horror at her own words widening her eyes. Izuku smiled weakly. Heroes don't get to pick the conditions, he said. We just pick what we're willing to sacrifice. Bakugo stepped forward. Deku, he growled. If you sneak out and get turned into a blind martyr, I'm gonna drag you back and kill you again myself. Izuku almost laughed. I'll keep that in mind, he said. Then he did something that surprised even himself. He stepped closer to his friends. I'm going, he said calmly. But, I don't want to sneak away from you. So I'm telling you. And I want you to stay here. Please. If he sees all of you, he might widen his attack to hurt you just to make a point. Their protests rose immediately. He shook his head, more firmly this time. This is on me, he said. Let me carry it. A beat of silence. Then Iida, jaw clenched, bowed his head. As class representative, he said, voice raw. I cannot endorse you disobeying direct orders. But as your friend, I trust your heart. Come back. Uraraka's eyes were wet. If you don't, I'll float your ghost and punch it. Manly, Kirishima sniffed. Bakugo just scowled. Hurry up and win, nerd. Izuku nodded, turned, and slipped out of the room while the emergency shutters were still halfway through some glitchy cycle. He moved quickly through dim corridors, heart pounding. Sharingan itching behind his eyelids. He resisted the urge to activate it. Not yet. The halls of UA were strangely quiet. Emergency lights bathed everything in a red glow. Shutters had sealed most windows. Only occasional cracks of outside light seeped in. The air smelled faintly of ozone and burnt metal. Izuku slipped through a side door toward the outer walkways, where he could hear distant impact sounds. An explosion. A distorted scream. The hum of quirk energy. He reached a stairwell and froze. Light was streaming down it, not from fixtures, but from the air itself. It poured like liquid across the steps, rippling. Glorreshift stood halfway up, leaning on the rail casually. As expected, the villain said. The stain leaves the petri dish. Izuku's heart leapt. He hadn't even sensed him. No footfalls. No breathing. Just light. Glorreshift tilted his head. You came alone, he observed. Good. Less collateral. He stepped down a few stairs, boots making barely a sound. Izuku swallowed. There are pro-heroes on campus, he said. You're surrounded. They're busy, Glorreshift said dismissively. I overloaded their comms sensors with phantom signals. They're chasing my echoes. We have a few precious minutes. He lifted his hand. Light gathered above his palm in a small sphere, swirling like a miniature sun. Your eyes are still normal, he remarked. Hiding them, or saving them. Izuku clenched his fists. They're not something I flaunt. A liar too, Glorreshift sighed. I've seen the footage. The sports festival. The recent exam. The Harumi incident. The commission test. Every time, when your back's against the wall, those eyes ignite. He flicked the light sphere up. It hovered at the ceiling, pulsing faintly. I'm here to end that pattern. He snapped his fingers. The sphere exploded into a rain of thin beams, like glowing needles, each one ricocheting off the walls in seemingly random directions. Izuku's instinct screamed. He couldn't stay blind. He inhaled, hard, and opened his eyes wide. The Sharingan snapped on. Crimson flooded his vision, two tomo spinning. Everything changed. The beams, paths erupted into his awarin. SS is a tangled web of lines, 1,000 traje surfaces. It should have overwhelmed him. For a second, it nearly did. Too much, too fast. Then the two tomos settled, and the lines separated, grouping into clusters based on danger. A cluster that would hit him. A cluster that would strike the stairwell behind him. Another that would cut off escape routes. He moved. One for all at 10%, carefully controlled. He dashed forward. Under one beam, over another, twisting in the tight stairwell space. Glorreshift watched, eyes whirring faintly. Fascinating, he murmured. You're not just reacting. You're seeing every possible path, and choosing. Izuku reached him, fist pulled back. Glorreshift flicked a hand. The world flashed. Not bright, not even visually stunning, just wrong. The walls seemed to stretch 3 times their length. Then snapped back. Glorreshift's body split into afterimages. Izuku's Sharingan tracked 3 versions at once. Only one of which was real. He punched that one. Or tried to. Glorreshift bent backward, spine arching at an impossible angle, letting the fist swish past his nose. I don't just control light, he said conversationally. I control perception. I can show you too much, too fast. Even with those devil eyes of yours, there's a limit. He snapped his fingers again. The afterimages multiplied. The stairwell split into mirrored copies. Beams ricocheted looping paths that weren't physically possible. Izuku staggered, Sharingan spinning wildly. Lines, too many of them, crawled across his field of vision like spiderwebs. His brain scrambled to process them all. Headache hammered behind his eyes. He gritted his teeth. Focus. Filter. Aizawa sensei's training, pick only the relevant lines. Ignore the noise. He forced his vision to narrow, mentally high. lighting only the beams that intersected his core space, not every possible permutation. It helped, slightly. But Glorreshift wasn't done. Still standing, he said. Good. Let's turn up the volume. He clapped his hands. This time, the attack came with sound, a pulsing, bass-heavy thrum that vibrated in Izuku's bones. The light beams stuttered in time with it, creating a strobe effect his Sharingan struggled to interpret. Pain spiked sharper. It felt like someone was scraping the inside of his skull with a fork. He dropped to a knee, gasping. Glorreshift descended another step, eyes gleaming. Your problem isn't just your eyes, he said. It's your mind. You're trying to bear it all. Every possibility. Every trajectory. Every outcome. No wonder you keep overloading yourself. He crouched slightly, watching Izuku through the shifting light. Let me help, he said. I'll take the burden off. One clean slash across your optic nerves, and you can stop being their experiment. Izuku looked up through the haze. His tomo spun, struggling against the overload. If you really wanted to help, he rasped, you'd stop hurting people. Glorreshift's mouth tightened. Heroes hurt people by existing, he snapped. By pretending they can see the whole picture while standing on a pedestal. You, with your inherited power and your cursed eyes, you're the worst example. He raised a hand. Light condensed into a sharp blade around his fingers, humming with intensity. Goodbye, Stain. He slashed downward. Izuku's Sharingan screamed in his mind. Lines of motion, not just of the blade but of his own potential movements. Lit up like fireworks. Most ended with him losing his eyes. A few ended with his neck at risk. One or two ended with superficial cuts. He chose. He jerked his head just enough. The blade cut a line along his cheek instead of his eye. Heat seared his skin, the smell of burnt flesh flashed by. He hissed, but stayed on his feet. Glorreshift blinked. Impressive, he said softly. You moved, in a way I didn't predict. Those eyes, you really do see more than you should. He smiled thinly. Let's take them properly. He raised both hands now, drawing in light from every crack in the stairwell. Every emergency fixture. The air dimmed as if someone turned down the sun outside. Izuku staggered back, breathing hard. He needed help. Backup. Erasure, noise cancelling, something. He reached for his comm. Static. Glorreshift's light pulsed. All their sensors are chasing my illusions, he said. You are truly mine for the moment, Crimson Eyes. He shaped the gathered light into a sphere larger than before, a throbbing orb that hurt to look at, even peripherally. In 10 seconds, Glorreshift said, this will explode outward, flooding every corridor in this wing with strobing patterns and sound modulations. Anyone caught looking will suffer what those heroes in Hosu did. Disorientation, vertigo, temporary or permanent blindness. His gaze locked onto Izuku. You will feel it worst, of course, he added. Your eyes are too open. Izuku's heart hammered. If that blast went off, it wouldn't just hit him. It would hit anyone in the neighboring hallways. Students, staff, his classmates, if they'd moved at all. Teachers rushing to intercept. He couldn't let that happen. He forced himself to his feet, muscles trembling. One for all, he whispered. He brought it up, not to 10% this time, but to something sharper, higher. 15, 20. His limbs burned as green lightning snapped around him, charred marks appearing on the stairwell edges where residual energy leaked. Glorreshift watched, amused. There it is, he murmured. Borrowed might, stacked on stolen eyes. Show me what you do when you think people are watching. Izuku clenched his fists. No more half measures. Sharingan spinning. One for all roaring, he raced up the stairs. The light orb pulsed. In that moment, the world narrowed. All that existed was the distance between his outstretched hand and the sphere. Lines traced themselves in his vision, how the blast would expand, how quickly he could reach it, angles of impact, possible deflections. He chose the route that minimized outward spread. That put his body between the core and the nearest corridors. He slammed his palm into the orb. It exploded. Light and sound tore through him. It wasn't like the earlier flashes. This was full force, every frequency, every color. Every vibration slammed straight into his eyes and ears and nerves. The Sharingan, so good at catching detail, caught everything. Too much. His world went white. Pain, pure and blinding, tore through his skull. He dimly heard himself scream. Glorreshift's voice echoed around him, distorted. Yes, yes. Let it in. Let it all in. See if your eyes can hold the sky. Something snapped. The light went out. Not dimmed. Not lessened. Out. Izuku's world plunged into darkness. Not just the darkness of closed eyes, there was no faint glow, no pressure shapes, nothing. Just black. He staggered backward, slamming into the stairwell wall. His hands flew to his face. And no, he gasped. No, no, no. He blinked rapidly. Nothing. No shapes. No light. No lines. The Sharingan burned like someone had pressed hot coals into his sockets but gave him nothing. He was blind. A wave of cold terror crashed over him. I can't see, he whispered. Glorreshift's shadowy presence moved closer. Footsteps echoing in the stairwell. How does it feel? The villain asked softly. Freedom. No more cursed sight. No more burden. No, Izuku choked. I can't save anyone like this. The thought was a knife. All the images he'd carried, helping All Might, grabbing Ida's shoulder, catching the falling lamppost, shielding his class from that blast, shattered. You're useless now, a cruel voice inside hissed. A hero who can't see. You couldn't even protect them without losing the thing that made you special. Tears burned, mixing with the ache. He heard, somewhere above, the faint pounding of footsteps. Maybe a teacher. Maybe a pro-hero finally cutting through the illusions. Too far. Too late. Glorreshift's Preza felt fingers grip his chin roughly, tilting his head up. Look at me, Glorreshift hissed. Izuku couldn't. He saw nothing. But behind the darkness, something else stirred. Not in his eyes. In his chest. In his gut. In the place where One for All's embers met his own stubborn heart. Is this it? A distant, quieter voice asked. You lose your sight, and that's the end. After everything. After promising All Might you'd be a hero who could save with a smile. He heard Uraraka faintly in his memory. If you don't come back, I'll float your ghost and punch it. He heard Iida. We trust your heart. He heard Bakugo. Don't start hiding from it. He heard All Might. It's your choices that make you a hero, not the color of your eyes. He heard Aizawa. I want you to stay ridiculously earnest. Annoyingly self-sacrificing. The pain, the fear, the sense of loss swirled with those voices. His fists clenched. Even if I can't see, he whispered, broken, I still have to move. I can't, stop here. Out loud, Glorreshift sneered. You can't even stand without your precious lines. Stay down. Something shifted. The darkness in Izuku's mind cracked. A new kind of light seeped through, not from the outside, but from within. It wasn't visual. It was awareness, outlines, pressure, the feel of air currents on his skin, the thrum of nearby quirk energy, the beat of another heart close by, pounding faster. His head snapped slightly toward that pulse. Glorreshift froze. Behind the ruined retina, behind the burned optic nerves, the Sharingan burned hotter than ever. In the emptiness, it reshaped itself. In that interior space, Izuku saw his own eyes, not reflected in a mirror, but as a feeling. A symbol. The two tomo in each crimson iris spun faster and faster, melting into a black ring. The ring shattered. In its place, a new pattern unfurled, a dark, four-pointed star. Shaped like a clover with sharp, angular leaves, each leaf etched with faint, glowing green lines. The design pulsed once, twice, syncing with his heartbeat. A whisper, not from outside, but from deep in the marrow of his being, echoed. See beyond sight. Red tears, thin lines of blood, traced down Izuku's cheeks. His actual eyes snapped open. To him, the world was still mostly dark. But there were shapes, now. Outlines made of energy. Glows instead of colors. Glorreshift was a jagged, flickering mass of light patterns and quirk output, less a person and more a living storm. Izuku's irises, to anyone looking, had transformed. Gone was the simple ring with two tomo. In its place spun a Mangekyo Sharingan, crimson background, black clover-like pattern, faint green highlights shimmering at the edges. Glorreshift stumbled back, eyes wide. What did you do? He whispered. That pattern. Izuku pushed himself to his feet, hands sliding along the wall for support. He felt each step now, not just through his feet, but through the way the air shifted around his body. The Mangekyo fed him information in a new way. Less visual detail, more intent. Flow. Force. He didn't understand it. He didn't need to. You tried to take my eyes, Izuku said quietly. His voice shook, but there was steel in it. You almost did. I thought I'd lost everything. He lifted his head. Turns out, I still have enough to see you. Quote. Glorreshift's fear twisted into fury. Fine, he snarled. Then I'll burn out whatever's left. He thrust both hands forward. Light gathered, not in scattered beams this time, but in a concentrated spear of compressed radiance, humming with lethal intensity. Izuku's Mangekyo flared. He didn't consciously activate anything. But something answered. A heat unlike One for All. Unlike anything he'd felt, welled up behind his eyes, icy and scorching at once. His focus narrowed to the spear of light, to its originating point, to the structure of its energy. A single thought crystallized. Stop. Green bloomed. Not from his hands. From his gaze. To everyone else, it looked like this. As Glorreshift's spear shot forward, a strange, glowing flame appeared along its surface, not red, not orange, but an intense, luminous green, like ghost fire. It didn't flicker like normal flame, it clung, eating away at the light itself. The spear collapsed, devoured midair. Same flame raced backward along the trail of quirk energy toward Glorreshift's hands. He screamed, jerking his arms back, trying to cut off his output, but the emerald fire had already licked the reflective armor on his forearms. It didn't burn like normal flame. Metal didn't melt, it crumbled, disintegrating into fine dust where the green touched it. Glorreshift fell back, eyes wild. What is this? He shrieked, slapping at the spreading glow. Make it stop. Izuku staggered, heart pounding. He hadn't meant to do that. He hadn't even known he could. He felt the Mangekyo burning, every seiko. ND of that green flame like a drill twisting into his optic nerves. His vision flickered dangerously. Turn it off, some instinct screamed. Stop looking at him. He wrenched his head to the side, breaky. In line of, whatever connection the flame had to his focus. The green fire sputtered, then went out, leaving sizzling scorch marks and a patch of half-disintegrated armor in its wake. Glorreshift collapsed against the stairs, panting. Clutching his arms. The skin beneath the damaged armor was reddened but not destroyed. Recovery Girl would probably grouse, but it wasn't catastrophic. The villain stared at Izuku in horror. You wield cursed fire now, he whispered. Eyes that copy. Eyes that evolve. Eyes that burn what they look at. You're worse than All for One. Izuku flinched. That hurt more than the eye pain. Before either of them could move again, a voice thundered down the stairwell. That's enough. Energy blasted past Izuku, not aimed at him, but at Glorreshift, who was pinned Agai. NST the wall by a compressed burst of air and restraint tape. Aizawa landed like a shadow, scarf snapping, eyes glowing red as he erased Glorreshift's quirk. Behind him, All Might, in thin form, lungs rattling, skidded to a stop. Fists clenched. More pros poured in, weapons and quirks at the ready. Little late, Glorreshift wheezed, chuckling weakly. Your project is already blooming. His gaze flicked toward Izuku's eyes. Aizawa followed that look, and froze for just a fraction of a second. Midoriya, he breathed. All Might's breath hitched. Mangekyo, he whispered. It, really. Then he saw the blood trailing from Izuku's eyes. The way the boy blinked, unfocused, head tilted like he was listening more than seeing. Young Midoriya, he said, voice sharp with concern. Can you see? Izuku swallowed. Not like before, he admitted. It's shapes, energy, outlines. I can tell where you are. Where he is. But everything else is dark. The admission felt like a punch. He'd gotten something new, and lost something old. Recovery Girl is going to kill me, he thought distantly. Aizawa moved in a blur. He bound Glorreshift fully with his capture weapon and nodded to another hero. Get him into a sealed transport. Now. No reflective surfaces. No light sources he can manipulate. Pros moved efficiently, hauling the muttering villain away. Aizawa turned back to Izuku. Sit, he ordered. Now. Izuku's legs gave out the moment he tried anyway. He sank onto the step, breathing hard. The Mangekyo, sensing the immediate threat was gone, finally relented. His eyes shifted, pattern dimming. Returning to a simpler crimson ring with 2 tomo, then draining all the way back to green as he let the quirk shut down entirely. Darkness closed in fully. He saw nothing now. Ah, he said weakly. There it goes. All Might knelt in front of him, hands hovering as if afraid to touch. "Hey," he said softly. "Stay with us, young Midoriya. Can you feel my hand?" He gently placed it on Izuku's shoulder. I can't see your face." Though. His voice broke on the last word. Aizawa crouched beside them, eyes unusually gentle. "Recovery girl can evaluate the damage," he said. "Don't jump to conclusions. You're not alone in this. Problem child." Izuku nodded shakily. "Did I hurt anyone?" he asked. "With that green flame?" "No," Aizawa said. "Just the villain's armor. And his ego." All Might tried to chuckle. "Quite the trick," he said. "We'll talk about that later. Right now, you need medical care. And rest." As they guided him carefully down the stairs, Izuku's thoughts churned. He'd protected Ua from the long-range blast. He'd drawn Gloreshif's attention away from others. He'd awakened a new, terrifying power. And he might have permanently damaged his sight. The stain he'd been so afraid of being a danger, of carrying something people would fear, felt thicker now, heavier. No matter how many people he saved, there would always be that whisper. "Your eyes are cursed." He swallowed. As long as those curses burned villains away before they hurt his friends, he'd accept them. Even if it meant walking into the future half in darkness. The infirmary was quiet when he woke. He knew that before he heard anything, he could feel it. The air was still. No loud monitors, no rushing footsteps. He blinked. "Dark. Midoriya." Recovery girl's voice floated over. I can't see," he said. Saying it aloud made it feel more real. He swallowed. "Is it permanent?" She made a thoughtful noise. "Cannot is a strong word," she said. "Let's be precise. Your retinas have suffered severe photic and quirk-induced damage. The normal pathways of vision are compromised. But," she tapped something on her tablet, "your brain has already begun rerouting. There are unusual energy patterns connecting your ocular region to other sensory centers." In the chair nearby, All Might exhaled. "His new pattern," he said. "The clover eye." "So it wasn't just an illusion," Recovery Girl muttered. "You really did twist your quirk into a new shape, you silly child." Izuku licked his lips. Can you explain that in less medical terms?" he asked. "You're not fully blind," Recovery Girl said. "Not in the way most patients are. Your base vision, the way you used to see with ordinary eyes, is significantly reduced. But your quirk, this Sharingan, and whatever, Mangekyo, thing you just manifested, has created a secondary network." She sighed, then added, "In other words, you can see when your quirk is active, even if your normal sight is impaired. But every time you push that state, you risk further damage." "Understand." Izuku nodded slowly. "So, in everyday life, I'll have low vision," he said. "But in battle, you'll rely on your cursed eyes," Aizawa said, coming into earshot. Again, he paused beside the bed. "You're not out of the hero path," he added. "Not yet. But the cost is clearer now, isn't it?" Izuku swallowed. Yes. He heard footsteps, then a familiar, warm voice. "Midoriya, Uraraka." He turned his head toward the sound instinctively. "Uraraka-san," he said. "You're okay." "I'm fine," she said quickly. We stayed in the dorm like you said. We felt the light and the noise. But it never got that bad. You stopped it." Relief flooded him. Good. He hadn't failed them. "Idiot," she added softly. "You scared us. Again." "Sorry," he said. A lot of silence and not many words passed after that, but it was a comfortable, grateful silence. Aizawa eventually shooed her and All Might out to let Izuku rest. Before Toshinori left, he paused at the door. "Young Midoriya," he said gently. "Earlier, that villain called you a stain. He said you were worse than All for One. I need you to hear me when I say this, he's wrong." Izuku's throat tightened. "You sacrificed your sight to protect others." All Might continued. "You awakened a terrifying new power, and your first instinct was to worry whether it hurt anyone else. That is not what a monster does." He smiled faintly, though Izuku couldn't see it. "That's what a hero does." Izuku's hand curled in the bedsheet. "Even if I have to walk in the dark?" he asked. "Even then," All Might said. "Perhaps especially then." He left. Izuku lay back, listening to the soft beep of a monitor, the distant hum of UA's systems. In the darkness behind his closed eyelids, he saw the faint outline of that clover-shaped pattern again, pulsing. A stain of loss. And a new, dangerous light. He didn't know yet what to call the green flame that had answered his panic. Or the skeletal, momentary feeling he'd had in that stare. Well, like something had tried to form around him and Uraraka, a protective cage of glowing energy, just for a heartbeat. Those answers would come later. For now, he breathed. He was still alive. His friends were safe. His eyes had changed again. And the weight on his shoulders had grown heavier. But he hadn't been crushed. Not yet. I'll carry it, he whispered into the dark. No matter what shape it takes. Even if my sight fades, I'll keep looking for ways to save people. Somewhere deep inside, his Mangekyo flickered in agreement. The first thing Izuku learned about living half-blind was that sound had weight. Footsteps weren't just noise anymore, they were signatures. Aizawa's soft, dragging shuffle. Ida's sharp, rhythmic clacks. All Might's slightly uneven gait in thin form. Uraraka's light, quick steps. Always pausing at his door before she knocked. Vision used to be everything. Now, with his normal sight a muddy gray blur at best, the world was a mosaic of impressions, sound, touch, air, and the faintest shapes. He adjusted. Because what else could he do? Follow the line with your finger. Recovery Girl's voice was patient as ever, but there was a firmness under it. Izuku sat on the infirmary bed. One hand on his thigh, the other hovering above a tablet screen. The brightness was turned way down. A thick black line snaked across the screen in a wavy pattern. He squinted, leaning in. I can kinda see a darker patch, he admitted. But not clearly. It's all foggy. That's your baseline, Recovery Girl said. Now, activate your eyes. He inhaled. His head already felt a little heavy. But this was a check-up, not a battle. Controlled. Safe. He let the Sharingan bloom. Crimson flooded his irises, Tutomo spinning once, then settling. Immediately, the world sharpened, a bit. The line on the screen glowed slightly, edges more defined than the rest of the gray fog. He put his finger on it and traced, following the wavy route with surprising ease. Better? Recovery Girl asked. Yes, Izuku said. It's like, the important parts brighten. The rest stays blurry. Recovery Girl made a note on her tablet. And the other stage. Izuku stiffened. He knew what she meant. Mangekyo. His chest tightened. His memories jumped back to Glorreshift, the green flame, the new pattern in his eyes, the way the world had become outlines of energy. I don't want to overuse it, he said carefully. You said. I know what I said, she replied. But we need data. A short activation in a safe environment. 2 seconds. Then off. All Might and Eraserhead are right outside in case anything goes wrong. That didn't actually make it less scary. Still, he nodded. Okay. He focused. The familiar burn behind his eyes intensified, deepening into something heavier. The two tomos spun faster. The ring between them thickening, twisting. For a heartbeat, his irises became that four-pointed clover pattern again, a black star on red, faint green lines shimmering at the edges. Mangekyo Sharingan. The tablet in front of him exploded into detail, not just the line, but the tiny pixels, the imperfections in the screen, the device against his palm. He didn't just see the line, He felt the electric current running through the tablet, the subtle hum of its components. His breath hitched. 2 seconds, Recovery Girl reminded him. Now, off. He shut it down like slamming a door. The pattern in his eyes collapsed back into normal green. The world dropped to blurry gray again. A stab of pain ripped through his skull. Gah. He grabbed his temples, hissing. Headache? Recovery Girl asked calmly, though her eyes were sharper. Why yeah, he panted. Like, brain freeze, but everywhere. She made more notes. That was barely 2 seconds, she muttered. You really did a number on yourself, boy. The door opened. All Might's thin form slipped in, followed by Aizawa with his usual permanently tired expression. How is he? All Might asked. Recovering, Recovery Girl answered. In proving my point that his new level of ocular quirk should be treated like a last resort emergency move and not a party trick. That's what we wanted to hear, Aizawa said. Izuku lowered his hands, eyes still shut to let the ache fade. So, it's confirmed? He asked. My normal vision is worse now. Recovery Girl sighed. Your baseline sight is significantly degraded, she said. You're not completely blind. You can still detect light in vague shapes. But fine detail, color, gone, unless your quirk is active. She tapped the tablet. The more you use the Mangekyo, the more strain on what's left. Even the regular Sharingan isn't free. Think of your eyes like a battery that recharges very slowly. Mangekyo is burning it on maximum brightness. Izuku nodded slowly. So, in daily life, I should avoid using it, he said. Save it for when it matters. Exactly, Aizawa said. We're also getting you mobility training. Cane, tactile maps, the works. You'll be functionally low vision most of the time. You're not helpless, he added firmly when Izuku flinched. You're adapting. All Might knelt by the bed. And when it comes to your new abilities, he said gently, we need to understand what they are before anyone else does. He hesitated. In the fight with Glorreshift, you manifested a green flame, he said. It devoured his light construct and started to eat his armor. Do you remember what you were thinking when that happened? Izuku swallowed. I just wanted it to stop, he said. The spear. I could feel how it was put together. Light, compressed, focused. I didn't plan anything specific. I just focused on that structure and told it, no. Then the fire appeared. Emotion plus perception, Aizawa muttered. Same as the first Sharingan, then the second Tomo. His eyes respond to desperation. And the other thing? All Might asked softly. For a moment, when you shielded the long-range blast, the one aimed at the dorm's wing, the sensors picked up something. A massive energy shape erupting around you. Skeletal. Like. He hesitated on the word. Like ribs, he finished. Izuku frowned, trying to remember. I didn't see it, he said. But I felt something. Like a cage forming, hugging close. With me in the center. It only lasted a second. Susanoo, Aizawa said quietly. If we follow the naming pattern from your previous notes. Izuku's heart skipped. He'd read about Susanoo in his anime nerd days. A towering, armored warrior of chakra, summoned by advanced Sharingan users. So I have a partial Susanoo now? He asked. Maybe, Aizawa said. Which is why we're going to test it. Carefully. In a controlled environment. With your limits firmly in mind. He gave Izuku a look that could pin a villain. And if you even think about going beyond those limits in training, I'll expel you for 5 minutes just so I can bring you back and yell at you longer. Got it? Izuku laughed weakly. Why yes, Aizawa-sensei. Gamma training field had never felt so huge. Even with his vision blurred, Izuku could sense the open space, the echoes of his footsteps, the way air moved freely. Smintos had smoothed out a large section of ground, leaving plenty of room. A small group waited for him, Aizawa. All Might thin form but wearing an older, slightly baggy tracksuit, Smintos, recovery girl with a portable kit, and Nezu sitting on a high crate with a tablet. Remember, Nezu said cheerfully. This is for understanding, not showing off. And if your head so much as twinges, recovery girl added, you turned it off. I'd like you to still have functional brain cells by graduation. Izuku nodded, gripping the handle of his new white cane loosely in one hand. Power Loader had built it with a slick support design. It retracted into his belt when he didn't need it. He took a breath. Okay. What do we test first? Step 1, Aizawa said. Regular Sharingan +1 for all. No Mangekyo. We need to see how your old combo works with your new baseline. Smintos raised a few stone pillars at various distances. I'll toss blocks at you, he explained. Softened, don't worry. Just dodge or deflect. Izuku let the Sharingan bloom, just the 2-tomo version. Crimson eyes, ring and dots. The world sharpened. Not fully, but enough. The pillars were fuzzy shapes, but the edges glowed with a subtle outline. Smintos's arm movement left a faint trail. Small cement blocks flew toward him. Lines traced their paths in his vision. He moved. One for all at 8% in his legs. He pivoted, stepped aside, raised an arm to bat 1 block away. It was like the earlier training. But with more static. The Sharingan did more work to compensate for his weak base vision. After a few minutes, Aizawa called a stop. Good, he said. You can still do your old thing. Now for the scary part. Yay, Izuku muttered under his breath. Aizawa's lips twitched. All Might, he said. All Might stepped forward, carrying a reinforced dummy body, basically a crash test dummy wrapped in thick Specialized plating. We're going to simulate a villain construct, he said. This armor is made from a new composite, non-living but durable. Your green flame, he added carefully, touched an actual person last time, even if only through armor. We'd like to avoid that today. Izuku nodded, throat dry. So, you want me to do that again? He asked. On purpose. Once, Recovery Girl said. Short burst. Then off. We need to know what triggers it, and if you can control it. Aizawa's gaze hardened. This is important, Midoriya, he said. If you can't control this, we might have to forbid using it entirely. Even in emergencies. Izuku flinched. If that happened, he'd basically have a nuclear weapon inside his own skull that he was never allowed to touch. He swallowed. Oh okay, he said. I'll try. All Might set the dummy about 15 meters away. Imagine it's a powerful villain construct, he said. Like one of those Nomu husks. You can't physically reach it in time. You need to stop its next attack before it fires. Izuku inhaled, exhaled. He activated the Sharingan, then pushed. Pain bloomed behind his eyes, deeper, more complex. The Tomo spun, ring thickening and twisting. The Mangekyo pattern, black clover star, green light, snapped into place. The world changed. The dummy wasn't just a shape anymore. He saw the stress lines in its armor, the way the composite had micro-fractures. He felt the faint hum of its internal sensors. Power loader had added little circuits to mimic a powered suit. He lifted his gaze slightly. Stop, he whispered. Heat surged behind his eyes. Emerald fire blossomed around the dummy's chest, silent, eerie. It ate into the armor in a widening circle, metal crumbling into fine dust and dropping away. The flame didn't spread wildly. It hugged the contours of his focus point. Izuku's eyes throbbed. Off, Azeked his gaze to the side, breaking focus. The green flame sputtered, then vanished, leaving a smoking, hollowed-out crater in the dummy's torso. The whole sequence had lasted maybe 3 seconds. Izuku's knees wobbled. Okay, Recovery Girl said briskly. Quirk off. He slammed the Mangekyo shut, forcing his eyes back to green. The pain lingered, ebbing slowly. He pressed a hand over one eye. Ow. All Might exhaled. So that's your variant, he said quietly. Not black flame. Green. Devours non-living matter it touches until you cut it off. Or until there's nothing left, Nezu added cheerfully, typing away. Fascinating. And terrifying. We'll call it Emerald Flame, for now. Please don't call it anything catchy. Aizawa muttered. The last thing we need is the press going, Dekubal Z, Emerald Blaze, or something. Izuku actually snorted. Too late, he said weakly. Kaminari probably already has a nickname ready. Recovery Girl moved closer, shining a small light near his face. Follow the light, dear, she said. He tried. It was harder than before. The fuzzy blur was fuzzier. Her mouth tightened. There's your cost, she said. One brief Mangekyo activation. Minor but measurable deterioration. This is not sustainable for casual use. Izuku nodded, biting his lip. I understand, he said. Nezu hopped down from his crate. Then let's agree on some working rules, he said. So far. Rule 1. Mangekyo usage is restricted to life or death situations. Ideally when there's no other option. No training with it beyond these minimal calibrations. Rule 2. The green flame is not to be used on living targets. Ever. Unless the alternative is certain mass casualty. Rule 3, Aizawa added. You don't activate that pattern without at least one teacher present, until we say otherwise. Preferably me or All Might. Izuku swallowed, but nodded. Yes, he said. I don't want to rely on it. It feels wrong. Like I'm holding a loaded gun in my eyes. All Might put a hand on his shoulder. That's a good feeling to keep, he said. Caution. Respect for power. It's when people stop feeling that way that they become dangerous. Now for phase 2, Aizawa said. Izuku blinked. There's a phase 2. Susanoo, Aizawa said simply. Last time, you only brushed against it. Let's see if you can manifest it in a more controlled manner. He nodded at Smintos. Drop a weight. Smintos raised a chunk of concrete, big, but not building-sized, and suspended it overhead with a platform. I'll release it, he said. It'll fall near Midoriya. Not on him. Your job isn't to dodge. It's to shield. Izuku's heartbeat kicked up. He remembered that phantom cage feeling, the sense of something massive trying to wrap around him and the others. Okay, he said, voice small. I'll try. He moved to the marked spot on the ground. His cane was already retracted. He stood alone, a tiny figure under the looming slab. Sharingan. Mangekyo. The pattern flared again. The world became outlines of force and motion. The slab above was a heavy mass, lines tracing its potential fall paths. Smintos released it. The block started to drop. Izuku inhaled. He didn't think flame this time. He thought shield. He thought of the dorm glass. Uraraka's face pale behind it. The way he'd thrown himself between them and the blast. He thought, protect. Power surged. Green energy burst from his body, not in licks of flame this time, but in solid shapes. A skeletal ribcage of transparent, glowing green wrapped around him in an instant. Ribs curving high, forming a dome. From the outside, it was breathtaking. For a heartbeat, a gigantic, translucent figure flickered, a torso and shoulders forming above the ribs, armless, faceless. But broad and heroic in outline. Then the upper parts faded, leaving only the ribcage shell. The concrete block slammed into it. The impact reverberated through the field. The ribs flexed but held. Cracks of green energy rippled across them, absorbing the force. Dust rained down the sides as the block split, chunks sliding off the curved surface and thudding harmlessly to the ground. Inside, Izuku gasped. He felt every ounce of that impact as pressure on his bones, a ghost pain that radiated from his ribs and spine. His Mangekyo throbbed. The structure shook, and then, as the debris settled, shattered into motes of green light that drifted away. Izuku dropped to one knee. Nosebleed. Again. Quirk off. Recovery girl barked. He shut the Mangekyo down with a groan, palms pressed to his eyes. Darkness. The ache was worse this time, sharp, stabbing, like tiny blades in his optic nerves. Oh, that's enough, Recovery girl snapped. No more. I'm serious. If you keep using that, boy, you'll be blind as a bat by the time you're 20. Izuku panted, shaking, but a tiny, fierce spark of satisfaction glowed beneath the pain. I did it, he rasped. I made a shield. All Might's voice was soft with awe. You manifested your Susanoo's ribs, he said. A defensive shell. And it held. Aizawa's expression was a complicated knot, part impressed, part horrified. Yeah, he said. You did. And now we know exactly how dangerous it is. To your enemies. And to you. He crouched in front of Izuku. Look at me, he caught himself. No, don't. Just listen. Izuku smiled faintly. I'm listening. Sensei. Your Mangekyo has at least 2 abilities, Aizawa said. Emerald flame that devours, and a protective giant that shelters. Offense and defense. Each use tears at your sight. Understood. Yes. Izuku said. We're locking them down, Aizawa continued. Green flame is a last resort offense. Susanoo is a last resort shield. No other uses. No practice, outside of emergencies. You lean on your original Sharingan in one for all. That's your main kit. Izuku nodded slowly. That was my plan too, he said. I don't want to be the guy who solves everything with eye lasers. All Might chuckled softly. Good, he said. Because you're more than your eyes, young Midoriya. Nezu hopped closer. One more thing, he said. We keep this between us. The sea. Amishin already fears your basic Sharingan. If they knew you had this. He gestured at the cracked concrete and the lingering green motes. They'd stop seeing you as a student, he finished. And start seeing you as an asset. Or a weapon. Izuku shivered. I don't want that, he said. Then we don't give them the chance, Nezu said. Publicly, if anyone asks about the Harumi incident or today's data leak, we'll say UA's support course deployed an experimental barrier. Lying. Izuku asked, uneasy. Protecting our own, Aizawa corrected. A half-truth at worst. There was a barrier. Just not made of support tech. Izuku exhaled. Okay, he said. Emerald flame and giant ribs stay secret. Unless there's no other way. The world, however, has a way of creating, no other way, scenarios. The incident came a week later. It was supposed to be a simple supervised city outing, Class 1A in casual clothes with hero escorts, visiting a hero support expo downtown. Support gear stalls, quirk-safe demonstrations, merch. A nice, controlled reminder that hero work had fun sides too. Izuku wore a dark green hoodie and simple jeans. His cane tapped lightly on the pavement as he walked, Uraraka on one side, Iida on the other, quietly matching their pace to his. I still feel weird, he admitted. Everyone else is looking at all the gear. I'm mostly listening. Hey, support gear is sound sometimes, Kaminari said from behind. New comms, audio sensors, cool stuff. You can be our audio consultant. And our combat analyst, Iida added. Your tactical insight isn't dependent on full vision. Mina pointed at they got new hero visor designs. Maybe they'll have some low vision friendly models. Izuku smiled. Even like this, Kane, slightly slower steps, he felt, okay. 1A had adjusted around him effortlessly. Jiro described cool costumes. Yaoyorozu read off support specs. Kirishima made sure he didn't walk into any poles only mostly on purpose. The pro escorts, 13 and Kamui Woods, kept a loose perimeter. The expo was held near a fancy new commercial complex, glassy high-rises framing a plaza with fountains and food trucks. Music played over speakers. Kids ran around in tiny hero capes. For a few hours, it really did feel like a break. Then the ground shook. At first, Izuku thought it was his balance acting up. His equilibrium hadn't been perfect since the Glareshift fight. Sometimes sudden movements made him wobble. But this was deeper. The pavement under his cane vibrated. A low rumble rolled through the plaza. Glass windows rattled. Somewhere, something heavy crashed. What was that? Shiro asked, looking around. Another rumble. Louder. Earthquake. Kaminari said, panicked. 13's voice snapped across the group. Class 1A, form up. Away from buildings, now. Izuku felt a firm hand on his shoulder, Kamui Woods, guiding him toward open space. Screams erupted as people rushed out of shops. Sirens wailed from somewhere deeper in the city. A deep crack sounded above them. Izuku's heart hammered. Uraraka, he said. Here, she answered, grabbing his sleeve. We're in the plaza, it's open, but. Another crack. A lot of cracks. Then the sound that would haunt him, the groan of stressed metal and concrete. One of the adjacent high-rises had taken damage, too much, too fast. Maybe its supports were flawed. Maybe something under the road had shifted. YBE a villain had hit another part of the city, triggering a chain reaction. Whatever the cause, the effect was obvious. A massive portion of the high-rise's upper structure was collapsing. Not straight down, at an angle, towards the plaza, towards them. The crowd exploded into chaos. Move! Kamui Woods roared, branches already snaking out to grab civilians and yank them clear. 13 raised both hands, sucking debris into miniature black holes as chunks of concrete broke free above. But the scale was wrong. This wasn't a few pieces. This was half a building. Even with 13's singularity and Kamui's branches, it wouldn't be enough. There were too many people. Too much debris. Not enough time. Izuku's cane vibrated harder as the tremors intensified. He could hear the collapsing structure. Feel the air pressure changing as tons of material fell. His Sharingan itch flared. No. His friends. The pro heroes. The kids in capes. The vendors. He didn't have time to think about rules. He yanked the cane up, letting it retract to his belt. Deku. Bakugo's voice shouted. Don't you. Too late. Sharingan. Mangekyo. The pattern flared, heavy, hungry. Izuku's world became pressure lines and falling masses. All converging on a thick, bright region, the area where the building's face would hit the plaza. He heard All Might in his head from 100 lectures, if you can't save them all individually, create a bigger shield. His ribs ached in anticipation. Everyone get down, he screamed. He sprinted forward, toward the impact zone, not away. One for all surged, 20%, 30, maybe more. He couldn't measure. His muscles screamed, but his body moved like it remembered how to be whole. He reached the center of the plaza, planted his feet, and threw his arms wide. Protect, protect, protect. The Mangekyo's clover pattern spun wildly. Green erupted. Not just ribs this time. It exploded outward from him in a massive wave, a skeletal framework forming first, ribs, spine, pelvis, then arms. Then a broad chest. Layer by layer, translucent emerald armor plated over the bones, a torso, shoulders, an outline of a cape. Within seconds, a gigantic figure towered over the plaza. A Susanoo. Prototype. From the outside, civilians and students saw this. Where a small green-haired boy had been, a massive, glowing giant now stood. It was shaped like a hero, broad-shouldered, slightly stylized, with a hint of All Might's iconic silhouette in the jawline and chest. It had no detailed face, just a smooth mask with two eye slits glowing like gentle lanterns. Its arms were outstretched. It looked, for all the world, like a symbol of peace made of emerald light. The collapsing building face crashed into it. The impact was apocalyptic. Dust exploded outward. Glass shattered. Concrete slabs caved against the giant's chest and arms. The Susanoo's ribs and armor rippled with shockwaves, green energy flaring brighter where the stress was greatest. Inside the ribcage, Izuku felt all of it. Every ton of weight pressed against his bones like an invisible hand trying to crush him. His spine screamed. His lungs seized. His eyes felt like they were on fire. He gritted his teeth. Not yet. Not yet. Just a little longer. Just until the worst is over. Around the Susanoo's ankles, he could sense shapes, people cowering, some pressed against the inner side of the ribcage, eyes wide. Realizing they were protected instead of pulverized, he heard someone sobbing, someone else laughing hysterically, someone whispering, "Is that All Might?" No, someone else. The Susanoo held. Debris slid off its shoulders and arms, piling in heaps at the edges of the plaza. The worst of the building mass crumpled against the giant's chest and fell harmlessly to the sides. Kamui Woods' branches seized what they could. 13's black holes devoured rogue chunks. Other heroes, drawn by the catastrophe, arrived and guided civilians further out of the danger zone. Finally, when the last major slab stopped falling, the giant's arms slowly lowered. Izuku's knees buckled. The Susanoo cracked. Fractures of green light spider-webbed across its surface. Segments of the armor flaked away, dissolving into drifting motes. The ribs were the last to go, fading gently around the huddled crowd like a protective hand lifting away. From the outside, it looked like a miracle, a massive, spectral hero appearing just long enough to take the hit, then fading as the dust settled. From the inside, Izuku fell to all fours, breath rasping. He tried to deactivate the Mangekyo. It took longer than usual. When it finally snapped off, it felt like someone stabbed two red-hot needles into his eyes. He couldn't even scream. No air. Someone's hands grabbed his shoulders. "Midoriya. Iida. Are you, Midoriya?" He blinked. Nothing. Not even shapes now. Just black. His heart sank. Oh, so that's what worse looks like. He slumped, letting Iida and Uraraka haul him upright. Did it work? He croaked. Is everyone? We're okay, Uraraka said, voice shaking. You made a giant. Like a legend. Everyone saw that, Kaminari babbled. A huge green All Might-ish thing, you should have seen it. Oh, right, sorry. Bad choice of words. Deku, Bakugo's voice ground out. You absolute, stupid, we'll talk later. Izuku laughed weakly. Sirens wailed as more heroes and emergency crews arrived. The media wasn't far behind. Cameras zoomed in on the scene, on the broken building, the dust, the shaken but alive civilians, and the faint, fading motes of green drifting through the air. Someone pointed. There. A voice shouted. In the center. That student, he was at the core of that thing. All Might's successor, another murmured. Has to be. News anchors later would call it a miracle. Some would also call it terrifying. Right now, though, all Izuku could think was, I can't see anything. Back at Ua, the infirmary felt almost familiar now. Izuku lay on the bed, eyes bandaged for the moment, listening to the adults argue in low voices. You assured me he wouldn't use it casually, Regultone snapped. And yet, in broad daylight, in front of hundreds of civilians and cameras, he manifests a towering unknown construct. Would you prefer the alternative? Aizawa shot back. A crushed plaza and dozens dead because we told him to hold back. That's not what Nezu's calm voice cut through. The priority was saving lives, he said. Which he achieved. The commission can spin Hero Society's image later. You can't spin the dead. Regulus exhaled sharply. The footage is everywhere, she said. People are calling it the Emerald Giant. Some think it's a support barrier. Others think it's a new symbol. Conspiracy theorists are already saying UA has a secret weapon. All Might spoke next, voice low and controlled. Then we tell them it was a one-time emergency deployment of experimental tech, he said. Which, in a sense, it was. A fusion of his quirk and our training. And when they start asking for specs, Regulus asked. For blueprints. For deployment protocols. Nezu's smile sharpened. We remind them that student data is confidential. That it was an unrepeatable phenomenon. And we emphasize the teamwork of 13, Kamui Woods, and other pros. We redirect. Regulus was silent for a beat. Then, fine. For now. But this only increases our need to monitor him. Aizawa's voice went flat. You monitor him through us. He's a student. Not your lab animal. I am well aware, Regulus snapped. Don't forget, All Might, that the public will not accept another all-for-one scenario. If they start to believe your successor is drifting into that territory. He isn't, All Might said firmly. Because he's Midoriya Izuku. Not a symbol. Not a weapon. A boy who uses what he has to help others, no matter the cost to himself. That, cost, is precisely what worries me, Regulus said. Heroes who burn themselves out make unstable choices. Keep him alive. Keep him sane. The door shut more forcefully than necessary as she left. Footsteps approached the bed. You can sit up now, you know, Recovery Girl said. You're not made of glass. Izuku carefully pushed himself up. Fingers tracing the edge of the bandage. Can I remove this? He asked. Slowly, she said. He peeled the bandage away. Darkness. He blinked once. Twice. Nothing changed. He forced the Sharingan on. Nothing. His heart stopped. Calm, Recovery Girl said quickly. Don't panic yet. Your eyes are still reacting to light. But your brain is recalibrating. Again, he tried to breathe. So, can I see anything? He asked. Wave your hand in front of your face, Aizawa said from somewhere to the left. He did. Nothing. There's some response when we test your pupils, Recovery Girl said. But your conscious sight is, mostly gone. What you're experiencing is effectively quirk-dependent perception now. Your regular vision is, for most functional purposes, gone. The words landed like stones. He swallowed. So, the only way I see, he said slowly, is through my quirk. Yes, she said. And every time you push that quirk to Mangekyo levels, you risk even that auxiliary perception. This is the line. Midoriya. You don't get many more. Silence. Izuku clenched his fists in the sheets. Is it worth it? He whispered. Aizawa's reply was immediate. Ask the people in that plaza. Izuku heard the rustle of paper. A hand pressed something into his own. It was a stack of cards, slightly uneven. He fumbled one up. The surface was embossed, raised shapes he could trace with his thumb. These arrived this morning, Nezu's voice said. From civilians. From kids at the expo. From the property manager whose building didn't finish crushing their guests. They were thank you notes. Izuku's throat closed. He couldn't read them, but he could imagine them, messy handwriting, little drawings of green giants and stick figure heroes. The world is calling you the Emerald Giant, Nezu said. Or the boy inside it. Their opinions will swing like a pendulum. Fear, speculation. That will never stop. He hopped closer, Izuku could hear the faint squeak. But if you ask me, Nezu continued, yesterday, you were a boy who used a cursed gift to stop a catastrophe. Knowing full well the cost. All Might's hand rested on his shoulder again. You asked if it was worth it, he said softly. That's something you have to answer for yourself. Not once, but every time. Today, I'd say, the lives saved answer for you. Izuku pressed the edge of one card against his palm, grounding himself. He remembered the feel of the Susanoo's ribs. The weight of the building. The sound of people crying out in relief instead of terror. He also remembered the moment the world went completely dark. I'm scared, he admitted. Of going all the way. Of waking up one day and not even having my quirk sight anymore. You're allowed to be scared, Aizawa said. You're not allowed to let fear decide for you. That's not who you are. Recovery Girl snorted. And you are allowed to rest, she added. You're benched from major heroics for a while. I rehab, mobility training, support gear fitting. Your body needs time. Izuku nodded. Okay, he said. Also, Aizawa added dryly, you're going to have to deal with your classmates treating you like a glass vase for a few days. Izuku laughed weakly. I'll yell at them if they overdo it. That's the spirit, All Might chuckled. Back in the dorms, rumors had already taken on a life of their own. "Did you see that thing?" Kaminari said for the 10th time. "It was like a giant All Might, but made of green light, and Deku was in the middle." "I saw more dust than anything," Jiro muttered. "But yeah, it was something. They're calling it the Emerald Giant," Mina said, scrolling through her phone. "Look, fan art already. Someone drew it giving a thumbs up." "That's fast," Kirishima whistled. "Manly creativity. They think it's support tech," Siro said. "Some folks are like, Ua's new crowd control barrier, so cool." "Good," Iida said. "Let them think that." Uraraka sat quietly on the couch, hands wrapped around a mug of tea. "The way he moved," she murmured. "He just ran toward the falling building. No hesitation." Bakugo snorted from where he leaned against the wall. "That's how he's always been," he said. "Doesn't know how to retreat. Just pushes forward until something breaks." He stared out the window at the city. "Now it's his eyes," he added, voice low. Uraraka looked down. "You felt it too," she said. "In the plaza. The way he dimmed after it faded." Bakugo's jaw clenched. "Yeah," he said. "I felt it." That night, Izuku sat on his bed, fingers trailing over the embossed thank you cards again. He couldn't see the drawings. But he could imagine them. He imagined a world where he never awakened the Sharingan. Where he relied solely on one for all, broke his bones a little more, moved a little slower. Would those people in the plaza still be alive? Maybe. Maybe not. Two legacies, he murmured. One path. He closed his useless green eyes, then opened them. He didn't see the room. He didn't see the bed. But when he focused, just a little, letting the base Sharingan bloom without pushing to the Mangekyo, he saw shapes. Energy outlines. The faint glow of his own quirk flowing through his fingers, the ambient hum of UA's systems. The soft, warm presence that was someone outside his door. A gentle knock. "Midoriya, it's me, Uraraka. Come in," he said. The door slid open. She stepped in, closing it behind her. He could feel her hesitating, nervous. I brought you something," she said. Something soft landed in his lap. He picked it up. Fabric. He ran his fingers over it. A mask. His old costume. With a reinforced band around the eyes. There were small inserts he could feel, probably lined with some support tech. "Support course prototype," Uraraka said. "Hatsume heard about your, adjustment. And she said if you're going to have scary eye powers, you might as well look cool and protected." Izuku laughed. "That sounds like her." Uraraka shifted. "I also thought," she said slowly. "If you're going to use those eyes again, maybe having something between them and the outside world would feel less vulnerable. You can open them behind the mask without everyone staring." His chest warmed. "Thank you," he said quietly. I was worried about freaking people out." She sat on the edge of the bed. "People are gonna freak out no matter what," she said. "Because the world changed, and you changed with it." "But," he heard her swallow. "When I think of your eyes," she said, voice small, "I don't think, cursed. I think, the reason I'm still here. So if they're going to cost you something, we just have to make sure it's never more than we can live with." He nodded. "Deal," he said. As she left, he tied the mask loosely around his head, letting it rest on his forehead. He lay back, staring into the darkness. Somewhere far away, news anchors debated the Emerald Giant. The commission drafted new memos. Villains took notes. Inside UA, a boy with broken eyes and an oversized heart drifted toward sleep, knowing that every step forward now would be a dance on the edge of blindness. But he also knew this. When the next disaster came, when the next villain threatened the people behind him, he would move. If he had to walk into the dark to protect their light, so be it. The Emerald Giant wasn't a thing he summoned. It was the shape of his resolve. And even if his eyes someday failed him completely, he'd make sure that resolve kept standing. The first time the word symbol came up again, Izuku nearly dropped his cane. He was in the common room, listening more than watching. When the news anchor said it. And footage of the so-called Emerald Giant has flooded social media. Many are already calling the mysterious construct a new symbol of hope, though. Critics warn this level of power without clear oversight makes for a symbol of uncertainty rather than peace. The words hit harder than any punch. Symbol of uncertainty. He knew they weren't talking about the giant alone. They were talking about the boy inside it. Ua responded with its usual strange mix of calm and over-prepared. Izuku now had a daily schedule: mobility training in the mornings, quirk calibration in the afternoons. Light academics squeezed in between. Step, tap, listen, breathe. The mobility coach, a retired hero with a mild, soothing voice, walked beside him along a quiet corridor. His hero name had been Guideline, which Izuku thought was both funny and perfect. "Your cane is not just a stick," Guideline said. "It's an extension of your awareness. Feel the texture changes. Hear the echo. You used to rely on your eyes to fill in gaps. Now you teach your other senses to do that job." Izuku nodded, tapping ahead, counting steps in his head. He had his new mask on, dark green, snug around the upper half of his face, with reinforced padding over his eyes. Hatsume had fitted tiny vibration sensors into it, linked subtly to his earpieces. When something got too close too quickly, the mask would buzz softly. "Better than having your actual eyeballs take the hit," she'd said cheerfully. "Now go break it so I know what to fix." During quirk sessions, he worked with Awa and All Might on something more delicate, fighting smart without leaning on the Mangekyo's destructive gifts. "The goal isn't to compensate for lost sight," Aizawa told him one day on the training field. "The goal is to build a new style around what you do have." "What I have," Izuku said, "is a quirk that tries to kill my eyes. And a brain that won't quit, and a body powered by generations of strength," All Might added. "Don't let the curse drown out the blessings, young Midoriya. They started small. Base Sharingan only. No Mangekyo allowed." "Eyes," Aizawa ordered. Crimson bloomed behind the mask, unseen by anyone else. Tomo spun. The world shifted. He still couldn't see like before, not in crisp lines and colors, but with the Sharingan active, he perceived motion and energy with uncanny clarity. People were vague shapes, but their movements left clear traces. Quirk flares glowed like little bonfires. "Kaminari, go in," Aizawa said. "On it." Kaminari darted forward, sparking. Izuku listened, felt the buzz of electricity, saw the faint trail his limbs left as they swung. The Sharingan projected likely paths. What Kaminari's next motion would be based on his current direction. Izuku stepped aside a half-second before a tackle, hand lightly redirecting Kaminari's shoulder past him. "Whoa," Kaminari grunted, stumbling. "You really are reading the future with those things." "Just your bad habits," Izuku said. Smiling, they repeated this with others. Shiro's tape, Kirishima's charges, Yaoyorozu's improvised staffs. Even Bakugo, snarling as usual, weaving explosions in paw. TTERNS meant to overload Izuku's sense of direction. The Sharingan's lines tried to drown him in information. He practiced filtering, choosing only the necessary ones, letting the rest fade. "Think of it like you're back in class," Aizawa said. "You don't write down everything the teacher says. You write what matters." After a week of this, they added low percentage 1 for all bursts. The trick wasn't speed, it was efficiency. He learned to fire a 5% burst just for a pivot, then cut it, then a 3% uptick for a jab, then off again. The Sharingan showed him, in broad strokes, where an opponent would be. And 1 for all let him deliver a clean strike at the right angle with minimal waste. "You're starting to look like you know what you're doing," Bakugo grumbled after Izuku. "You slipped past one of his blasts and tapped him in the ribs." "I'm just copying everyone," Izuku said sheepishly. "That's your whole thing now," Bakugo snorted. "Make it work." While Izuku rebuilt himself on the training grounds, the world outside rebuilt its opinion of him. It was messy. On one channel, a panel of commentators pored over shaky Emerald Giant footage. "If this is a quirk manifestation," one analyst said, "then the scale is unprecedented for a student. We're talking about something on par with top-tier heroes in terms of area coverage. And we don't know the cost," another added. "Rumors suggest the student inside, Midoriya Izuku, suffered severe eye strain. There are concerns about potential long-term damage or instability." On another channel, a mother held her child, one of the kids from the expo. She smiled tremulously at the camera. "That big green hero, he held the building up," she said. "We would have died. I don't care what his eyes look like. He saved my son." On social media, hashtags trended. Hashtag Emerald Giant. Hashtag Crimson Eyes Deku. Hashtag New Symbol or Threat. Fan art spread like wildfire. Some showed a towering green guardian with All Might-like hair. Others drew Izuku half-eye. End shadow, one eye bright crimson with Tomo, the other blacked out, a tear of green flame dripping down. Comments were, as always, a mixed bag. He's so cool. New generation of symbol heroes. I don't trust those eyes. Copying quirks is one step away from villain territory. Didn't we just get rid of All for One? Why are we okay with another multiquirk guy? He's literally a kid who risked his eyes to save people. Chill. The Hero Commission watched all of it with a furrowed brow. In a polished boardroom far more sterile than UA's chaotic lounges, Regulus' chair stood in front of a large screen. End showing looping footage of the Emeraldaling building. Around the table, other commission elders murmured, papers rustling. The narrative is unstable, one said. Some see him as a new symbol of peace. Others see a potential all-for-one successor. We can't allow either extreme, Regulus said. We need guidelines. She tapped a tablet, bringing up a file. Midoriya Izuku, Provisional Power Regulation Proposals. First, she said, we confirm limited field deployment. No unsupervised missions. He's to be accompanied by at least one top-ranked pro-hero on any high-risk engagement. That won't hold forever, someone murmured. If he is All Might's successor. Then we ease into it, Regulus cut in. Second, we push for a masking protocol. No public Mangekyo activations if avoidable. The visual flare is what most unnerves people. If we can obscure it behind a hero mask, we reduce panic. Third, we quietly request UA keep a detailed usage log of his eye quirk. How often? Under what conditions? What side effects? If we see a pattern of overuse or mental instability. She left the rest unsaid. Everyone understood. Do we tell him these are regulations? An older commissioner asked. Regulus's jaw tightened. We frame them as safety measures, she said. For him. For others. We cannot stop him from being a symbol. But we can shape what kind. The next commission visit to UA was less confrontational, but in some ways more suffocating. Regulus sat with Nezu, All Might, Aizawa, and Izuku in a small conference room overlooking a training field. Izuku sat straighter than usual, asked down around his neck so they could see his face. He couldn't see hers, but he could feel her eyes on him. Could hear the rustle of her blazer when she shifted. The faint click of her pen. Midoriya Izuku, she began. First, on behalf of the commission and the civilians you saved, thank you. Izuku blinked, startled. You're welcome, he stammered. I was just doing what any hero in training would. Not any hero could have. She said. You had the right power, the right position, and the right instincts. He flushed. But, she added, that power comes with risks. To you. To others. That's why we're here. Nezu folded his paws. We're in agreement on that point, he chimed. We'd like to make sure our approaches align. Regulus nodded. Midoriya, she said, tone shifting to something almost gentle, right now. You are many things to the public. Savior. Threat. Curiosity. You do not control which of those labels sticks. Izuku swallowed. I know. What you can control, she continued, is how often you demonstrate your more extreme capabilities. The Emerald Giant, for instance. He stiffened. If that manifestation becomes a regular feature of your battles, Regulus said, the public will begin to expect it. To rely on it. And when you can't produce it, for any reason, they will feel betrayed. Or panicked. Her pen tapped once. Therefore, we strongly recommend TU and UA treat that giant form as an absolute last resort. For true catastrophes only. Not for everyday villain fights. Not even for most large-scale incidents. Izuku nodded slowly. That was already my plan, he said quietly. It hurts a lot. I can't use it every time. I might lose what little vision I have left. Regulus was quiet for a moment. That is the other issue, she said. Your eyesight. I've read Recovery Girl's preliminary reports. Each Mangekyo activation accelerates deterioration. Yes, he said. Yet you will be in situations where using it may be the difference between life and death. For many people, she said. That is the tragic math of hero work. Her chair creaked as she leaned forward. You must decide, she said, where your line is. How much of yourself you are willing to give. We can propose guidelines, but in the moment, you will choose. And you must live with those choices. So will everyone else. Izuku's hands curled slightly. He stopped, took a breath. I've already decided something, he said. About that. Regulus raised an eyebrow, he heard it in her voice. Oh, I won't use the Mangekyo for offense unless there's truly no other way, he said. Not just, this would be easier if I burned it. It has to be impossible without it. People about to die. No other tools left. He thought of Glorreshift's spear, the plaza concrete. The emerald flame's hungry glow. My first move in a fight won't be that flame, he said. Or the giant. I'll use what one for all in my normal Sharingan can do first. My fists. My brain. My training. The Mangekyo is, checkmate, not opening. Nezu's eyes sparkled. A good philosophy, he said. In defense, Regulus asked. The giant. He hesitated. If it's between my eyes and someone else's life, he said softly. I'll choose them. Every time. But I won't call that thing up for anything less. Silence. Then Regulus exhaled. Very well, she said. Then we are aligned. Mostly. We will still expect UA to keep a usage log. Aizawa's scarf rustled as he shifted. We'll take care of that, he said. Internally. She stood. One last thing, she said. The public will call you many things. You cannot stop it. But if new symbol ever becomes one of them, remember that symbols are double-edged. They inspire. They also attract attacks. Izuku remembered Shigaraki's smile. All for one's laughter. Villains drawn like moths to All Might's flame. I know, he said. Good. Regulus paused, then added, softer, do not let them turn you into something you are not, Midoriya. Not us. Not Nezu. Not All Might. Not the crowd. Then she left. All Might chuckled ruefully. She must like you, he said. That was almost warm for her. Izuku huffed a little laugh. I think I get it, he said. They're scared. I'm scared too. You're allowed to be, All Might said. The trick is to keep moving anyway. All Might decided it was time for a more personal talk too. They sat on a bench under a tree in UA's courtyard, the same tree where, once, Izuku had clung to the last scrap of his dream and asked a fading symbol if he could still be a hero. Now, Izuku leaned his cane against the bench and tilted his head up. Eyes closed, feeling the breeze and the warmth of the sun on his face. So, All Might said lightly, how does it feel to be the subject of 3 different hashtags? Overwhelming, Izuku admitted. And, weird. They're talking about the Emerald Giant like it's a separate person. Sometimes I forget they're talking about me. It isn't just you, All Might said. It's something you create, with your quirk, with your will. He paused. When I became the symbol of peace, he said, I thought of it as a costume I put on. All Might was the persona. Toshinori was, the man behind the curtain. Izuku smiled faintly. Like a secret identity. Exactly, All Might said. But over time, it got harder to separate them. People needed All Might so much that I forgot how to be Toshinori sometimes. He tapped his knuckles against his leg. You're in a different situation, he said. People already know you're you. Midoriya Izuku. They've seen your face. Your nerves. Your muttering. Your courage. Izuku blushed. Muttering. All Might chuckled. What I'm saying is, your symbol can't be a mask you put on. Not the way mine was. You can't pretend to be invincible. Not when the price of your power is written in your eyes. He leaned closer. So don't try, he said. Don't become a second All Might. Don't become the perfect, crimson-eyed copy hero the internet thinks you should be. Become something else. Izuku tilted his head. A hero whose strength is honesty about his limits, All Might said. Someone who can say, I will help you, and I will bleed for you, but I cannot do everything. I am not a god. I am human. He smiled. Your Sharingan shows you more than most. Your Mangekyo pushes you closer to the edge than most. Your One for All lets you act on that information. Put together. You're terrifying. But what will make you a true hero is not your ability to end fights in one blow, it's your ability to choose when not to. Izuku sat with that for a while. So much of his journey had been about catching up, making himself worthy of One for All. Now, he had something that scared even All Might's generation, and the challenge was not mastering it, but restraining it. How do I make a style around that? He asked. I can't see normally. I can't spam the Mangekyo. I can't just be a weaker copy of you. So, What am I? All Might's grin was wide and genuine. You, he said simply. A hero who sees more than his enemy but strikes less. A tactician who uses vision to end battles quickly, with minimal damage. Someone who doesn't fight like a tank, but like a scalpel. He mimed a little jab. Izuku could hear the air whoosh. Your main combo, All Might continued, should be this: base Sharingan prediction, low to mid-level 1 for all execution. You don't need to copy every quirk you see, you just need to borrow movements, patterns, timing. What about the Mangekyo's foresight? Izuku asked. When I fought Glorreshift, just before the blast, it felt like time slowed. Like I saw more than usual. All Might hummed. We'll test that, he said. But again, only in short bursts. You might be able to use brief flashes of its predictive boost without summoning giant ribs or green fire. A micro-activation, if you will. Izuku nodded slowly. So, base Sharingan most of the time. Tiny Mangekyo flickers in absolute emergencies for that extra edge. One for all is his main tool. He could do that. He would do that. Thank you, he said. For seeing me. Not just my eyes. All Might chuckled. It's my job, isn't it? Of course, theory doesn't matter much until it's tested. The test came on a gloomy Wednesday. A patrol exercise, simple, supervised, had 1A accompanying a couple of pros through a quieter district. UA was easing Izuku back into the field with training wheels. He wore his new hero costume, modified pads, better joint support, and the green mask secured over his eyes. The mask's outer surface was opaque, but inside, he could lift it slightly to activate the Sharingan if needed. Looking sharp, Deku, Kaminari said, giving him a thumbs up. Mysterious blindfold hero vibe. Very cool, Mina agreed. Like some kind of monk or something. Monk of excessive muttering, Jiro snickered. Izuku blushed. I'll take that as a compliment. Their escort heroes were Manual and Gunhead, both reliable, not flashy. Aizawa shadowed from a rooftop. The first hour was uneventful. A few lost tourists. A cat in a tree. Izuku used the cane in his ears mostly, keeping the Sharingan off unless a corner seemed too noisy to risk. Then they turned into a side street just as something exploded at the far end. Smoke billowed. People screamed. A figure in a heavy exosuit stomped into view, arms bristling with stolen support tech. Izuku's brain supplied a name from the news: Gearjack. A small-time villain who hijacked support gadgets and welded them into ugly, dangerous mashups. Class, get civilians clear. Manual shouted. We handle him. Gearjack raised an arm. A crude cannon glowed. Izuku didn't think, he moved. Sharingan, he whispered. Behind the mask, crimson flared. The world sharpened just enough to show him the cannon's venting patterns. The way Gearjack's stance telegraphed recoil. The lines of fire that would hit storefronts if the shot went wild. He darted forward, one for all flickering in his legs. No Mangekyo. No Emerald Giant. Just prediction and precision. Gearjack fired. Izuku had already seen the arc. He slid under it, the blast whistling overhead, and slammed his shoulder into Gearjack's knee. The exact angle the Sharingan had highlighted is structurally weak. The suit buckled. Gearjack staggered, shouting. Gunhead moved in immediately, using the opening to disarm one of the armed cannons with practiced martial arts. Wrenching it aside, 2 more shots were fired, wild. Izuku sidestepped one and slapped the back of the other cannon with just enough OFA-enhanced force to twist its barrel toward the sky. Deku. Uraraka called. 3 o'clock, rubble. He turned, Sharingan catching the falling bricks from a damaged awning. One for all, 5%. A quick hop and spin, a series of FL.X. fingertip wind bursts that shattered the bricks mid-air before they could hit the cowering shop owner below. His head throbbed faintly, but it was manageable. Gearjack roared, flailing. For a split second, Izuku felt the temptation. If I use the Mangekyo now, I could burn the suit off in one move. No more risk. No more stray shots. He clenched his teeth. No. He'd drawn a line. The Sharingan's lines showed him something else. A loose cable, a power core on the back, a pattern in Gearjack's movements that left his right flank unguarded after every swing. Bakugo. Izuku shouted. Right side, after he swings left. The core. Got it. Bakugo blasted up, using the opening exactly when Izuku predicted it. An explosion cracked against the exposed core. Sparks flew. Gearjack's suit shuddered, then powered down, freezing mid-motion. He toppled harmlessly, groaning as Manuel's water whips pinned his arms. Sirens wailed, local police rolled in. The whole thing had taken less than 30 seconds. No Susano. No Emerald Flame. Just Deku. He stood there, breathing hard but steady, Sharingan fading back to green behind the mask, head aching only slightly. Gunhead clapped him on the shoulder. "Nice work," he said. "Clean. Efficient. You guided us without trying to solo him." Manuel nodded. "That's how a hero team operates," he said. "You're not a walking nuke, you're a strategist with good timing." Izuku smiled, relief flooding him. Above, on the rooftop, Aizawa watched. He'd seen the brief hesitation before the Mangekyo temptation. He'd seen Izuku reject it. Good. He allowed himself the smallest of nods. Maybe, just maybe, this kid wouldn't eat himself alive with power. That night, Hero Talk shows covered the Gearjack incident briefly. Most of the attention went to the exosuit and the support gear theft ring. But a few sharp-eyed viewers noticed something. In one frame, as Deku darted past a camera, his mask was slightly lifted. A faint crimson gleam, ringed and patterned, was visible for a fraction of a second. Clips circulated with slow-motion replays. "That's him, the crimson-eyed kid, but he didn't use the giant this time. Maybe he doesn't need it for everything." A popular hero commentator summed it up. "This Midoriya kid, he's scary, sure. But what scares me more is the idea of nobody with this kind of power. Buildings fall. Villains escalate. We need people who can stand in those gaps. The question is, will society let him be human while he does it, or will we squeeze him until he breaks?" The phrase, symbol of uncertainty, stuck around. But another phrase started appearing alongside it. The boy who sees too much. And, less dramatic but somehow warmer, the Green Giant's core. Inside Ua, Izuku didn't see any of that. He sat in the dorm lounge, mask pushed up, eyes closed. Listening to his friends argue about which Hero Expo stall had the best food. "You bought 6 skewers from that one truck, Kaminari," Jiro said dryly. "Your opinion is biased. Bite me. My taste buds no quality," Kaminari protested. Kirishima laughed. "Next time, Deku, we're guiding you to the best stalls first, oh." "Deal," he said. His eyes still hurt sometimes. His world was still mostly darkness edged in faint energy when he let the Sharingan flare. The Mangekyo lurked deeper, a heavy, dangerous thing he could call on, but chose not to. He wasn't sure if he was a symbol yet. But he knew this. He was surrounded by people who saw him as more than his cursed eyes. He had teachers who believed he could walk the line. He had a plan for how to fight without losing himself. The uncertainty wasn't going away. The fear wasn't either. But maybe a symbol didn't have to erase fear. Maybe it just had to stand, trembling but unbroken, and say, "I'm scared too. Let's move forward anyway." Izuku clenched his fist lightly. "I'll be that kind of hero," he whispered to himself. Inside his chest, One for All's embers flickered. Behind his closed lids, the Sharingan's Tomo spun, steady and controlled. Out in the world, villains were watching. Some were afraid of the Emerald Giant. Some wanted to test it. One in particular was making plans that would push Izuku's fragile balance to the breaking point. A final confrontation was coming, one where sight, symbols, and sacrifice would collide. And when it did, the boy with cursed eyes would have to decide, once and for all, how much he was willing to lose. To save everything he could still see. The world didn't slow down just because Midoriya Izuku could no longer see it clearly. If anything, it sped up. Villains adapted. Criminals watched footage of the Emerald Giant and posted think piece rants about child soldiers and weaponized students. Hero talk shows argued about regulation versus necessity. Somewhere in the middle of all that noise, a new name began to appear in incident reports. Blind Vantage. At first, it sounded like a cruel joke. A petty burglar who only hid optical labs. A vandal who spray-painted security cameras completely black. A small-time thug who blinded 3 heroes temporarily with a short-range flash quirk. But then the pattern changed. Midoriya. Listen to this. Aizawa slid a file across the staff room table. Izuku sat across from him, cane folded beside his chair, mask pushed up. His green eyes were open, but not really seeing. The world was a smear of grays without help. He took the file, fingers finding the edges, listening as Aizawa read aloud. Case report. Nabu City, Aizawa said. 3 pro heroes, 1 sidekick, attacked during a patrol. All reported sudden, total loss of vision despite no physical damage to the eyes. Izuku's chest tightened. Glorreshift copycat. No, Aizawa said. Glorreshift used light overload. These scans show something else. No burns, no physical trauma, but the brain's visual processing centers went haywire. Like someone scrambled the way they interpret sight. He tapped the paper. Quirk. Null sight. User. Unknown. Witnesses report a tall figure in a black coat, wearing a smooth white mask with no eye holes. Calls himself Blind Vantage. Says he removes the lie of sight. Izuku swallowed. He blindfolds their brains. Basic understanding, yes. Aizawa sighed. 2 of the heroes recovered most of their vision after treatment. 1 is still seeing static. All Might stepped into the room, thin form serious. It gets worse, he said. He set a tablet down and played a short clip. Izuku leaned in, activating his Sharingan for a moment to make out the blobby shapes. A shaky streak video. A pro hero stood in front of the camera, panting, facing a tall figure in a blank white mask. The villain's voice came through distorted, like it was filtered. You heroes claim to see more than the rest of us, Blind Vantage said. To see danger. To see justice. But your sight is rotten. So I'm evening the field. The hero shouted something wordless and charged. Blind Vantage simply raised a hand. An invisible wave rippled out. The hero staggered mid-stride, clutching his helmet. My eyes, I can't. The video cut there, snapped off by someone screaming. Aizawa paused the feed. Same message in every encounter, he said. He wants to strip heroes of their advantage. Especially those with ocular or perception quirks. All Might added quietly, he's mentioned you. Izuku's heart skipped. Me. Nezu's voice chirped from a speaker on the wall. We intercepted villain forum chatter, he said. He called you, the worst offender. The boy with cursed eyes and stolen strength who pretends to see justice from every angle. Izuku made a face. That's a mouthful. Villains like dramatic branding, Aizawa muttered. Nezu's tone turned serious. He has a goal, Midoriya. He wants to prove that heroes who claw I am to see more, like you with your Sharingan, are dangerous. He wants to tear your vision away for good. So he's coming, Izuku said quietly. For me. All Might's hand tightened into a fist. He's already begun, he said. There was a message in the last attack. In the static of one of the hero's scrambled senses. Art text decrypted it. He tapped the tablet. A text appeared on the screen in glitchy letters. I will erase your false eyes, Emerald Giant. Then we'll see what your justice really is. The emergency meeting in UA's conference room felt heavier than usual. Nezu sat at the head, paws folded. All Might and Aizawa flanked him. Regulus' chair appeared on a large screen, sharp eyes narrowed. Other pro heroes joined too, Endeavor, Hawks, Mirko, and several tactical specialists. Izuku stood near the back, cane in hand. Mask down around his neck, listening. We have a credible prediction that Blind Vantage's next move will target Midoriya, Regulus said. He's escalating. The Emerald Giant incident put a spotlight on UA. Villains are drawn to it. So we beef up defenses, Endeavor said. Keep the boy inside, lock down the campus, let us handle the threat outside. Won't work, Hawks said lazily from his chair. Wings half spread. You've seen Vantage's pattern. He doesn't storm the castle. He breaks the guards' glasses one by one. He'll go for patrols, sidekicks, civilians near UA, trying to force the kid out. Which we will not allow, Regulus said. Midoriya's power is too unstable. If Blind Vantage can disrupt his quirk sight, a panic activation of his larger forms could have catastrophic collateral. Quote. Izuku flinched. All Might stepped in. With respect, he said calmly, you are ignoring one key factor. Young Midoriya is already fighting blind. Literally and figuratively. Nezu nodded. Indeed. Blind Vantage's main advantage against other heroes is sudden deprivation of sight, he said. Midoriya has been training in low vision conditions for months. He has experience fighting using other senses. And his Sharingan, Aizawa added, is a visual quirk but not a normal one. It sees motion, energy, patterns. If null sight scrambles basic visual input, we don't yet know how it will affect the Mangekyo. That uncertainty cuts both ways. It's a risk, but also a chance to counter him. Regulus frowned. You're suggesting we use Midoriya as bait, she said. Draw blind vantage out. Izuku spoke before he could stop himself. If he's already targeting me, he said, then hiding just makes other people targets. He'll go after heroes who aren't used to fighting in the dark. People like me will still suffer. It'll just be someone else instead. He gripped his cane. I don't want that, he said. If I can help stop him, I should. Regulus studied him. Even if it risks what's left of your sight? She asked. Izuku swallowed. I'd rather risk mine than let him steal someone else's, he said quietly. Heroes are supposed to protect. Not just lives, but the things that make those lives worth living. He touched his mask lightly. I've already lost a lot, he said. But I've learned how to move without perfect vision. That's my weird advantage now. Aizawa's lips twitched. Never thought I'd hear anyone call blindness an advantage, he muttered. Nezu clapped his paws together. Then we plan, he said. Not just bait, but a controlled hunt. We choose the field, we choose the backup, and we establish strict conditions for if the Emerald Giant is allowed to appear. He looked at Regulus. Will the commission work with us, he asked, or try to work around us? Regulus' jaw tightened. Then she exhaled. We'll coordinate, she said. On one condition, detailed monitoring. If Midoriya's power spikes beyond agreed limits, you pull him out. No, just one more minute, heroics. All eyes flicked to Izuku. He nodded. Understood, he said. The trap was set a week later. Blind Vantage chose the location. Or so he thought. He had a pattern. Dense urban areas with reflective surfaces, lots of vantage points, multiple escape routes. He liked tall buildings and complex soundscapes that made it hard to pinpoint him. So Ua and the commission quietly cordoned off a commercial district that fit his taste, under the guise of structural inspections. Heroes took up subtle positions on rooftops and inside darkened shops. Civilians were quietly cleared out. In the middle of it all, walking down an empty cross street at dusk, was Deku. Mask on, cane ticking on the pavement. He looked, from a distance, like any other blind teenager making his way home. Only the tiny earpiece under his hair and the faint hum of One for All's restrained power in his legs marked him as something else. Midoriya, Aizawa's voice murmured in his ear. Remember, you're not alone. Backup is one signal away. Got it, Izuku whispered. He felt the city around him. His cane tapped concrete, then the metal of a manhole cover, then cracked pavement. The wind between buildings carried scents, oil, old food, distant rain. He heard the faint hum of generators, the rustle of cloth from a rooftop where someone shifted, pro-hero, friendly. He walked like he had somewhere to be. Halfway down the block, a screen on a nearby building flickered on by itself. The picture was static at first. Then text formed in white noise. You came. Izuku stopped. He lifted his head. A figure stepped into view at the far end of the street. Tall. Black coat. White mask smooth and featureless, no eye holes, no mouth. Just a blank, polished surface that caught the last light of day. Blind Vantage. His voice came through somehow layered, as if multiple versions of him spoke slightly out of sync. You really are predictable, the villain said. Show a wounded hero a trail of suffering. And he limps right along it. Izuku's heart pounded. You're hurting people who never asked for this, he said. Heroes who just wanted to help. Heroes who thought they could see everything, Blind Vantage said. They saw criminals as less than human. They looked down from their high vantage points and judged. My quirk just takes away their illusion. Izuku shook his head. I know heroes who see too little. He said. Who ignore problems. Who look away. But I also know ones who see too much. The pain, the injustice, the ones they couldn't save, and it hurts them. He stepped forward, cane tapping. I'm not here to argue philosophy, he said. I'm here to stop you from blinding more people. Blind Vantage's shoulders shook in a short laugh. So earnest, he said. Those cursed eyes of yours, Sharingan. They call them. You see more than others. Copy their moves. Predict their attacks. And you still think you can stand there and talk about fairness. He raised a hand. I'll fix that for you. Blind Vantage said. I'll take away everything your eyes give you. Then we'll see if your justice is still so pure. The air shifted. Aizawa's voice snapped in Izuku's ear. Now, Sharingan. Don't wait. Izuku inhaled. Crimson bloomed behind the mask. The world sharpened, lines of motion, faint energy trails. Blind Vantage glowed in his vision, a knot of quirk energy centered in his head and chest. The blank mask pulsed with faint patterns. At the same time, something pulsed back. An invisible wave rolled down the street. It hit Izuku like a wall of cold water. For a second, his Sharingan lines shattered, threads snapping, reforming, dissolving. Static filled his head, not in his ears, but behind his eyes. Gah! He staggered, one hand flying to his mask. Behind him, a distant rooftop voice cried out. My vision. It's all static. Other heroes shouted over the comms. Izuku gritted his teeth. Null sight. Blind Vantage's quirk wasn't light, like Gloreshifts. It didn't overload the eyes. It targeted the interpretation of sensory information in the brain. With a pulse, he flooded the visual cortex with noise, drowning real signals in a storm of nothingness. The Sharingan, which amplified visual intake and processing, took the full brunt. Izuku's lines flared, dipped, surged, glitching. Midoriya. Aizawa's voice cut through. Report. I'm okay, Izuku lied. He forced himself to breathe. You fought blind before, he reminded himself. You didn't have quirk sight at the beginning. You used your ears, your instincts, your training. He took a step. His cane found the edge of a sidewalk. A crack, a curb. The static in his Sharingan calmed slightly, settling into a grainy overlay. Not full clarity, but something. Your brain is stubborn, Blind Vantage observed. That's fine. I can increase the output. He spread his arms. The air rippled again. This time, Izuku braced. He let the Sharingan spin faster, pushing more quirk energy into it to counter the scramble. The static worsened, but in the noise, faint patterns emerged. Like listening to a detuned radio and catching snatches of melody. He caught a flicker, the shift of Blind Vantage's weight, the beginning of a lunge. Izuku stepped aside a heartbeat before a slicing wind of force cut through where he'd been. Not just null sight, then. Vantage followed the sensory scramble with telic. Enetic slashes, blades of compressed air he could place precisely because his victims couldn't track them. Heroes like you, Vantage said, think that seeing more gives you the right to act more. To reach farther. I'm leveling the field, taking away your crutches. Izuku ducked under another slash, the Sharingan's glitchy lines just barely outlining its path. You're doing the same thing you accuse heroes of, Izuku shot back. You're deciding who deserves to see. You're playing judge with other people's lives. They played judge first, Vantage snapped. He flared his quirk. The static surged. For a moment, Izuku was truly blind again. No lines. No shapes. Just black and a buzzing, dizzying feeling. His heart lurched. If he ramps it up more, what if it sticks? What if I wake up and there are no more outlines? No more energy patterns, nothing. Just dark, forever. He forced the terror down. Fear wouldn't help. He focused on his other senses. Footsteps. Wind. The faint creak of leather. The way air shifted when something moved fast. When Blind Vantage threw another invisible slash, Izuku felt the change in pressure and twisted aside, letting it rush past his shoulder. He didn't need perfect sight. He just needed enough. Behind him, distant, he could hear Endeavor swearing as his flames flickered uselessly in the null sight field. Other heroes, too, struggled, not used to losing their main sense mid-fight. Midoriya. Aizawa's voice snapped in his ear again. We can't get a clear shot. Our vision is scrambled every time we approach. It's just you in there. Just me, Izuku whispered. He lifted his head. All might. He murmured under his breath. What did you say? That I shouldn't try to be you. That my symbol had to be me. Maybe this was what that meant, icon like All Might. Not a weapon like the Emerald Giant. A blind kid with cursed eyes and a ridiculous amount of stubbornness. He straightened. Vantage. He called. You keep talking about justice, but all you're doing is punishing people. You think if everyone sees less, the world will be fairer. That's not justice. That's just darkness. Blind Vantage tilted his head. And what is justice to you, boy? He asked. With your stolen strength and mythic eyes. What do you think you see that I don't? Izuku exhaled. I don't see everything, he said. I can't. I never will. Justice isn't pretending you have perfect vision. It's listening when others tell you what they see. It's stepping in when someone's about to get hurt, even if you don't know the whole picture. He tightened his grip on his cane. Justice is moving, he said. Even when you're scared and everything ahead is dark. Blind Vantage was silent for a long moment. Then he laughed. You're exactly what they say you are, he said. Dangerous. Because you believe that. So let me show you what real darkness feels like. He clenched his fists. The air shuddered. The world around Izuku, muted. The distant sounds of heroes faded to a muffled hum. The static in his Sharingan spiked, then cut. Total sensory deadening. It was like someone grabbed his entire perception and squeezed. Izuku gasped. No sound. No sight. Not even the feel of the breeze. An isolation field. Null sight. Vantage's voice echoed directly in his head somehow. At full output. No cheating with your eyes, boy. No ears. No instincts. Just nothing. Panic clawed at Izuku's throat. This was his worst fear made real, not just blindness but absence. No feedback. No anchor. He was a mind floating in void. He almost screamed. Then he remembered the graveyard. Glurreshift. The moment the light had gone out and his world had collapsed into black. The moment he'd thought everything was over. And the way something inside him had cracked open. See beyond sight. The words echoed, not external. Not from any villain voice, but from somewhere deep inside, where his quirk and his will intertwined. Mangekyo. He'd been afraid to use it. Afraid of losing what little he had left. But if he did nothing now, Vantage would walk out of this field and bludgeon more heroes into permanent darkness. He couldn't allow that. I'm scared, Izuku thought, not sure if he was speaking aloud. But, I'm more scared of doing nothing. He reached, not outwards, inwards, toward that heavy, hot presence behind his ruined eyes. The Mangekyo flared. There was no visible pattern this time, no one could see it behind his mask. And he couldn't see it either. But he felt it. The clover-shaped star spun in his mind's eye, pulsing green on red. The void around him trembled. Null sight surged, trying to smother it. Two quirks, diametrically opposed, crashing into each other inside the same brain. One trying to erase perception. The other trying to rewrite it. Izuku's head felt like it was being split open. But in the pain, something extraordinary happened. The Mangekyo stopped trying to pull information from outside and instead turned its gaze inward, toward his own body, his own nerves, muscles, quirk pathways. He didn't see the world. He saw himself. He saw the way One for All's energy threaded through his bones like glowing wires. The tension points in his tendons. The tiny fractures in old scars. The precise strained thresholds for each joint. He saw, for the first time, exactly how much power his body could handle before breaking. And he saw a path through all of that. A way. To use One for All at 100%, just for a heartbeat, without tearing himself apart. If he timed it perfectly. If he aligned every vector. Null sight tried to crush this inner vision, but it couldn't quite reach it. Blind Vantage's quirk attacked the part of the brain that processed external sensory data. The Mangekyo had slipped sideways, into a different realm. Into self-awareness. Izuku's lips parted. Oh, he breathed. So that's how. He grabbed hold of the internal map. Focused. Ran One for All through the channels the Mangekyo highlighted, letting the quirk guide him like a conductor. No wasted output. No wild flares. Every ounce of power directed exactly where it needed to go. His muscles screamed even in this optimized route, but they held. Green lightning exploded around him, contained but intense. Crackling against the invisible walls of Null Sight's field. Outside, heroes flinched as a pillar of emerald light suddenly pierced the muted haze. Inside the void, Izuku could finally move. He picked a direction, any direction, really, because he couldn't sense where Blind Vantage stood. But the Mangekyo was still doing something else. It wasn't just mapping his body. It was extrapolating. Blind Vantage's null sight output had a rhythm, a pulse. Izuku could feel it against his quirk like a heartbeat. He could estimate distance based on intensity. The villain would be at the center of that pulse. So Izuku aimed for the strongest point. One for all, he hissed through clenched teeth. Full power. He leapt. The world didn't exist. Only vectors. Force. Distance. Timed release. He twisted in midair, channeling the optimized 100% into a single All Might style punch, but modified ever so slightly by the Mangekyo's corrections. angle adjusted, wrist rotated, shoulder aligned to distribute impact. His fist met something. The null sight field shattered like glass. Sound crashed back into his ears, shouts, sirens, the crackle of flames. His quirk sight flickered on in bursts of static and then steadied, showing him the energy outline of blind vantage flying back, white mask cracking, smashing into a reinforced barricade. Green wind roared down the street, ripping up bits of pavement, but not wide enough to level buildings. The Mangekyo's adjustments had contained the collateral. Izuku slammed down onto one knee, panting, head throbbing so hard he saw phantom stars even in the darkness. His body wasn't broken. His arms shook. His legs burned. But there were no snapping sensations, no shearing pain. The internal map had been right. For the first time, he used one for all at 100% without shredding himself. And he'd done it by trusting his cursed eyes. Blind Vantage groaned, mask half shattered, one eye visible now, brown, wild, furious. You shouldn't be able to move in that field, he spat. I took everything away. You took the outside, Izuku rasped. But you forgot, justice isn't about what you see out there. It starts with what you see in here. He tapped his chest weakly. I saw my own limits, he said. And I used them. He staggered to his feet, swaying. The Mangekyo pattern dimmed, slipping back into simple crimson rings with two tomo. Then all the way to green. His quirk sight flickered, and held. Not great. Not full. But still there. Blind Vantage tried to raise a hand, quirk flaring. A cloth snapped around his wrist. Aizawa landed beside Izuku, eyes glowing red, hair floating. Quirk erased, he growled. Fight's over. Endeavor's flames lit up the far end of the street, forming a barrier. Hawk's Fee. Theirs pinned Blind Vantage's captured limbs. Other heroes converged, securing him. Vantage's exposed eye darted from one hero to another, then back to Izuku. You'll all go back to watching from your towers, he snarled. Pretending your sight is pure. You haven't changed anything. Izuku shook his head. I know we haven't changed everything, he said. But we changed this. We stopped you from hurting more people. And we'll keep trying, even if we never see the whole picture. He stepped closer, steadying himself on his cane. My eyes let me see more than I used to, he said. But they also show me how small I still am. How much I rely on other people's ire or pain. That's my justice, not mine alone. Ours. Blind Vantage laughed bitterly. Keep telling yourself that, boy, he said. Aizawa yanked him away, handing him off to the restraint team. The null sight pulses faded completely. Izuku sagged. All Might was there in an instant, catching his arm. Young Midoriya, he said, relief thick in his voice. Are you? Izuku blinked. The world around him was a blur. But when he pushed just a little power into his eyes, faint energy outlines sharpened, the silhouettes of heroes, the glow of Endeavor's flames. The crackle of broken power lines. He smiled weakly. I can still see, he said. A bit. Enough. Recovery Girl would later explain it as reaching a new equilibrium, that his visual centers had taken so much damage. So many hits, that they'd finally stabilized at a new baseline. The Mangekyo battle with null sight had forced his brain to rewire again, this time, in a more durable pattern. Think of it like scar tissue, she said. Not as flexible as before, but harder to damage further. You've gone as far as you can on this path without going over the cliff. She wagged a finger at him. That doesn't mean you have infinite Mangekyo uses now, she added. But you're not as precarious as before. Small bursts for prediction, possibly safe. Giants and green fire. Still last resort, young man. Izuku nodded fervently. He'd gladly take that deal. Weeks later, the world had moved on to other scandals. Blind Vantage was locked away, under layers of quirk dampening and psychological therapy. Glorreshift was in a different prison, grumbling about green devils. People still argued online about the Emerald Giant, the crimson-eyed copy hero, the new symbol of this or that. But the tone had shifted. Not because Deku had leveled a city or delivered a flashy speech. Because he had saved people. Again and again. Sometimes with the Emerald Giant. Sometimes with precise, quiet moves in a side street. And every time, he walked away a little more tired, but still there. Still moving. On a bright afternoon, he walked through UA's training field with his cane and his mask. listening to birds overhead and the wind in the trees. Uraraka walked beside him, swinging a snack bag. "So what did they call you now?" she asked. "I've seen like 3 different channels use 3 different titles." Izuku laughed. "I try not to check," he said. "Last I heard, some people were going with Emerald Guardian. Others still like Crimson-Eyed Copy Hero." She crinkled the snack bag. "And some," she said, "are calling you the Eyes of Justice." He flinched slightly. "That sounds way too dramatic." She smiled. "It's not about your eyes being perfect," she said. "It's about you choosing how to use them. Or not use them. That's what people see now." He thought about that. About Blind Vantage, and Glorreshift, and the Emerald Giant. About All Might's lectures and Aizawa's dry scolding and his classmates' laughter. "Then I hope," he said quietly, "that when people hear that, they remember the justice part more than the eyes part." In the distance, Bakugo yelled something explosive at Kaminari. Iida shouted about hallway safety. Todoroki asked if anyone wanted soba after training. Izuku smiled. He tapped his cane forward. "Eyes of Justice," he murmured. "Not because I see everything. But because I'll keep trying to look the right way. Even when it's dark." He lifted his mask just a bit. Crimson glowed for a heartbeat, Tomo spinning slow and steady. Not to intimidate. Not to dominate. Just to understand. Then he let it fade back to green, blurry, imperfect, his. And walked forward, into a future he couldn't fully see, but was determined to shape anyway. With one for all in his bones. With the Sharingan in his eyes. And with a heart that refused to look away. Thanks for watching, guys. Hope you all are enjoyed this video. So let's end this video here. Until then, see you in next video. Izuku flushed. I saw things. Paths. Lee.